my goodness. Hey guys, what's up? Come outside quickly. I'll start the show in 1 minute. Sorry, guys. I've been really busy, tired, busy, exhausted, and I have to cook. I have kids, I have 3 kids, so, I have lots I have to do. But today, I was minding my business today. I mean, I'm always minding my business until this business found me. I didn't go seeking the business. No, it happened on, it happened on Instagram. It happened on Instagram. Hold on, let me see. This is how it went. Oh, okay, I remember how I saw the story. Okay, hold on. I remember how I saw the story. Hold on. I was on Instagram. That's what it is. I was on Instagram. Where's her podcast? Does she have a special thing for her podcast? Okay. There you go. All right. Hey, I was gonna say, hey, people. Okay, that's what happened. I was on Instagram and I was like, what is she looking like? I'm like, why is this woman looking like a New Orleans voodoo priestess? Okay, I'm like, she looks like a voodoo priestess, okay, that like sells these lies to tourists on Jackson Street. I mean, some of y'all never been to Jackson Square, sorry. Some of y'all never been to New Orleans, huh? So when you go to New Orleans, downtown New Orleans, they have a place called the French Quarters, okay? Then there's a place called Jackson Square. So Jackson Square in the French Quarters, let me see, is where the tourists go to get hustled. Okay, hold on. You've seen it on TV before. You have seen it on TV before. Let me show you. Okay, you've probably seen this image before on your TV screen, right? So this place is called Jackson Square. All right. So this is where all the tourists go. It's in the French Quarters. You go there, you get scammed, you get hustled, right? And I'm like, why does this woman look like she's a New Orleans voodoo priestess, down in Jackson Square that just sells lies to tourists? Okay. Like, what is this? Like, what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Okay. But this podcast, we always knew that this podcast was nothing more than Michelle Obama having a Jada Pinkett red table talk moment, right? Trying to act like I'll have the podcast, but it's really to sit there and in a subtle, I guess not so subtle way, try to throw shade at your husband. All right? Throw shade at your husband. Let me say this. Barack Obama, he's not my favorite person in the world. I don't like him much. I feel like Barack Obama, but to me, Barack Obama is no different than Kofi Annan. He is no different than, what's his name? What's the guy? Colin Powell, like these Black people that are used by the white powers that be to really inflict harm on Black people. Okay, so when Barack Obama was president, not only was Gaddafi murdered, he would go around Africa and telling all these African presidents that if they didn't put homosexuality in the Constitution, they would no longer receive loans from the World Bank, from the IMF, Like it was a lot of foolishness that came when Barack Obama was president, not just to Black people in America, but to Black people around the world. But definitely murdering General Gaddafi was truly the icing on the cake for me. You understand? This was a man, like, hold on, let me put this picture up. Because General Gaddafi needs to, hold on. Okay, hold on. All right. Because for anybody who's African, or if you're, I guess, like you're Pan-African, but if you're definitely African, okay? General Gaddafi is an icon to all of us. This is a man who's always looked out for Africa and African people. Anybody who's able, even back then used to buy the phone cards, like the little cards, scratch them up and be able to call Africa, whatever, like all these satellites that enable you to call Africa, deal with African people. The fact that they're even able to have WhatsApp and all that kind of stuff, right? It's him. Like this man, when I tell you he's so generous, like wherever he would go, whatever African nation he would visit, okay, what do you guys want? How much does it cost? Bam, bam, bam. He just gives you the money. Like this man was so generous. You understand? And one thing about General Gaddafi is that he had a vision to unite Africa. He wanted all African nations to be united. He wanted all African people to have one currency, and he wanted the currency to be backed by gold. There is nothing this man did that deserved Barack Obama agreeing to run behind Benjamin Netanyahu to do this to this man. And not just that, being that he's also a Muslim. It's not even the fact that like they killed him. It's even the way they went about killing him. He was sodomized. Like Barack Obama allowed Hillary Clinton and Benjamin Netanyahu and all these goofy ass Zionists to kill this man in a way that was so deplorable. It was so inhumane. It was just so inhumane. I'm like, these people are crazy. These are crazy. And that's why I've come to realize, see, when I was younger, I used to like look up to places like Harvard. Oh, I want to go to Harvard. I want to go to whatever. But then you realize that these Ivy League schools are nothing more than bastions of imperialism. Right? So when you're Black and you go there, you're biracial and you go there, all they will do is brainwash you to make you feel like the ways of the white man, the ways of the Anglo-Saxon and the French are always the right way. And so what happens is after 4 years or 8 years of going to those schools, you have so much hatred for yourself. You have so much hatred for your own people. You have so much hatred for African culture, African people. You don't speak the language. You never grew up in Africa, right? But somehow you think you know what's right because you went to Harvard and you're being misled by, I guess, AIPAC and Benjamin Netanyahu, that you guys go in there with Hillary Clinton and you proceed to not just torture this man, kill this man, but they had General Gaddafi sodomized. These people are sick as hell. He had Africa in shambles. You know, even right now, they're trying to kill the president of Burkina Faso, right? America wants to murder the president of Burkina Faso. You understand? But like even the Ivory Coast, we had an election and the French didn't like the result. It was under Barack Obama that the Ivory Coast was bombed. He sat there and he watched Sarkozy from France just bomb the Ivory Coast. So it's like Barack Obama would never be my favorite person. He's destined for hell. He is so destined for hell. I think the vast majority of American presidents, maybe President Carter, maybe he might escape, but the vast majority, also John Quincy Adams, yeah, because he really believed in like the abolition of slavery. Okay, so maybe like besides like John Quincy Adams and President Carter, everybody, like most American presidents, they're going to go straight to hell. Okay, like I even had to stop this morning. I was like, it could also be that Donald Trump, right? It could really be that Donald Trump, the reason why God even allowed Donald Trump to win the election, because his soul is condemned. His soul is condemned. Like think about it, right? Why would anybody be elected to run a country that is known for doing so much evil? America does so much evil. America does so much evil. So if you are elected as the president of this country, you are the head of evil. So of course you're going to be punished. Salvation will never be your portion, right? So for me, honestly, Trump, whatever, Barack Obama, whatever. But I'm like, Barack Obama, he's definitely not my favorite person. I don't like the man. I do not like the man. I don't like him. I don't like him. He's evil. He's very evil. And he was used like his Black skin, his biracialness, whatever, was used to usher in and to allow all kinds of evil to be perpetrated on the Black world overall. So I don't like the man. I don't like him. Now, his wife, did she run for office? No, she didn't run for office. But I still feel as though, let me go over here, right? I still feel as though, right, that when you're married to someone, especially somebody, I guess, in terms of like secular success, who worked really hard to be successful, right? And who has become really successful, because not everybody gets to be the president of the United States. Not everybody gets to be the first Black president of such a racist empire, right? So to some extent, I do feel like if you're going to talk about your husband, you should have good things to say about your husband, right? What marriage do you know that people don't have grievances or people don't have issues, right? But when you have a certain level in the world, when you have a certain status in the world, there are certain conversations that are completely inappropriate for public consumption. You understand? A first lady to sit on a goofy ass, it's not even like you're even on prime time. No, it's freaking YouTube. Like anybody could come over here and have a YouTube channel. It's not even that serious. Okay, this thing is ratchet. To come on YouTube and have a little microphone and then proceed to expose your husband, expose yourself. Like, what the heck is this? So I was on Instagram and then I saw this post. I don't even know which one it was. But first I was like, what does she even look like? She looks like a New Orleans voodoo priestess. Like, this is insanity. Maybe it was this one. Hold on, let me see.
Stage in life where I have to define my life on my terms for the first time. So what are those terms? And going to therapy just to work all that out. Like, what happened that 8 years
Mm-hmm.
that we were in the White House, what did that do to me?
Yes.
Internally, my soul, we made it through. We got out
Mhm.
alive. I hope we made the country proud. My girls, thank God, are whole. But what happened to me?
Right.
Right?
Right.
And going through therapy, is getting me to look at the fact that maybe finally I'm good enough. So I'm at this stage in life where I have to define my life on my terms for the first time. So what are those terms?
So whatever the freak she just said, right? Whatever, like, what the heck? She's like, oh, the 8 years. Hey, Lacey, you would think this woman went to war or something. You guys, she lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. She lived at the White House. I'm like, lady, you lived at the White House. Hold on. These people are insane. But I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's an American thing also, because, I'm not from here. So maybe it's an American thing where it's like when you're born in America, like, because life is just so much easier here. Like, people have money here. People have a lot of success here. So it's like you got to manufacture oppression. You know what I mean? I feel like American people, it's just like it's a people, they truly never want to be happy. You know what I'm saying? They truly wake up in the morning and they manufacture, hey, Chris, they manufacture their own oppression. They live in the best country in the world. They have access to things that most people can only dream of. They have a 90,000 GDP per capita, right? Where the rest of the world probably lives on like $2,000 a year, right? They have millions of miles of road. School is free from like kindergarten all the way to like the 12th grade, right? Plus free, they got free lunch at school, free aftercare program, free before school program, free buses. I mean, they have so much. They have so much. And every day you listen to an American-born person, you would think they have to grow up in a village with no running water. They got to go fetch water. They got to carry stuff on their head. They got to go to work, school, and do all of this. It's like, no, they don't even know. These people are so entitled. They are just so entitled. They are truly so entitled. You got to live at the White House. You got to be a first lady. Wow. God forbid it came with challenges. God forbid. It was not like going to Charlie Wonka's factory and having the time of your life. Wow. My God. Your daughters got you. Like, do you know where their daughters even went to school? This is so disgusting. This is so disgusting. Hold on. Where did her hold up. Sasha Obama. Hold on. Middle school. Something Friends. It's called something Friends. Hold on. Sidwell and Friends. That's the school. There you go. You guys, do you know how much the school costs? Do you have any idea? Even her, had they never made it to the White House, could she have afforded this? Like, do you know how much the thing costs? Do you know how much the school costs? Look at the cost. Like, look at the cost. Like, in the pre-K, it's somebody's yearly salary. Look at how much it costs to go to that school. So from pre-K to second grade, it's almost $54,000. Okay? Elementary school, $56,000. Middle school, $60,000. Upper school, high school, $60,000. You understand me? Hold on. These people are insane. They are truly, truly insane. They are truly insane. What is this? What's going on here? Hold on. All right. Now look at this. Look at this for a second, right? 2023, median household income by race and ethnicity, right? Black people, 56,000. It's almost like, let's say 57,000, right? So think about this. Sasha, her, like, just 1 year of school alone is one Black person entire yearly salary, right? So they were there for 8 years. So what's 50? So let's do 60,000 times 8. What is that? Almost $500,000. That's just for like going from elementary school all the way to high school for one child. American people paid for one child to go to school. It costs $500,000. Then your sister, another $500,000. That's not even including college, right? Like, even Black people, okay? Even the median household income per ethnicity is $56,000. You people spend that on your daughters, on your children's education times 2. I'm like, black, let me tell you something. Me personally, I'm black African, but Marlene, I will not allow Michelle Obama to sit here and act like she was oppressed because she got to experience the downsides of being extremely privileged. Because had her husband never made it this far, and it was just him and his regular salary, has he ever even had a job? Did she ever tell you if he had a job? Because I know he interned where she worked, but did he ever actually have a job? Right? If he had to be a lawyer on his own, plus her salary, could they have been able to afford this tuition? Hold up, wait a minute. This is disgusting. Would she have been able to afford this tuition? And not just for 1 year. I'm talking like for 8 years plus, being able to pay this tuition. Of course not, because the American people paid for that. The American people paid for that, right? Even the fact that Sasha, that's the older one, right? Malia. Malia went to Harvard. Did she really go to Harvard because she had the best grades possible? Or did she go to Harvard because she's the daughter of a president? Right? The youngest one, Sasha, she went to USC. Did she get into that school because she worked hard or because she's the daughter of a president? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. There's so many good things that happened to you when you were in that White House. Everything in that White House was not evil. Everything in that White House was not bad. Even the fact that she's able to write the book, Becoming Her. Michelle Obama never wrote no book. She never wrote any book. Hold on. Oh, Lord, I cannot stand on her for people. Hold on. Becoming. People are insane. Wait, hold on. People are truly crazy. Okay. So her book, Becoming Her, it sold over like 2 million copies. If I'm not mistaken, she had the book and then she had the workbook that also goes with the book, right? If I'm not mistaken, this book made her $150 million. That book made her $150 million. So not only did she not have to pay for her children's education, over $1 million, right, of education, from pre-K from K to whatever 12, right? You didn't have to pay for that. That was free because the American people covered that. 8 years. They didn't have to worry about their lodging because they live in the White House. So they didn't have to worry about rent. They have to worry about a mortgage. They also had private security, right? They had the Secret Service. Didn't have to pay about that. Their clothes, their food. Didn't have to pay about. You didn't have to pay anything. Then you come out of that. You write a book. You've never been a writer. But because people love you so much because of who you married and the image they made of themselves about you, right? They go crazy. They buy this book. The lady makes over $150 million. Her first book. This woman has a real estate portfolio that's over $50 million. Hold on, let me show you where she lives. These people are crazy. These people are really, really crazy. They are truly crazy. Hold on. Which one is this one? Is that the one I saw? Let me see. Oh my goodness. I'm like, these people are crazy. Is it this one? Like, yo, if you see their homes, these people are living life. They live life in a way that we could, like, you could even imagine how well they live. Hold on. This is one house, right? This is the one. Hold on. This is the one that's Martha's Vineyard. Hold on.
Year TMZ covering New England now. The Obamas will be calling Massachusetts home for at least part of the year. TMZ reporting they've purchased the Martha's Vineyard estate of Celtics owner.
Oh, she's so ungrateful. I don't know.
Former first family paying a little.
Look, she has no neighbors. Look at this. All of this property. She has no neighbors. $12 million. This house is $12 million. They have a house in Hawaii. It's $8 million. They have a big house here in DC. It's like $4 or $5 million. Then they got $1 million house in Chicago. This woman has over like $40 to $50 million in real estate. You understand me? Now, all of this came because she was married to Barack Obama and she was the first lady. Meanwhile, the vast majority of American people lost their homes. People lost their homes. Like that was the mortgage crisis. People lost their homes. People were homeless while her husband was busy bailing on Wall Street. People were losing everything. And she has the audacity of being upset because people call her bitter. And maybe you are bitter, but were you homeless? Were you homeless? Did you lack? When the vast majority of American people were losing their homes and your husband was out here bailing out all these big banks and they were paying themselves these exorbitant, bonuses, $13 million bonuses, $25 million bonuses. Like, no. Because, a lot of people, they forget stuff really quickly. Me, I don't forget stuff. I have a very, very, very long memory. The mortgage crisis of 2008, it was so devastating. So many people were living in the streets, were living in their cars while the banks were getting bailed out. Hey, Fallon, they're too big to fail. They're too big to fail. We have to rescue the banks. We had to rescue the banks. When her husband ran, when he was running against Senator McCain, Senator McCain said he was going to only give $300 billion to Wall Street to bail them out. Barack Obama ran and he said, that's too much money. Why would you want to bail out Wall Street? He ran on a lie. As soon as he got in there, his first priority was saving Wall Street. And Ben Bernanke at the Federal Reserve he stepped in and started doing quantitative easing, all kinds of foolishness. And these people got richer. These bankers got richer. Wall Street got richer. And people lost their homes in a way that you can't even describe. Excuse me, miss. I am so sorry you were called bitter. Wow. Unbelievable. I cannot stand ungrateful people. Like, I truly cannot stand ungrateful people. It drives me insane. It's like, no matter how you feel, I can't tell you not to feel how you feel sometimes, but as an adult, you got to have a healthy perspective about everything. Because as soon as you start to complain as an adult, you also got to say to yourself, but what could I also be grateful for? Because everything ain't bad. Everything ain't bad. There are people who have worse than her and they don't complain. Her mom, her dad, they never had all of this growing up and they did not complain. You wake up in the morning to Secret Service. You wake up in the White House. You wake up to an army of chefs and people waiting to serve on you. Did she cook one time in those 8 years? Did she ever wash a single plate in those 8 years? Did she ever drive her children to school or have to pick them up from school in those 8 years? Are you kidding me? No, she was out here taking care of her dogs. Remember her dogs? Especially the big white one? There you go. This is what she was doing in the White House, playing with her dogs. What was she doing again? Like, this lady is insane. This lady is so insane. She's so insane. What a freaking Karen. She is insane. You guys, I remember her I remember her as a first lady. I remember this woman as a first lady. Wumpty wump wump. People call me names. Everybody calls everybody names. Get over it. I'm like, what the heck? This woman is insane. You guys, she triggers me. She has been triggering me, but I didn't feel like responding to her because I'm like, Michelle Obama, she's just not like, she brings the worst out of me. She really does bring the worst out of me. I cannot stand ungrateful people like this. I cannot stand ungrateful people like this. I just cannot. I cannot. There are people who would die to have this life. Woo, wow, it was hard. Everything is hard, sis. Being poor is hard. You grew up poor. Growing poor is hard. Growing rich, being rich also is hard. Everything is hard. But my thing is, if you have to choose between being the poor Michelle Robinson from Chicago or the First Lady Michelle Obama living at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, which hard would you prefer? Which hard would you prefer? Like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. They are so privileged and they're always complaining. Beyonce can have 35,000 Grammys, but she's going to be upset because she doesn't have one more Grammy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Nicki Minaj, she can have all these MTV Music Awards, but God forbid she does not get Video of the Year. Hey, Nicole. Always complaining. Jada Pinkett Smith, she's married to Will Smith. You guys, their house, everything is so ridiculously beautiful. You're from Baltimore. Your mama's a crackhead. You have no education, okay? Jada Pinkett has nothing. She brings nothing to the table. Okay? A little hood rat from Baltimore. What does she bring to the table? What does she bring to the table? Her mama's a whole crackhead. When she was 9 years old, her grandmother was teaching her how to play with her body parts. She was raised by a perv while her mom was busy getting high off her damn mind. You get to marry Will Smith, one of the biggest actors in the world, you guys. Will Smith is not the one to play with. This lady came out here and embarrassed this man. Out here sleeping with her son's friend. Like, she's so disgusting. And then when I have energy for Shannon Sharp, if you're going to talk about Shannon Sharp, talk about Jada Pinkett. Because they're all nasty. They're all nasty. This woman had no shame having sex with August Alsina. Huh? And she knew he was on drugs. She knew he was on drugs. She knew he had a drug addiction. She's a predator. She's a pervert. She's a pervert. She's a pervert. She's a predator. She's a narc. She's all kinds of devious, devilish things. You are sick as hell. That was Jaden's friend. That's your son's friend. And somehow she turns it sexual. This lady is sick as hell. Because all she does is be jealous of Will Smith. How can you be married to somebody and be jealous that your husband is successful and be in your own house? And that's why I laugh, because I see a lot of people, I see a lot of black women right now laughing at Uncle Shay Shay. Oh, he should have married a black woman. Oh, shut up. If he had married a black woman, it would have been a different kind of embarrassment. White women in this country, they have a flavor of embarrassment. Black women in this country, they have a different flavor of embarrassment. Either way, he would have been embarrassed, because anybody who grew up in this country has a mental problem. Anybody who grew up in this American society is not mentally well. And honestly, they're not even mentally fit for relationships. Okay? Because the whole concept of, wow, I gotta live for more than me. It can't just be me. I also have to understand sacrifice, compromise, gratitude. These are not American tenets. These are not things that the American people hold dear. Oh yeah, gratitude, humility, compassion, empathy, apathy. Think about other people. No, the vast majority of people who are born here, grew up here, raised here, they usually have some kind of psychopathy. They're like, they have some kind of mental illness. So like that, don't sit here and lie to yourself and say, oh, if Uncle Shay Shay had messed with a black woman, this wouldn't have happened. What kind of black woman? Where was she raised? Where did she grow up? She grew up here? No, she would have brought to him a different flavor of embarrassment. That's how it goes out here. Aisha Curry, same thing. She lived in that house. Stefan gives her everything. You see the way Stefan works out. You see the way Stefan is dedicated to basketball. You like, because he's a small person. He's not the biggest man. And he has to go out there and compete with these freaking giants who could truly injure him. And if you notice, Stephen Curry never gets close to the basket. He stays away from the basket because he's a small person. But even that, he was never like the number one draft pick, Wumpty Wumpo. He went to a basic ass college, right? He's like David. Like, nobody expected this man to make it. Let me put his picture up. Hold on. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. It really is annoying. Like, why are people like this? Okay? Why are people so damn selfish like this? Right? And instead of sitting here and be like, you know what? I have a husband who works hard. He doesn't cheat. He's respectful. Like, he gives everything he has. To the sport, he gives it all. To the family, he gives it all. Oh, no. Of course not. Not Aisha, because she grew up here. She was born here. Oh, I want man to look at me. Why don't man look at me? I'm like, why do you need men to look at you? So your husband looking at you, that's not enough. Of course not. Your husband, Aisha Curry, does she even have a college degree? Look, I'm like, this lady, if she was not married to Stefan, what exactly would she be doing with her life? If she was not married to Stefan Curry, where would she live? Like, what kind of house would she live into? Make it make sense. What would she be doing? Right? Like, even if she went to college, what did she major in? Psychology? Like, what the freak? You think this girl went to school and she was like a nuclear physics major or some like computer engineering or software engineering major? You think this girl went to college to actually think hard? Like, seriously? No, your husband gives you everything. There are people out here, myself included, I would love to be married to someone like Stefan Curry. You ain't got to do shit. He does everything for you. You are completely safe. Bills you will never see. Wherever you want to live, he'll pay for it. Wherever you want a vacation, he'll pay for it. Like, what is it that this man doesn't give you? No, she got to come out here and embarrass this man. Who else? Monique Samuels, another one. Huh? You know, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. These people are crazy. These people are really, really crazy. Another one, right? What did Chris do to this woman? Like, what has Chris done to this lady? She goes and sits down with Lateris, a cheater, a known cheater. Lateris, who confessed to Tony Gaskin that he had sex with the people, his subscribers. Every 4 months, he has to sleep with somebody. Every 4 months, he got to sleep with somebody. What has Chris Samuels done to this woman? No, 10 years. She divorces. We don't even know why she divorced. Why you divorced the man? Oh, because he didn't want to be vulnerable. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? This man gave you 4 houses. This lady lives in a mansion in Potomac. She was some failed out. She dropped out of, I don't think she went to college. I don't think she could qualify to get into community college. She was trying to be a rapper, low-hanging fruit. So you know she ain't smart. You know she ain't smart. Who wants to be, what kind of girl wants to grow up and be a rapper? How far do you think, I think her name was Azel or something like that, trying to be a rapper. I'm like, where were you going to go in life as a rapper? Where were you going to go in life? Could she have afforded anything if it was not for Chris? And Chris told her, I don't want to be married. And then she has the audacity to sit on that goofy ass podcast, that nasty ass yellow couch of Lateris, and be like, yeah, he really told me he was afraid of marriage. He told me multiple times he was afraid of marriage. He's like, no, because as soon as you get married, the woman is going to change and she's going to want to go for your money. She's like, oh, no. I would never do that. I would never do that. Chris did not want to get married. She did everything in her power because she's another narcissist. She's another narc. These women are malignant. They are malignant narcissists. She went above and beyond to make this man do something he didn't want to do. He told her, I don't want to be married. Leave me alone. No, she played a game. She pretended she could be a wife. She pretended to care about his career. Pretending. Bunch of Decepticons. The man finally agrees to marry her. They have children. She goes out there. She's having an affair, allegedly, per her best friend, Gigi. She's out here cheating with her so-called trainer named Macaroni. She's in the club, a married woman in the club, completely drunk out of her head, twerking on some lowlife fitness instructor from Planet Fitness. Meanwhile, her husband gives her everything. If you watch the show, if you watch Real Housewives of Potomac, Monique has a drinking problem. Okay. And I think one day on her drinking escapade, right, she crashed her Bentley into a tree. She crashed a 300,000 plus vehicle into a tree. The car got replaced. Chris bought her a brand new Bentley. DUI charges, she never faced them because he took care of that. He took care of that. This man gives you everything. You embarrass him. You go to the club, you twerk on these men, and people know because she's on TV. They know, oh, that's Chris Samuels' wife. And not just that. Here in the DMV, here in DC, Chris, he played for the Redskins. He played for the local football team. So people know him. On top of that, he's a Hall of Famer. Can you imagine? The wife of a multimillionaire, a Hall of Famer, a man who played for the Redskins. His wife is at Love nightclub twerking on somebody who don't even make $40,000 a year, embarrassing him. Oh, no, but that's okay, though. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Then she has the audacity to file for divorce. And then she files for divorce and she stays in his house because she ain't got shit. She don't have no damn money. She had to wait for Chris to give her money so she could buy a house. Then you will say, okay, but what happened to your money from Potomac? What did you do with all your housewives' money from Potomac? Who knows? Squandered the money. Irresponsible with the money. Right? But she wants to sit here with this goofy ass, funny-headed shit, and in the words of Tony Gaskin, low, ugly, Lateris, and talk about Chris Samuels. Chris Samuel does not have emotional intelligence. Chris Samuel doesn't have this. Chris Samuel that. I'm like, girl, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. You're just mad. You're just mad. You're jealous. And I'm like, any man that is successful, be very careful of these types of women. Be very careful marrying a woman who's not fully content with herself and has these goofy ass aspiration of being a rapper, an entertainer, or whatever. Let her be. Go marry you somebody traditional. Okay? She might not be as attractive as you want her to be, but guess what? You're going to be safe though. You're going to be safe though, because this level of embarrassment every single time, it needs to stop. It truly, truly needs to stop. So when she went on the Terrace show, when she went on the show, because she had her podcast with Lateris on Dear Future Wifey, and her and Lateris were sitting there. You guys, the way they were talking about Chris Samuels, when I tell you I was triggered, I ran to the comment section. Oh, baby, And they're like, oh, I forgot what my name was then, but it's like, oh, Marlene, we're going to block you. Marlene, I don't care. I don't care. She does not get to lie on Chris Samuels. She does not get to lie. Me, Marlene, I have watched this woman. I have watched her on that show. I have watched Chris. Nobody is perfect. But to sit here and act as if this man didn't love you, this man did not provide a covering for you, this man didn't even give you stuff that you couldn't afford. He agreed to go on that stupid ass, goofy ass TV show, right? And make a fool of his brand, degrade his brand. He had no business being on that show. And also, when it comes to Housewives of Potomac, you wouldn't have got on that show if it was not for Chris Samuels. You understand? Had you married your little goofy ass trainer, nobody was going to book you to be on that show. You were on that show because you were Chris Samuels' wife. And they resent the fact that they are married to men that know how to compete. They are married to men who are successful. They are married to men who have a lot of respect for them. It triggers them. They are narcissists. So every time they have a chance to sit their little two asses down, their little two butt cheeks down, right? All they do is throw shade because their job is, oh, you like him too much. Who else? Same thing with Remy. Oh, another one. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Another one. Remy and Papoose, right? She couldn't stand the fact. Remy is so vile. She is so vile and she's so disgusting and she's so jealous. And that's why her career, it didn't amount to much. But the mere fact that people see Papoose in a good light, she couldn't stand it. The mere fact that so many people love Papoose, and oh, Papoose held her down. Papoose is a great husband. It drives her insane. It drives her insane because I guess her issue is, and also let's be so for real. Let's also be so for real, okay? Papoose is he's a better lyricist, okay? Remy, all she does is bark on the microphone. It's like, girl, bye. Okay, she's not that great of a writer. She really isn't. Okay, Papoose is an incredible lyricist. He's an amazing writer. Like the man is just really good. He truly is good. Maybe if he had signed his life away to the small hat people, maybe he would have had a better career. But one thing nobody will ever say is that when it comes to that pen, Papoose is not strong. He's incredibly gifted. And that's why that ether that she did about Nicki Minaj, a lot of people believe that Papoose wrote that for her because, let me tell you, it was just too good. It was just too good. Too damn good. She threw her life away because she chose to shoot somebody over $10,000. She made that choice. She didn't have to. She could have called the police. Matter of fact, she could have beat that girl up. She didn't have to shoot that girl. She didn't have to shoot her. She made a choice and she should actually thank God because imagine that bullet would have gone like slightly to the left or slightly to the right. She would have been in jail for the rest of her life because that girl would have been dead. You understand? And I'm not saying that Papoose is perfect, but how often do you hear of a man, even though a black man too, is going to hold a woman while she's in prison? And maybe he also cheated. What do I know? But hey, what do you expect him to do? And let's not even act like it's not a possibility that you also were having sex in there with the females because you always gay bisexual. What do I know? Okay, because when I was younger, Nicki Minaj used to say that she was oh no, she just hates the fact. She hates the fact that people always say good things about Papoose. She hates the fact that people don't see his flaws. We know he has flaws, but we're saying like when you look at the bigger picture, he's a good person, and she can't stand that. And that's why she goes and she has an affair with a man who looks like Papoose from Timu. Have y'all seen the guy she had an affair with? Have you seen the man? Huh? Have you seen the man that she had an affair with? Look at this. Hey, look at this. How you gonna go cheat? How you gonna go cheat on your husband with somebody who looks like the cheaper version of your husband? Made in China. Okay? Who does stuff like this? And why? Because she wanted Papoose to fight him and they fought. But I thank God Papoose did not shoot him. But I'm like, this lady, Remy, she got a spirit on her. She has an evil spirit on her. It's like when you're next to her, she wants you to crash out. She wants you to destroy your life because she hates herself and she hates what she did to herself. Remy, you're just like little Kim. Y'all don't take accountability. I'm sure if somebody went to ask little Kim, she would still be blaming Nicki for her career. No. Yes, Nicki played a messy part. That's fine. But she did because she could. Because you, Kim, always shopping, always dancing, not taking life seriously. You can't be mad at Nicki because you chose not to take this stuff seriously. You chose not to take it seriously. And the thing about Nikki, yeah, she can be a little mean sometimes. She's Sagittarius, whatever. But my thing about Nikki is that Nikki, she understands that music, the music industry, it's not just about fashion and singing, right? It's an actual business. It's an actual business. And compared to you, Kim, Nikki makes better financial decisions. You just don't. And you want to blame other people. No, you have to look at yourself. Why is it that Nikki was not able to steal from Missy Elliott? Why is it that Nikki was not able to steal from Queen Latifah? Why is it that Nikki was not able to steal from Foxy Brown, for example? Why you? Because you're the one who was the most careless. You got to take accountability. You know, when I was younger, I used to not like Nikki because I felt like, yeah, she stole like Lil Kim's flow, whatever. Yes, and you know, that's not right. But you also got to grow up. And I got to be like, nah, big sis, you play too much. The shopping, the dancing, the partying, the whatever. When do you actually work? When do you actually work? Why is it that Lil Kim, her house got foreclosed upon? You mean to tell me that Lil Kim didn't have $4 million to pay her house cash money? Like pay off your mortgage and then go shopping, right? She was dating Scott Storch. At that time, he was making all the beats. He was worth like $80 million. You think she took some of the shopping money and saved it? No, she blew up all the money too because she's incredibly immature. She's a Cancer. She's incredibly immature. So you can't be mad at Nikki for being a great businesswoman because the music industry is not just about singing and looking good. It's also business. You have to make a profit, you know? You gotta make a profit. So Nikki is a better businesswoman. And because she's a better businesswoman, she had a better career. She had a better career. She took from you, but then she built her own. So you got to give her credit. No, but these people, these women, they never want to take accountability. They hate people always say good things about Papoose. People always say good things about Papoose. Remy, of course we are. What do you want us to say about the man? You went to prison for no reason. You shot somebody over foolishness. 10 grand for you at that time was peanut money. Because the way Terror Squad and Lean Back, the way y'all was making money, that money is nothing to you, sis. You would have gone to these clubs. You'd have gone around the world. Even 10 grand, you would have made that like every 30 minutes. It's not that big of a deal. But you chose to be a hood rat. You chose to be an idiot. And you chose to throw your whole future away because at that moment, you had to be gangster. Well, there you go. Okay? But Papoose, though, it is not normal to see a man wait for a woman in prison. It's just not normal. It's not usual. Like it's not, you know, you don't see it every day that a black man waits for a black woman in prison. Then he takes care of her kid while she's in prison. She even said, like, oh, he used to come visit me too much. I had to tell him to stop coming. Like, what? He didn't miss any visit? So how do you expect us not to look at Papoose and put him on a pedestal? Yes, we put him on a pedestal. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? So now it's like she got to create all these situations because she wants Papoose to act out of character. So we can, oh, you see. No, we don't see shit. We see you. We see you. You fall out of every single friendship of yours. You could not wait for Meek Mill to tell you a little bit of dirt about Nikki for you to run in the studio and try to write this goofy ass sheetha and you embarrass yourself, right? A man come to you and he talking bad about another woman and you know, oh, tell me more. This is fake. And you went and got the same plastic surgery, just cheaper and uglier, right? Everything Nikki does, you do it, right? But I can't imagine Meek Mill come to you and he gives you dirt about Nikki and you run straight to the boot to make a song about that. Girl, you're evil. You're low down evil. You're just low down evil. How can you prosper? Now she big mad because, you know, she thought he wasn't going to make it. But no, because now he's dating Clarissa Shields. You know her, right? The boxer lady? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. This is going to be long, y'all. But you're going to enjoy this. It's okay. You'll have fun. Okay? Yeah. He's dating Clarissa, right? And it's like, what can you say? You can't call her ugly. You can't say she's ugly. You can't say she's a bad person. No, you cannot say that. And also, you can't put your hands on her because she can fight. You know what I mean? No, she's messy. No, Remy is messy. Remy is really messy. Remy is hella messy. I don't know how you put up with her hands. I don't know how you put up with her. Right? All of that because she don't want to pay this man the money. You got to pay him the money because he held you down. When you were in prison, he held you down. Okay? What's your career? Even going on Love and Hip Hop. The fact that you and Papoose had this black love thing, it created a good storyline. So Mona wanted to sign you. If you didn't have this whole love story, black love stuff, nobody would have cared. Y'all, let me tell you something. There is something about Papoose holding her down that made people say, what's so special about her? Because even me, I was confused. Even me, I was confused. Like, what is so special about her? So, like, I mean, maybe there's something he sees that we don't see, because 7 years you waited for her? That's crazy. So when she comes out of prison, there's like, wow, like black love. Whoa, 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 whoa. The thing was like, people were so interested in their love story. Mona wrote a big check. But without Papoose and his dedication, if you were in prison and he had embarrassed you left over here, left and right, Mona never would have written a check. People need to accept the fact that people have played a part in their success. You didn't make yourself. Nobody makes themselves. So it made people interested. And then they had their wedding special on VH1. Mona paid for that. Mona paid them for that, right? Also having the baby. I forgot her name. She has a really pretty name. Oh, Miracle or the Chosen One. What's her name? She's so pretty. She's so cute. Okay. She has a beautiful name. So when the baby girl was born too, it was a big deal. So I'm like, all of that, it helped you to make more money. It helped people to see a different side of you, because you're like, whoa, what kind of woman shoots a person over $10,000? Like, what the heck? Right? But with the marriage, being a wife, being a mother, being on the show, people looked at a different side of Remy that is not so hard, like so masculine, like so butch. So like, because she gives a little dyke a little bit, right? Okay, maybe there's something to like about this girl. I don't know. But he played a big part in that. So if you don't want to be with him anymore, you got to give him what you owe him. You can't cheat people out of stuff. I don't understand people. Like, you cannot cheat people out of stuff. You got to give people what you owe them, because they played a part in building your image. They played a part in all of these brands coming behind you to give you some money. They played a part in even your fan base and people looking at you like, oh, I want to be like her. I want to have this kind of love. So you have to pay the man something. You can't say, oh, I'm not going to give you anything. You're crazy. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. But she was cheating on him way before he started messing with Clarissa. But if you don't want to sign the divorce and you don't want to pay him, then it's going to look the way he looks. All she has to do is agree to pay him his money so he can go about his business. But she doesn't get to just take, and be, oh, because he's a man, he should walk away from the marriage with nothing in his hands. Absolutely not. She owes him plenty. Write the damn check. Write the check and go about your business. But obviously, not only does she not want to write the check, she wants to stick around. Because when you really want your peace and you are so in love with your lover, money is nothing to you. You will pay whatever you have to pay to have your peace, right? Pay the damn money, sis. Pay the money, right? But all that she can't do that with Clarissa. Clarissa will knock her ass out. And she knows this. She knows this. She never about that life. If she was really about the life, her friend who stole money from her, she would have beat the dog shit out of her. Instead, she used the gun, because that's what cowards do. Cowards hide behind a pew-pew because anybody is strong when they got a pew-pew. Why don't you use your bare knuckles and beat the dog shit out of her for the money that she stole, right? But she can't put her hands on Clarissa. It will never happen. It will never happen. And if she does, she gonna get spanked like a child. So she can't do it. And then she cannot call Clarissa ugly. She can't do that also. She cannot do that also. Okay? And like you also, Clarissa is a trained fighter. You got famous for wrapping Annie up, kidnapped that fool, robbed that fool, killed that fool. Girl, what is this? Make it make sense. There's nothing honorable about being a gangster female rapper. It's not cute being an online Pukisha. It's just not cute. It really is not cute. But I'm like, people really, really have to stop. We're going to get back to Michelle Obama, okay? People really, really have to stop. There comes a time in life, it's okay to say, I have a great husband. It's okay also to say, hey, a lot of people like my husband. A lot of ladies love my husband. Okay. Why are you triggered? And most importantly, why are you jealous? Why are you mad that people see your husband in the good light? Would you rather people say, oh, wow, she got a horrible husband. I will never want to marry that man. Oh, he's so horrendous. Oh, he's embarrassing. Womp, womp, womp. Is it not better for people to praise your husband? And yes, sometimes it can be a lot. I get that. But at the end of the day, would you want to be married to a nobody? Would you want to be married to a man who's not ambitious? And that's the same thing that, what's his name? LL Cool J's wife said on the podcast. Like, you know what I mean? I understand. People love my husband. My husband's a sex icon. You know, LL Cool J is fine. He's fine. Okay? That's LL Cool J. Like, damn. All right? And she said, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Forgot what the part is, right? You know, I'm going to play the thing about his wife because some of y'all didn't see it. Okay? But she said that. She was on a podcast. And she's like, I had to get to a point where I had to understand, like, listen, my husband is LL Cool J. He is fine. Like, what I see, we see it too. We're not blind. Mind you, I met him in person, you guys. Oh, my God. LL Cool J is really beautiful, you guys. He is beautiful. When I tell you his skin, oh, my gosh, like, he is so beautiful. This man is so handsome. He has beautiful skin. Anyways, I digress, right? But I'm like, nobody is blind. It's like if you're married to Boris Kojo, you have to know your husband is really handsome. If you're married to Morris Chestnut, duh, that's freaking Morris Chestnut. Like, what the freak? Okay? Yes. Understand? But my thing is it not better to be married to a man where the women are like, damn, that's a beautiful man. That's a handsome man. That's a gorgeous man. Yes. Or would you rather people say, oh, damn, he's ugly. Oh, my gosh, he looks like a mosquito. Oh, girl, I would never. Oh, what does she see in this man? Okay? Consider yourself blessed to be married to someone that most women just dream about being with. Who else? The same thing with Denzel Washington. Okay? He's another one. He's very handsome. All right? But do you see Miss Pauletta out here like, oh, I'm so miserable because I went to Juilliard. Miss Pauletta went to Juilliard. She's not a regular person. She's not some regular ass, broke ass girl he met somewhere. No. Oh, wait a minute. Okay? Miss Pauletta Washington, she went to Juilliard. She's not a regular person. She's a trained person. That's a prestigious school to go to. Have you seen this woman do a podcast exposing her husband and his weaknesses? No. Every time you see Miss Pauletta, she's always smiling. Not just that too, she's older. She's very much older. But she's not out here trying to sun her husband, embarrass her husband, do this to her husband. No, she is comfortable where she is because they're not in a competition. They're not in a competition. You're not competing with your husband. You are complementing each other. It is not a competition. And it should never even be a competition because you don't compete with the people that you love. You complement the people that you love. And even if your husband has flaws, as a wife, your job is to cover him. Just like if a husband, your wife has the flaws, you cover your wife. You don't expose your wife. But it's too many women out here who are too comfortable exposing their husbands. And it's not okay. It's not okay. You cannot be mad at your husband because, first of all, we live in a patriarchal society. Your husband did not make the world this way. He was born and he found the world the way it is, and he just worked with it. Number two, nobody chooses their gender. It's not like, oh, I get to decide, can I be a man or a woman? No, you're born, and you have a gender. So instead of being mad about the gender you don't have, learn to be happy with the gender that you have. And once you're happy with the gender that you do have, you also have to learn to be happy with the traditional roles that come with your gender. Everything is not oppression. There are things that men do well that women don't do as well. It's not a problem. There are things that women do very, very well that men don't do well. It's not a big deal. We're not in a competition. You don't get married to compete with your spouse. You get married to help each other become better people. And where people have flaws in the house, y'all talk about it. But publicly, you have to cover each other, not expose each other. We saw Jada Pinkett make her husband sit down while she told him about having sex with August Alsina. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is insanity. And it's like you could see Will Smith. Hold on. Let me put the picture up, okay? Hold on. Oh, my Lord. Okay. You could see Will. It's like he was about to cry. Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And look at her. She's so cold. This lady is so sick. She's like, Jada Pinkett is so sick. She's a malignant narcissist. This girl, she's mental health. Okay? But I'm like, you sat there, you watch Will Smith like this. I'm like, wow, your wife is making you sit down for the world to see as she proceeds to cut your testicles in front of the world. And she lets people know that she had sex with your son's best friend and she liked it. Right? It's a sick thing. It's a sick thing. And I'm not even saying Will Smith is the perfect husband, but she's also not the perfect wife. Because growing up in Baltimore, I'm sure she's extremely toxic. Nobody deserves this. Like, seriously, nobody deserves this. And to have worked so hard as an African-American to be one of the number one, number two actors in the world. And it's your wife who does this to you. It is your wife. So I'm like, miss me with the old Uncle Shay Shay. This is what he gets for being with a white woman. No, be quiet, okay? White women, they have their flavor of embarrassment. Black women also in America, white American women, they have their flavor of embarrassment. Black American women have their flavor of embarrassment. That's it. Everybody has their flavor of embarrassment because the vast majority of women in this country are not brought up to think about other people. They're not brought up to say, you know what? I wonder how my actions affect other people. I wonder how my attitudes affect other people. I wonder how my lies affect other people. No. They come together, they find other crazy ass females, and they say to themselves, we have the right to be terrorists because we're hurting. We have the right to hurt other people because I'm hurting. I have the right to be evil because I'm hurting, as if nobody in the world is hurting, or as if they have this unique type of pain that nobody else has experienced. Everybody has gone through some shit. Nobody's pain in you is unique. That's the same thing we kill ourselves trying to explain to these Zionists. Just because you experienced the Holocaust does not mean that you have suffered more than any other people in the world. Okay? It's not a competition. The Holocaust was evil, but so was slavery. Okay? And the Holocaust of the European Jews is not the only Holocaust that happened in the world. There have been so many different Holocausts all around the world. So why do we say that one people, because they're from Europe, their pain means more than anybody else's pain, and because of that, they have the right to murder children in Palestine? That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. That's really, really crazy. And this type of like ethnocentric narcissism, it truly is a serious form of pathology that needs to be cut at the head. It's very, very sick. Everybody has been through stuff. We've all been through stuff, and we will continue to go through stuff. But it doesn't mean that you have the right to make people's lives worse. It doesn't mean that you get to hurt other people. And most importantly, it doesn't mean that you get to use your pain, or whatever your pain is, right, to do foolishness to other people. You have a choice. You got a choice. Everybody has a choice to acquire the right perspective, because who has not been through stuff? Who has not been through stuff? I'm going to play her little goofy ass podcast with Taraji P. Henson. And then she does one part where she talks about the black women, and black women don't express themselves. Oh, girls, shut up. As if black men express themselves. At the end of the day, Michelle Obama, no matter what your mama went through, your dad went through worse, because who died first? Your father died first. And if I remember correctly, her father died of asbestos. He did not get contaminated with asbestos, spending the best life in his bed or in the comfort of his house. He got asbestos because of the job that he was doing. He had some blue-collar job where he had to do everything to take care of his family. And because of that, he accepted to go places infected with asbestos while your mama was at home, being a stay-at-home mom, being safe in her house that didn't have asbestos. Ultimately, your mom got to experience the White House. Your daddy didn't. Not because he had to, not because he died of like of old age. No, her father died of asbestos. And I'm like, sometimes I even wonder, do people even know what asbestos does to a person? What it does to a person, to people's lungs, what it does to their heart, what it does to their entire pulmonary tract? No, of course not, because he's a black man. God forbid anybody has empathy for a black man, right? God forbid anybody has empathy for a black man who died of asbestos, because that's inconsequential, right? I'm a black woman. My feelings, girl, shut up. Have you ever had asbestos? Have you ever felt like you couldn't breathe, like your lungs were actually like blocked, like you couldn't breathe? You know what that feels like? Everybody goes through stuff. We all go through stuff. And like me, like I'm really, I don't know, I am really sick of I cannot stand narcissistic people. I really can't. I cannot stand people who complain all the time. Every time they open their mouth, they're always complaining. They never have anything positive to say. They're never grateful. It's like me. I'm like, oh gosh, shut the hell up. I had to read this one girl today too, huh? I'm like, I'm so sick of y'all. Everything always revolves around you. You're not suffering. And if you are suffering because you choose to suffer, because I feel like some people, if they're not holding on to sadness, the past, they truly have no purpose, because they gave up. They're a bunch of losers. You know, a lot of people, they have a loser mindset. They don't know how to define themselves without talking about painful stuff. They can never be victorious. They can never sound victorious. They can never be optimistic, because who are they without their pain? They identify through their pain. They bond with other people based on pain. Everything they do, pain. When are you going to stop talking about the pain and you're going to start talking about progress, success, opportunity, encouragement, living a successful life, believing that you can? Pain, everybody has it. It's part of life. But you have to learn to have the right perspective and understand that if you overcame something, it's not for you to sit here and talk about it, but instead talk about the lessons that you have learned from your pain and how they have made you a better person. Everybody goes through pain. Even Jesus went through pain. He didn't complain about it. He didn't complain about it. Okay? Great are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord shall deliver all of us. We're not called to live a life that doesn't have pain. Everybody is going to go through pain, broken promises, broken this, broken that, you name it. But at some point, when you want to be so harsh on other people, you also got to remember that you also hurt somebody. There's not a single human being that can say, oh, I never hurt anyone. We all hurt somebody. We have all disappointed someone. We have all ignored somebody else's feeling, and we're probably still doing it. Many of us, we still owe somebody an apology, but we are intentionally withholding that apology because we want that person to suffer. Nobody is righteous. Everybody, and I also feel as though the more you want to start complaining about your life and complain about other people, it just lets me know that I know you're a fucked up person. Because it's only wicked ass, low down people who always want to gaslight others into believing that everybody hates me. No, what have you done to other people that they don't like you? Because if you have issues with all these people and you're always complaining, no, something is wrong with you. Because it's not that hard to get along with people. It's also not that hard to give people compliments. And it's not that hard to give your husband a compliment, especially if your husband has given you a life that you yourself could not give yourself. It is not that hard to give your husband a compliment, especially, I'm not going to apologize to nothing because I cannot wait for them to be exposed. I cannot wait for this grifty ass, lying ass white family to be exposed. Bunch of scammers. Okay, if anything, they should apologize to the Anthony family for failing to raise their son properly. Bunch of animals who raises their sons to push another child into the rain for no reason. Apologize to who? Kiss my black ass, you racist. Get out of here. You're banned from my channel. Don't trigger me. You are out your damn mind. Anyways, let's carry on, okay? Like, it doesn't hurt anybody to say, you know what? Let me say something positive. Because when you think you're hurting, most likely the other person is hurting too. If two people, especially two married people, whatever you think you're feeling, maybe he's feeling it too. Whatever you think you're feeling, maybe she's feeling it too. So don't ever feel like, oh, it's a competition for who suffers more, who has given more, da-da-da. If that's the case, do not get married. Same thing with, what's her name? What's her name again? Tracy Ellis Ross, right? Same thing. She's like, oh, I want to find a partner where everything can be equal in a relationship. It does not exist. Even your own body, hey, Sonia, even your own body is not equal. If you look carefully, you have one side that's longer than the other. It's like just a little bit, right? Even your own body's not equal. Your own face doesn't even have perfect symmetry, right? Our hands are not equal. They seem equal, but they're not equal. There's no such thing as equality. Things are out of order. And in the purpose of chasing equality, look at the number of genocides that have occurred in the world as people trying to figure out if communism is the way, is socialism the way, is democracy the way, trying to always make human beings equal. And in the process of trying to make human beings equal, humans have created more inequality. They have created more division. They have created more hurt and more pain because you cannot make people equal. The goal in life is not for people to be equal, but you would hope that people would have enough respect for themselves and for others, that if they have something over another person, like if you have a privilege over another person, you're not going to try to take advantage of that privilege because you can never make the world equal. Even in a family, you can have kids that are from the same mom and the same dad. They're not going to have the same success in life. They're not going to have the same height. They're not going to have the same interests. They're not going to be the same people, even though they have the same mother and they have the same father. So do you say, okay, I have one child who's very brilliant in math and I have another child who really loves English. So should I hold the child that loves the math because the one who does English can't keep up with that child? No, everybody's gifted. And the role is not to say all my kids have to be equally gifted. It's like, make every single one of my children find what they're truly passionate about. Find what you love and do it with all your heart. And I will encourage you that way. And the child that loves to do that, I will encourage you that way. But you're not going to be equal. You all come from me, but you're not going to be equal because your destinies are not equal. But I pray that in this lifetime, you find just as much joy and success pursuing the things that truly make you happy. And as long as you are proud of what you have done with your 10 fingers, as long as you're proud of what you've done with your 2 hands, as long as you're proud of what you've done with all your heart and all your mind, and you know that you didn't do this by screwing somebody over, by lying on someone, by pushing somebody into the rain and things like that, be happy with yourself. And also be happy for your brother. Be happy for each other. But we have seen people, especially intellectuals, try to force equality on humanity. And all it has done is result in all kinds of disasters, from genocides to Holocaust to murders, you name it. Because people want people to be equal by force. They want to write laws to make people equal. You cannot do this. The beauty of being a human being, the beauty of humanity is diversity. And as we're all diverse and we're all different, let us learn to admire each other, respect each other, not bully each other, and also give everybody their just due. If you see somebody do a good job, it don't cost you anything to say, that's a beautiful job. If you see somebody that is doing something that you wish you could do and they're doing it better, wow, that's really cool. I wish I could do that. And not leave feeling like, man, now I gotta hate her. Now I gotta hate him. Now I can't subscribe to her. Now I can't like her video. How many people, every time they see someone having a thing they wish they had, a job they wish they had, a career they wish they had, an outfit they wish they had, they become so triggered as if the person stole that from you. Like, no, they didn't take nothing from your bank account. They didn't take nothing. You have 24 hours of the day. Nobody came and stole even 30 minutes out of you. Nobody stole your money. Nobody stole your courage. Nobody stole your discipline. Nobody stole nothing from you. So why is it that when you see someone achieving or having the things that you wish you had, why are you triggered? And why now do you decide to look down on this person, or I got to block her because I can't see her success? What? Why not? Did she take it from you? Did she take anything from you? Did he take anything from you? No. Because you'll sit down, okay, how do you spend your day? Doing foolishness? Are you even consistent in your life? Probably not. Are you the kind to just go ahead and do stuff, or do you procrastinate? Most likely you procrastinate. So why be mad at this girl instead of saying, you know what? If she's my age and she's been able to do that, maybe I got to look into myself. She didn't do nothing to me because she gave her all to what she believed in. She saw herself at this level and she gave everything to herself to get to that level. And therefore, she is deserving of what she committed to. She is deserving of what she sacrificed for. That's what I said about Beyonce and Kelly Rowland. To me, Kelly Rowland is lazy. It's not that she's not gifted. It's not that she's not capable. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. It's not that you're not gifted. It's not that you're not capable. It's not that you're not competent. No. But the thing is, Beyonce is extremely focused. Beyonce knows what she wants. And Beyonce goes after what she wants. Beyonce is consistent. And when she sets a goal, she obsesses over it. And she's not going to stop until she has it. You, Kelly, you're very beautiful. God gave you everything. But you're not consistent. You show up one day, then you disappear. You show up for 2 minutes, you go for 5 years. You come outside for 2 days, and you're gone for 6 years. You cannot build a successful career if you're not consistent. And then Kelly will sit here and say, oh, it's because I'm dark-skinned. Once again, blame other people. Blame other people. No accountability. As opposed to saying, am I even consistent? If you didn't know me, would you believe that I even love music, right? If you didn't know Kelly Rowland, and you look at her body of work and you saw the date, like this album came out 5 years ago, this one 10, because it's usually like 5 years in between each body of work. Nobody would look at Kelly Rowland and say to themselves, wow, this lady loves music. This lady is so passionate about music. It never gave passion. Whatever she did in Destiny's Child, it felt like it was a job. Therefore, she did it. When they dismantled Destiny's Child, it's like, okay, she becomes a socialite. That's the choice you make. So you cannot be mad. If people always ask you about Beyonce, if people put Beyonce over you, you cannot be mad. Because one thing we know about Beyonce is she might not be good at selling products, Darion, Sacred, you name it. I don't know, Ivy Park. Beyonce is not good at like selling products. But nobody can say Beyonce is not serious about her music, right? You look at Beyonce, you look at everything she's ever released. And you say to yourself, that's a hard-working woman. That's a very, very consistent woman. Beyonce's had many albums that were not successful, 4 being one of them. She didn't stop. She kept going. Even Mrs. Carter, it didn't sell that much. She kept going, right? Every album is not going to be a hit. But one thing is, she's going to release something. She's going to do something. She's going to put out something, right? When it came out to, what's it called? Her first one, hold on. When it came out to Crazy in Love, right? Beyonce put her own money in it. She took her own money. She went to Miami and she recorded in Miami. Columbia did not pay for that. She paid for, I think it was like what, 300, 500,000, right? She invested in herself. She flew down to Miami. I guess she called Jay-Z, Young Hova, you heard, right? Showed up, but she was really like, she was living in isolation in Miami because it was her solo album. Like it was her debut album, right? She put everything she had in it. Kelly was living her best life with Kim Kardashian, Serena, Sierra, you name it, Lala. She was outside being a socialite, right? So today, when you see how far Beyonce has come and the fact that people want to ask you about Beyonce, yeah, because Beyonce is a high achiever. Her success is not common. Her work ethic is not common. So yes, they want to know more because they don't have access to her. And that's another thing too, huh? That is another thing that also has to be said about being hardworking, is that people who work hard, it gets to a point, they become unreachable because they work so hard. You can't have contact with them because their work ethic, it just takes them to a whole different stratosphere, right? But you don't have the work ethic of Beyonce, so you're accessible. So they're going to ask you about Beyonce, right? But you can't be mad at that. People asking you, okay, how about Beyonce, her country album? You know, I don't know. You should ask her. Why? They can ask you. Do you not hear it? Why are you being a hater? Okay? You have to look at yourself. If you don't like the life you have to look at yourself. If you feel like you're stuck in somebody's shadow, you have to look at yourself, right? You cannot blame the person who has the big shadow because they had to work hard. And the beautiful thing is, while you complain about being in their shadow also has been a hedge of protection over your life, right? Because I'm sure being married to Barack Obama, it comes with a lot of protection. There are certain things that you will never have to deal with. There are certain people that you will never have to deal with because you are in the covering of Barack Obama. That's a big ass shadow. So yeah, sometimes maybe he overshadows you. But at the same time, too, though, because there's always two sides to one coin, right? You can feel overshadowed by his shadow, but at the same time, too, though, you are incredibly protected. You are incredibly covered by his shadow. And for as long as America lives, as long as America stands, your name will always be in the history books because of what your husband did. Now, he's not my favorite person, but I'm not going to sit here and deny that being a president is really hard. It's incredibly hard. It's incredibly hard. So I'm like, hold on, you guys, hold on. What's this over here?
I'm still thinking about the example I'm setting for my daughters, right? So I am trying now that they are 23 and 26 to talk to them about my menopause brain. I'm like, how old are they? Is what he's referring to. I want them to start practicing now the art of saying no. Yes. Because I see it in them, pleasing, excelling, not wanting to take anything for granted, always showing gratitude, right? Feeling like they're enough right now, right? It's a practice. It is. Right? It's a muscle that you...
I don't even know what she's talking about. Let's go to YouTube because I have no idea what she's talking about. Let's come over here. Here's the video.
What happened that 8 years that we were in the White House? What did that do to me? Yes. Internally, my soul, we made it through. We got out alive. I hope we made the country proud. My girls, thank God, are whole. But what happened to me? Right. Right? How's it going?
It's going well. It's going well. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah.
Happy to be here with you. We've got a great show coming up.
I'm so excited.
But we are here in LA and you doing your thing.
I'm doing my thing. I is staying in an Airbnb again. And I tell you, every time I stay in one, it makes me want to stay in one wherever I go. You know, the boys have a tournament coming up in a month or so. And rather than staying in a hotel, we're going to get an Airbnb so we can do all of our own cooking and washing of dirty uniforms.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited.
Yeah, you're just becoming an Airbnb aficionado.
I am.
Quite impressed.
I absolutely have enjoyed my time because, you know, I was always Mr. Hotel.
You were.
Points and all that stuff.
You seem younger than you are. That makes you more up.
So I didn't have time to sit down. I remember one day, and this, like, Marcel was like 4 years old. I was so tired. I wanted to cry. You know, I wouldn't wish being a single parent on my worst enemy. Literally, because, you know, think about when you're exhausted and it's like the baby's crying. Oh, can you go get him, honey? There was no honey. I was honey. So if I worked 12 hours and I come home, honey. I was still honey. If the baby's sick, everything fell on me, you know, and I just remember one day I was on the sofa and I just wanted to give up.
You know, the thing about women like Taraji P. Henson, she's a Virgo too. She makes me sick. This lady right here, I don't know if you guys ever saw her book. If you ever saw Taraji's book, Taraji has a book, right? Taraji P. Henson, her book, because I bought the book and I read the book, right? She had this like autobiography book about her life, right? Because she went to school at Howard. I think she's from DC. Okay, here's the book, okay? This book, Around the Way Girl. I bought this book, right? And in this book, she talked about going to Howard and how she got pregnant at Howard, right? When she had her baby, because she was a theater major at Howard, if I'm not mistaken, when she had her baby, her daddy said to her, because she was trying to go to LA, because she was like, oh, you're not going to have too many opportunities to be an actress in DC. Like, you have to go to LA, right? So when she was trying to go to LA, her daddy said to her, Taraji, leave the boy behind. Okay? Her father said to her, it's in the book, unless she's lying. Okay? But I think that's the problem also with like narcissism. It's like you forget the things that you said before, or you forget the things that you've written before. Hey, Queen, her father said to her, it's in the book, y'all. I don't know what page, but it's in the book. Her daddy said to her, Taraji, leave the boy behind. Go to California, figure yourself out. And once you have this acting thing figured out, like when you're actually settled, then you can come back and get him. She said no. She wants to take the boy to try to be a Hollywood actress, even though she had no money. I think she got to LA, like she had $50, like $80, right? Like you chose that for yourself. Like I am so sick of these women. Oh my gosh, as a single mom, it's a choice. Oh my gosh, like it's a freaking choice. It is a choice you made. Even bringing the baby to LA, your father told you don't do it. The boy can stay with us. And once you sort yourself out, you can come back and get him. She said no, because she had to be stubborn. She wants to do things the hard way. And I even think, like, I don't know, I don't have time for that, but I even feel like if people were to study all these women who got pregnant out of wedlock and who raised or are raising kids by themselves, I think you will see that there is a common thread: stubbornness. Stubbornness, right? The inability to listen, to receive counsel, and to apply the counsel. I cannot stand when people act as though somebody just dropped the baby on your lap and force you to raise the baby. No, stop. No, stop. And I also cannot stand when people want to sit here and act as if they did not have options. I'm not talking about abortion. I'm talking about options with the family. Because her daddy said to her, leave the boy behind. When you get yourself situated, you can come back and get the boy. She said, no, I want to take a child into precarity. I want to take a child into, like, you know, living, I don't know, God knows where, with just $50 to my name and go to Hollywood. It's a choice you made. So now if you get there and you're overrun, you're tired, you can't do it. You could have called your dad, you know. You could have called your dad, right? But there's a problem. I'm telling y'all, there is a problem with stubbornness. There is a problem with misplaced pride. There is a problem with not saying, you know what, I do need help. I can't do it all right now. I got to pace myself. I got to spread myself. I got to pace myself, right? I can't do it all. I need help. Let me give the boy to my dad, right? If your daddy raised you and you turn out somewhat okay, what is your dad going to do to your son? Eat him up? Beat him up, right? If you love your dad and you look up to your dad and you say, oh, my dad's a good person, not just that, you have a boy, you have a dad. It makes more sense for the young man, for the young boy to be with his granddad than to be with his mother who wants to go do something frivolous, such as being a Hollywood actress. Right? It's a vain career. It's so vain. It's so vain. It's so vapid. And if you read the book, she talks about when she went there, right? She also met Regina King. Regina King also had her son, the one who passed away. She also had the son. And they were both struggling with aftercare, child care, I mean, all kinds of foolishness. Regina King also, if you take the time and you listen to her, she did this one podcast with Issa Rae, right? Her mom made sure that she went to an amazing school. She went to some crazy art school in Malibu somewhere, like the luxury of it all. She was like, she would describe the school, it was like, damn, girl, where is that? Okay. A beautiful school, an amazing school. Like they had the school bus had to come get her in her school, like I guess her neighborhood, and take her to a whole other school district just so she can have the opportunity to go to that school because her mom recognized that she really wanted to do all this like theater art stuff. So, okay, cool. So her mom went above and beyond to make sure that Regina King would be able to go to the best school possible. And even after all of that, even after all that her mom did, somehow she gets pregnant. Somehow she gets pregnant. And it's so funny to me because you'll hear these people like her, like the Taraji, let me come back to her face, right? You'll hear people like Taraji P. Henson, like, woe is me all the damn time. But the problem is, the big problem that I have is that you never hear these women say, I owe my parents an apology. I owe my parents an apology. I don't know if people don't realize because in America now, more and more people drift away from the fear of God. But the Bible is clear. The word of God is clear. Honor your father and your mother that the days of your life shall be prolonged. Sometimes your life could be the way it is, or your life could be as hard as it is because you have broken your parents. You have hurt your parents, right? And it's truly, truly, truly okay to say, maybe I owe my mom an apology. Because for everything she sacrificed to give me the life that she never had, she didn't deserve this type of betrayal from me. Because I think it's a betrayal. Oh, I really do. If your mom goes above and beyond to make sure that you go to a school that nobody in your neighborhood can even afford to go to, do you find it honorable to come home with a pregnancy as a teenager or whatever you are? I don't think so. If you are living with your mom and your dad and your parents do everything they can to send you to Howard University, do you find it acceptable to come home with a pregnancy and no father? Of course not. Right? And do you think these people for a second say to themselves, you know what? Did I ever apologize to mom and dad for being such a disappointment? Of course not. Me. And you wonder why stuff in your life, it don't work out. You wonder why you don't have favors. Like for you, everything you do is always hard. It's always extra hard because maybe, hold on, you guys, hold on. Okay? Because maybe your parents' heart is broken and you've never apologized. But I'm not surprised too, because when you grew up in America too, they tell you you owe nothing to your parents, do whatever you want, it's your life, you're an adult, as if you got yourself here by yourself. You birthed yourself, you fed yourself, you clothed yourself, you put yourself to bed, you changed your own diapers, you paid for your clothes, your school clothes, like you did all this by yourself. You didn't have parents who raised you. You didn't have parents who stayed up all night worried about you. You didn't have parents who even sacrificed their own money to make sure you would be okay. You didn't have parents who did not even give themselves or go on vacation because they had to pay for X, Y, and Z for you, right? You weren't in college, calling your mom, calling your dad at random times of the week, random times of the month, asking for money, and somehow they gave you the money. Have no idea if they had to pay a bill, they had to pay for this and pay for that. But because you called, they said, okay, child, you can have it, right? And they do all this foolishness and they never say to themselves, did my mother deserve for me to come home pregnant and no daddy in sight? Did my father deserve for me to come home pregnant and there's no daddy in sight? Of course not. Because it's okay to bring shame to your family. It's okay to embarrass your family. It's okay. Like it truly is okay to live a life where you never say, what do I owe my village? What do I owe my parents? What do I owe my household? Of course not. I mean, you're going to think about your mom. You're going to think about your dad. Why would you ever? right? Unbelievable. Then they want to sit here like, oh, my life, my life. No, you're cursed. You're cursed, you're cursed, you're cursed. And until you do right by your parents also, you're not going to make it. Until you honor your parents and say, you know what, Mom, I took you for granted. Daddy, I took you for granted because for everything you put into me, you deserve so much from me. Because it never should have gone like this. Because you did everything in your power for me to not become a statistic. Hello, right? But of course not. I need to find people to blame. I need to find people to blame. I got to look for people to blame. No, everything starts with self. The life you live is the life that you ask for. You know, I told you recently, right? They called me. Oh my gosh, Marlene. One of my uncles, like he had a heart attack, like, you know what I'm saying? Or a stroke, whatever you want to call that thing, right? So they're calling me. My uncle called me from London. Marlene, the family needs you. I'm like, Uncle, what's going on? He said, oh, your uncle had a stroke. I said, okay. He said, good niece. I said, Uncle. He said, niece. I said, yes. Okay. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't make him sick. And I told my uncle, like, look at your older brother. Look at how he lives his life. You cannot live a life where every day you're angry at people, you're blaming people, you're rancorous, you're bitter, you're mad, you're frustrated, you're mean, you're selfish, you're greedy. Listen, all of these emotions, they take a toll on your heart, right? In life, every day you wake up, you have a choice to make. You can either be grateful or you can be ungrateful, right? You can either be optimistic or you can be pessimistic. It's a choice. It's a choice. But every choice, it adds up. Amen. Every choice you make in this life, every decision as it pertains to your perspective, it all adds up. So if you get to a place in your late 60s that now you have a stroke, it's the life that you asked for. This is what you wanted. Because somebody who wants to age in a healthy way, who wants to be healthy and move and things like that, they choose light feelings, love, laughter, joy, jolly, I don't know, you name it, right? They go for things that are very light because they want to live a long life, right? People who are attracted to darkness and these heavy, heavy feelings, it seems to me they don't want to live long, right? You live the life that you asked for. And I don't know why people don't understand that. I have the life I asked for. And you can say, but I didn't ask for this. Yes, because even a non-decision is a decision, right? Not making a decision is still making a decision, right? Choosing not to be proactive is still a choice to not be proactive, right? Everybody is living the life that they asked for because there was our choices, our mindset, our beliefs, our stubbornness, you name it. This is what got us here, right? And it's like, I feel like that's the part that people wrestle with. Like, oh, I got to blame somebody. No, this is what you asked for. You asked for this. You asked for this. Stop looking for people to blame. There are a bunch of people who have sex with people, don't end up pregnant, right? There are a bunch of people who have sex with multiple people, do not end up pregnant, right? There are a bunch of people also who get pregnant and they get married. They don't go through this by themselves. Everything is what you asked for. Stop looking for people to always feel sorry for you. I had another friend, I had to tell her that. Stop looking for people to feel sorry for you. You're a single mom. You don't have cancer. Okay? Cancer, for the most part, people don't ask for that, right? But if you're raising a child by yourself, deep down inside, you have to reckon with the notion of, I asked for this. Maybe not for it to play out like this, but you asked for this. Everything is a choice. Just like Uncle Shannon. He's like, oh, what's his name? Tony Busby. He's targeting me because I'm a black man. No, Uncle Shannon, you asked for this. Because you cannot be 54 years old, a multimillionaire, on ESPN, on Fox News, on YouTube, with millions of views, millions of followers, and out here engaging a 19-year-old sex worker from OnlyFans. No, you asked for this. Tony Busby, he just saw an opportunity, right? But at the end of the day, you laid the groundwork for him to even be able to bring you into this foolishness. You asked for this. You're not a victim. And if you're a victim, you are a victim of your own making. You asked for this. People who don't want problems go to the gym, they work out, they get in their cars, they go home, right? You go to the gym to work out, not to pick up 19-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? You have the life that you asked for. When you decide, hey, Peggy, when you decide to go out here and have sex with random people, sleep over here, sleep over there, do the whole goofy ass BDSM, right? And then your text message become public. You asked for this. This is the life that you asked for. When there are text messages or voice recordings of you saying that you're going to choke a person, you said those things, right? Knowing that you're famous, knowing that you're a Hall of Famer, knowing that you're a multimillionaire. You know how it goes. But you still chose to say, I'm going to choke you when I see you, right? There you go. You asked for this. People have to stop thinking that they're living somebody else's life. You are living the life that you designed for yourself. Now, maybe you're a bad artist. I could concede that to you. Maybe you're a bad artist, right? Maybe you are a bad artist. So therefore, you don't like the life that you're currently living. Take classes, take more art classes, and become a better designer. But ultimately, everybody is living the life that they designed for themselves. So if you don't like the life that you have to look at yourself. You got to look at yourself. You have to look at your mindset. You got to look at your heart. You got to look at your friend group, people that you allow to influence you, right? Got to look at your own attitude. You have to look at your relationship with God, because this life right here is what you asked for. Everybody is living the life that they asked for, right? Now, they can play dumb per usual, because accountability is kryptonite for a lot of people. Right. And that's why some people will never have a breakthrough, because until you confess and until you repent that I did this to myself, I got to stop trying to blame other people. Right. I did this to myself. Right. I did myself, and I forgive myself just as much I forgive those who took advantage, because I opened the door to be taken advantage of. Right. But nobody is living a life that does not belong to him or her. No. We have designed our lives. Every choice you make is part of that design. Every perspective you take is part of that design. Every friend group that you choose to mess with and to listen to, right? Their thoughts, ideas, and influences over you are woven into the design of your life. You designed this life. You made that choice. And now if that choice is wearing you out, if that choice is drowning you and draining you, you have to learn to get on your knees and ask God to forgive you. Ask God to forgive you for all the years, even decades, that not only have you ignored him, but you chose to live in rebellion. Understand? A lot of people today, they have all this mental anxiety, you name it, in their heads, in their hearts, all over the place, right? They're sick, confused, they're sad, depressed, right? It's the lack of repentance. Ask God to forgive you. There's nothing cute about rebellion. There's nothing impressive about being rebellious, right? I know they glamorize that over here. Be a rebel, live life on your own terms. Sure, no problem. But when you get the life that you asked for, and you see that the weight of that life is about to break your back, as Jesus said, let's exchange our yoke, because your yoke is heavy. You're tired. Get on your knees and ask God for forgiveness. Ask God to forgive you for being so rebellious. Ask God to have mercy on you for being so rebellious. And also, not only ask God to teach you how to become better, but also ask God, who should I apologize to? My rebellion, who did it hurt? Because not only have you hurt yourself, you've hurt other people. You've hurt other people. Because you see, as she talks about herself, if she felt that, imagine what her son felt. And if he had been with his grandparents in a steady home with two parents, mom and dad, or grandma and grandmother, right? More steady, better organized, right? If she had put her son's needs first instead of her ego first, who knows how her son would have turned out, right? But the narcissism, the ego, oh, I got to have my son with me, even though I only have $50 to my name. He could have been with his granddad and his grandma in the house. He would have had his room. He had his schedule. They're taking care of him. He'd have gone to school. He'd had friends. And you can go struggle. Go pursue your dreams. Right? So that means he was there with you because that's what you wanted, but you could not give him your all because you were drained. You were tired. And you robbed that boy of what he could have had from his grandparents. Right? People need to learn that just as I want to sit here and ask people to feel sorry for myself, There's somebody else you should feel sorry for. And most likely it's your children. Most likely it is your children. I think it's a bit, to me, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. It's a bit gauche for me to see people of a certain age still feeling the need to talk about themselves. Me, especially parents. I can't stand that. Like, you get to an age, you have to start saying, okay, I've talked about myself plenty. Let me make sure I didn't damage my children. Because once you realize that you were too tired to mother or whatever it is, right? Then what kind of mother did he get? 85%, 10%, 20% on the battery was like, I don't know, right? Talk about your kids, right? And make sure your kids are okay. Reach out to your children. Talk to your kids. And even also apologize to your kids for being selfish, for just leading with ego. So much ego, not enough wisdom, right? Apologize to your children. That Michelle Obama is in her 60s. Taraji P. Henson in her 50s. And they still want people to feel sorry for them. Although they are raising young people who are like in their mid-20s, who probably need their love. They need their attention. They need their commitment. And they need them. They need their parents to take accountability for the kind of father you was or you was not, the mom you were or you were not, right? But instead, I'm going to make a podcast where I talk about me, and how I survived those 8 years and how I did this and how I went through this. Oh, yeah. And also me, because I chose to be a single mom in California pursuing an acting career, even though my daddy told me, leave the boy with us. We'll take care of him. Go seek yourself, you know? And I've come to see, like, the one thing about narcissistic mothers is, like, not only do they ever not stop talking about themselves, they never even realize the harm they have caused to their children. I don't know if it's because, like, they're still childlike in their own heads. I don't know, right? But I kind of get sick of seeing grown women, especially grown mothers, sit on these platforms, go from platform to platform, podcast to podcast, to have people feel sorry for them. Instead of saying, is my child okay? I mean, that's her point, though. She's doing, like, this is her Jada Pinkett moment. This is her Jada Pinkett moment. Because if you feel like 8 years in the White House was so hard for you, then how was it for Sasha and Malia? And I don't see them on podcasts. And even though you were an adult, right? You guys were adults. Your husband was president, and then you were the first lady. Cool. But Sasha and Malia, they were children. They had no choice in this. They had no choice in the matter. They had no choice in moving to DC. They had no choice in living in the White House. They had no choice in going to these schools, or if they had to code switch. I don't even know what it was like. They had no choice to be followed everywhere by Secret Service. That is not a normal childhood. You got to experience being a first lady as an adult. They got to experience the White House as children, as Black girls. Only God knows what that would ever be. And even if you're running a Black, but just any kid, period. Like, Secret Service following you everywhere like this, is that even normal? Like, what is this? Can you even have a life? Can you have friends? Everywhere you go, Secret Service. It's weird. It's too much. Okay? Can you even go to a party? Like, can you even go to the park? Can you even go to the Smithsonian? Of course not. Everything is an event in itself. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to go. I'm going to stay in my house. And I remember one time, too, she had talked about, like, the whole Boston Tea Party stuff, like the Tea Party movement thing, and how they would come near the White House, and they would have these posters of bananas, these deranged, demonic white people, right, with their racist chants. And Malia and Sasha, they had to watch all of that. Because, you know, white people don't mind being a monkey fool. And the girls grew up pretty much witnessing the KKK outside the window of the White House. And there was even certain windows that Secret Service wouldn't even allow Sasha and Malia to have access to, because these deranged white folks were all over the place. So to me, if anybody needs to sit down and talk about what it was like to survive the White House, it is not her. She's a narcissistic mother. I cannot stand people like that. If there's anybody who needs to sit here and talk about surviving the White House, okay? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Give me a second. Can't even type. Okay. What? I cannot type. All right. It's Sasha and Malia. Because I mean, we will never know. We will never know what it's like, not just being a child in the White House, because I'm sure every child has to adjust to that. Even bearing the Bush twins. I mean, Chelsea. I'm sure it doesn't matter what your complexion is. Being the child of a president, there's a lot of pressure to be perfect. Be around, even at school. I'm sure Secret Service everywhere. You can't even go to a party. You can't even have a sleepover. You can't even go by the window. This is not a normal life. You can't go to the mall. You can't go to a Taylor Swift concert. Like, you can't go to a Britney Spears concert. I don't know, like when the twins with Jen and them were at the White House. I don't know what it was like, but I can only imagine, right? You can't drink. You can't do this. You can't do that. Like, you don't get to be, like, you got to be perfect because your father is a president. It's a lot of pressure. So I'm like, if anybody can sit here and talk about 8 years as a child at the White House, I think it's Sasha and Malia. And there, I will say, even me, I will have empathy for them because they didn't ask for that. When you're a child, you just follow your parents. Your people make decisions and you follow them. You understand? Like, I'm going to tell you another story, right? I'm going to tell you a personal story. Because when we moved to, when we left New Orleans, so Stefan, he didn't get to have school in New Orleans because he got to go to school, but it was online. Okay, so he never actually went to a physical school in New Orleans. Like, so we left New Orleans, we came back to DC, and I think like he probably changed like schools like twice, but not this school, but the school before this one, right? He really liked the school, but we had to move. Like, I wish we didn't have to move, but we had to move. So now he's very smart, very advanced. But then we had a presentation, right? And so the teacher was like, another teacher, because he takes advanced classes too, and the lady was like, "Oh, Stefan has a hard time connecting with people." Now, for me, honestly, it's not a big deal because, even me, I don't really like people like that. So I'm like, okay, but what's the problem again? Like, because I don't think that you should force people to have friends for the sake of forcing people to have friends. Like, I don't like how they try to force all the kids to be the same, like it's a factory or whatever, right? You understand? So I was like, what? I was like, what's the problem here? And the way they were moving, it's like they were talking as if like my son had some like weird, social disorder, like he has a hard time making friends or whatever. And I said to the lady, like, it could also be because he has changed schools a lot. So maybe he doesn't feel the point in like getting to know people because he doesn't know if we're going to move again. Okay. And then so, me, honestly, I don't want to raise my kids to feel like you need friendship or like you have to rely on people. I think to me, it's a weakness. Like, I don't like to rely on people because to me, people ain't shit. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't count on people because people are very flimsy. They like you today. They hate you tomorrow. They don't even know what the fuck they want. Okay. So I don't think it's healthy to teach a child that you need to have friends and you got to make sure they like you and you got to make sure they want to be friends with you. I don't know. Right. But I was like, it could also be something else, okay? So I called him and I said, Stefan, talk to mommy. Like, why don't you want to have friends? Like what's going on? And eventually the young boy told me, like, mommy, like what pretty much he said, what's the point? What's the point of getting to know people? Because who's to say I'm going to be at the school next year? You guys, you should have seen the gangster in me. Like, you should have seen the gangster Aquarius in me try not to cry. You understand? And I really started to realize that sometimes, parents can be selfish and you're not even aware that your child could have like connections at school. Like, your child could really love his school, could really like his teacher, could love his friends. And then you pick up the child and you put the child in a new school and you don't think much of it. Even for me, I was born in Ivory Coast, but I didn't really live there like that. I left, I was like 5. Like, what the freak do I remember? And then we moved to Burkina Faso, and I had my friends there. And then one day my dad's like, no, we got to go back to the Ivory Coast. We went back to the Ivory Coast. We were there for like 9 months. Then we moved to the States. And even me, like, I never even took the time to realize how it really impacted me. Like, maybe like 2 months ago, my friends from Burkina Faso, like the people that I went to elementary school with, right? They created this group like to reconnect everybody together. And so we were talking, everybody's talking and typing. It's like all in French, whatever. And then it just hit me because like more and more people started coming to the group and then they're all talking. And I was like, wow, I never realized how much I had missed them. I never did because I guess I didn't even have time to think about it, right? And even growing up, especially growing up here in America, because I always speak French at home. I always speak French. I always do. You know what I'm saying? But I've never even realized how much I truly miss speaking French all the time. And I guess maybe that's why I like New Orleans too, because there were a lot of people there who spoke French, like who spoke Creole, like, wow, like it kind of feels like I'm back home a little bit, right? But even like the need to speak French, like because I can speak English, I think I can speak it well, but it's not truly a language I enjoy speaking. I do it as a courtesy so people can understand me. You understand? But I'm comfortable speaking French. I like speaking French. I enjoy speaking French. If you ever see me counting, I count in French. I don't count in English. Like, if anything that's like a core thing, I will do it in French because that's my first language, right? But when all of my friends started talking and like asking me and stuff, and I was like, wow, like it never dawned on me like how much I had missed them. And I would have to go to all these different places and make all these new friends and speak a different language. And I had to take ESL and all this foolishness. Okay. It truly was a lot. And I guess growing up, Marlene, maybe that's why I learned also not to get attached to people, right? But seeing that in Stefan, like it really did something to me. And it really brought me back to my childhood and how I had to not only live in so many different countries like that, but I had to make different friends to the point I even had to learn a whole different language just so I can make friends. You get me, right? Like it's a lot. It truly is a lot. But I mean, we thank God for Jesus. And I think maybe that's why I speak so many different languages. Because you get to a point of, well, I might as well learn as many languages as possible so I can make more friends, right? But I know how to be friendly without getting attached to people. I've always done that. I don't really get attached to people. I can talk for a long time. And you might feel like, oh my God, I know her so well, but I'm not really attached. I can talk to you today. I can never talk to you tomorrow, right? So for me, it's okay. But I was like, for a 10-year-old, for a 9-year-old, because I'm like, it's reminiscent of me. Is that okay for Stefan to be this way, right? So I had to tell him, I'm like, oh, Stefan, I get that. There is a chance that you might not be at that school next year. Hopefully, Mom and Dad will make sure it doesn't happen, right? But you should never be afraid to get to know new people. And if you never see them again, right, at least you can say, I got to know new people. You understand? Because life, everything is not supposed to be consistent. You understand, right? It will be nice that you go to school and you stay there with these people all of your life. Even for me, it wasn't a possibility because you have to follow your parents. You understand, right? But you should never be afraid to get to know people. Even if it's like their name, their color, their whatever, like it's okay to get to know people, right? And you might not be here next year, or you might be here next year, but it's always a blessing to say, I got to meet someone new. Understand? You will never regret having to have known someone. You know what I mean? And he said, okay, mommy, right? And it was even James came, like, it was so emotional, right? And I told his teacher, I was like, I talked to him because I really think like the school stuff, he's afraid to bond with people. But I think like moving from that, Stefan should be okay because he's a sweetheart. You don't have to, I can leave him with Maverick. You can leave any baby with Stefan. He's not going to hurt children. He doesn't hurt children like that. So I knew like my son is not like, doesn't have a devilish mind like that. You know what I mean? So ever since then, it's been cool. Now he's more comfortable. Like, he plays with the people. He has friends now, and even her, she's like, oh yeah, Stefan is really opening up to people. He enjoys people now. They also had, what they had? They had they had Valentine's Day, right? So she sent a message. She said it's optional. Like you have to do like these bags, like these Valentine's Day bags for the kids and stuff. And I was like, Stefan, do you want to do the bags? And he was like, no, mommy, it's optional. But I'm like, Stefan, people are being polite when they say it's optional, right? We have to show love to people. Like we have to get, like, it's your community. You got to get invested. He's like, I don't know. So I went to Walmart and I did it anyways, right? I'm like, okay, let me try to make the best goodie bag for these kids possible. So, and I made him help me. So we make like the little bags for Valentine's Day. Like he was like, child, I don't want to do this. Like, ma'am, it's optional. Right. But I made him write the names of his friends. So you see, he's like, I was like, is this a girl, a boy? Like, what is this? So he was helping me out. So fast forward, the next day they have Valentine's Day, right? So he gives out the stuff. So I guess he had the best, like he had the best bag. And everybody, oh my God, Stefan gave me so much. Stefan. Like they were just hyping him up because I put all kinds of goofy stuff in the chair. But y'all, it was cute though. My bags were cute. For the boys, it was cute. For the girls, it was cute. The kids loved it. You know what I'm saying? One kid was absent, so they saved his bag. And he was like, Mommy, the girl loved it. They loved the squishy thing. And the boys, they had like the little Martian thingy, right? So I'm like, after that, they're like, yeah, Stefan's that dude. Like, Stefan comes to school with the good bags, right? And I'm like, you see, Stefan, even if something is optional, you should always do it because it allows you to connect with people, right? And now they know that Stefan got a mama that makes the good goodie bag. He's like, yes, mommy, yes. But he was so happy because they loved them so much. You know what I'm saying? They love the bags, y'all. Like, whoop, whoop. Okay. Money well spent, right? So I'm saying, like, when it comes to Sasha and Malia, right? We will never know what it is to be Black girls in Chicago. Maybe it was predominantly Black, or I don't know. I really don't know, right? To moving to DC, living in the White House, Secret Service everywhere. You go to these pompous ass schools where the kids are all from rich, pretentious ass families, right? Are they even nice people? I don't know, right? Then you're expected to go to Harvard. You're expected to do this, that. You know, it really is a lot. It's a lot. And none of this shit, didn't ask for none of this, okay? These girls did not ask for any of this. And of course, there's the good side to it, but you didn't get to have a normal childhood. So that's why I feel like for Michelle Obama to sit here and cry whoop tears about her having to survive that White House when she was a full-blown adult who got to enjoy this thing, girl, bye. I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm a chill person. I'm a really cool person if you get to know me. I'm really cool because I try to have empathy. But I mean, like, I don't live my life where I center myself. You know what I mean? Because me growing up, I'm going to tell you this. Me growing up, I do feel like my mom was a narcissist. I think she still is, right? I think my mom's a narcissist. I think growing up, my mom, everything's centered around my mom. When I see Michelle Obama and like I hear her talk, like she triggers me because she reminds me of my mom. It's like everything is you. Like, what about me, ma'am? Like, this is just too much. So like being a mother, you know, I try not to make everything about me. I don't even allow myself to make everything about me. Because I said, if I feel like I'm suffering, then that means that somebody else in this house is probably suffering more than me. You know what I'm saying? You got to put everything in perspective, right? But even me, like, I'm not a victim. Like, I'm truly not a victim. There are many things in my life that didn't work out the way I would have loved for them to work out. But even that too, like I said, it's the life I made for myself, right? Because even not taking action is an action, right? Not making a decision is also making a decision, right? Allowing yourself to be ruled by fear and stuff is also a decision, right? Decisions have been made, right? And the life we live is the consequences of these choices. So you can sit here and say, oh, I need to blame James for this, or I need to blame whatever. No. Because at the end of the day, if I wanted it bad enough, I would have made it happen. I did not. And it's cool. Let's look forward to what life has to offer us, right? And make the best with the future. That's it. But like people who are always like talking about the past. I'm a victim. This happened to me. Like, I just feel like that is just so crazy. You know, I saw this other girl yesterday. Like, she's a YouTuber here. Her name is Lynn, right? I don't know her last name, but her name is Lynn. So she said like she divorced her husband. But somehow yesterday she made a post about when she had her son, like in the hospital, like when she had the baby, that her husband was flirting with the nurse. He was flirting with the nurse. I mean, they divorced now. But I'm like, okay, why even choose to remember that with the birth of your son, right? Even if it was flirting with the nurse, who gives a damn? Like, who cares? Like, I'm like, obviously he ain't shit, right? You divorced him for a reason. But the birth of your son, you cannot allow that to be attached to anything else. Hopefully you get me, right? Like, I'm not like, oh, when I had my baby, he was cheating on me with the nurse. You are centering this man. And by doing so, you're not centering God and the fact that that was probably the most beautiful day of your life. You got to have tunnel vision on what truly matters. But there are people, here's what matters. Their eyes are always like distraction. They are more consumed by the distraction than the actual blessing. And I'm like, you made a choice to divorce him. Divorce him and divorce the memory of him. Because otherwise, what is the point? What's the point of divorcing someone to always talk about the person? Do you miss him? Did you file for divorce because you didn't really want a divorce, but you were hoping he would fight for you? It's very bizarre to me, right? We divorce people so we can move on with our lives and focus on something new, right? But ultimately, whether he was cheating on you, he was flirting with the nurse, I don't even care. It's completely irrelevant. As you remember the birth of your son, right? Oh, hey, introvert, what's up, my love? As you remember the birth of your son, choose to only remember the good. It is a choice. You see, like our mind, like our memories, it's all of our memories are intentional, right? You can snap a lot of pictures on a day, but just remember the good ones. The day my son was born was the most beautiful day of my life. That's it. That's that. Everything else does not matter. What he did that day, what he didn't do that day, that's between him and God. And the Lord will handle this man. Don't allow anybody to make you focus on foolishness on the days that matter the most to you. It's your graduation day. Somebody wants to start being drunk and wumpty wump wump. Choose not to remember any of this. Oh, I don't remember. Who was drunk again? What happened? Oh, I don't remember. I was too busy celebrating myself. Okay? It is a choice. You understand? You work so hard to get the job that you've always wanted. And now somebody wants to pick a fight with you. Somebody wants to start some foolishness. Choose not to remember any of that. On that day, I finally got the job I was always dreaming of, right? Perspective, y'all, it's everything. You understand me? Perspective is everything. Do not allow people to rob you of your precious memories. Okay? Do not allow anybody to rob you of your precious memories because it's your life. It is your life, right? And in order for you to have a better life, you need to have good things that you can focus on. You need to have good things that you can remember, right? There's always going to be somebody who chooses a day of celebration, a day of rejoicing, a day of honor. There's always going to be somebody who picks a day that is meant for you to bring forth some foolishness, right? That's what the devil does, right? There's always going to be somebody. There's another girl that I know from TikTok, sorry, right? And so TikTok, they closed her TikTok store, and she was like, oh, it happened the day after my birthday. And I'm like, oh, who cares, right? Still remember your birthday in 2025 as the best birthday you ever had. Don't allow TikTok to rob you of your birthday. You understand? It's a TikTok store. Like, it's not that deep. I mean, yeah, you make some money, but it's not the end of the world because that is your birthday. You might even die tomorrow. So is it even worth crying about a TikTok store? Who cares? You can have an Instagram store. You can have a YouTube store. You can have, a Shopify store. You can sell on eBay. There are so many ways for you to sell. But your birthday, do not allow TikTok and their foolishness, right, to rob you of your birthday month, of your birthday week, of your birthday. You only have one day out of the year that you celebrate your birthday, right? So why give that to TikTok and their foolishness when in 6 months they might change their mind and give you back your store? You know what I'm saying? You get me, right? That's what people do. People want to rob you of your moments of joy. Do not allow these people to do that. Just like Michelle Obama too. The more I listen to her, the more I can tell that Michelle Obama, she doesn't have the right mindset when it comes to life. Where is she? She's somewhere over here, right? Michelle Obama, she doesn't have the right mindset. She doesn't have the right perspective, right? Because when you get to be the first Black woman, first lady ever, when you are a descendant of enslaved people on this land. When I first moved to the States, we had to learn about Dolly Madison. Do y'all know Dolly Madison? Okay, because at one point the White House went up in flames, okay? The White House went up in flames, and here's this goofy-ass white woman, okay? This goofy-ass white woman, her name is Dolly Madison. When her husband was president, James Madison, right? The White House went up in flames. And she made the Black people, the enslaved Africans, run into the White House to save her goofy-ass paintings. I'm like, girl, they can die, okay? But they didn't see Black people as human beings. Okay? They didn't see them as human beings. So for me, when you consider the history of this nation, when you consider the history of African Americans in this nation, and the fact that you got to be in there, not as a helper, not as a slave, not as an aide, you got to go in there as the first lady of America. I think it's a very, very shameful thing to remember that experience solely through the lens of, oh, somebody called me bitter. Somebody called me an angry Black woman. Like, you are just so damn vapid. And you are so damn ungrateful. Right? When like you can actually walk the yards, like Secret Service is calling you, yes, ma'am, yes, First Lady. Like, what the freak? Like, what is going on? right? You know what I'm saying? Of course they're going to be mad because this is never a place that they ever expected any Black family to go in there as nothing but the help. But you're going there as the leaders, the people in charge of that house. So of course they're mad. They're going to be big mad. And they're going to say all kinds of nasty stuff. Who cares? Who truly cares? Right? You have to make sure that every time you talk about your experience as the first African-American first lady of this country, you say nothing but beautiful things. Oh my God, a time was had. It was beautiful. It was glorious. It was magnificent. Like, oh, I don't even have the words. Okay. What would have my ancestors said? Girl, what? Right? Because you want to sting these people even more. But when you come here, you say, oh, it was horrible. I was sad. I was suffering in there. I lost myself in there. This is what they want to hear. Their entire intent was to get like psychological warfare, right? All these white racists and the Tea Party, their job was to make your life miserable. Okay, they're in there, right? But then we're going to make sure they never enjoyed this place. And when they think about this place, they'll have PTSD. They'll be so afraid of this place, they'll never try that shit again, right? You are doing exactly what these people want you to do. To sit here, cry, complain, talk about, but they were mean to me. They call me bitter. They call me this. They call me that. Who cares? Who cares? Who truly cares? Who truly cares? What you have to do when you step outside and you talk about your experience as the first Black woman, first lady ever in this nation's history is to say how amazing it was, how brilliant it was. And if there's anything I can tell you is that I cannot wait to see my successor, right? I cannot wait to see who the next Black second first lady is going to be because I opened the door. But by no means did I close the door, right? It's not easy, but it's doable, right? Hey, Emily, it's not easy, but it's doable, right? Because you as a Black woman, when you talk like that about being the first lady and you make it sound so awful, so draining, oh, I lost myself. And then anybody else might be, oh, I don't want that. I don't want to do it, okay? Because, ooh, child, it sounds like it's painful. It sounds like it's hard. It's an incredible title. Of course it's hard, but it's not impossible. I came out of there better. I came out of there stronger. I understood who I was. I understood my values. I understood the mantle that I carry, right? As a daughter of a freedman of FBA. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta hype it up because we can't just have you and your husband be the only one. We have to normalize Black men and Black women running for office, right? Not even just for president, but even for governors, right? We have to normalize that. We should get to a place where when every time there's an election, whether it's Republicans, like their primaries, or it's Democrats with their primaries, right? You expect to see Black people competing, right? We don't want Barack Obama to be like this, like one and done situation, or like that was just like a freak accident. No, we have to normalize Black people running for office. Okay. And we also, sorry. And we also have to normalize, right? Black women becoming first ladies. We have to normalize that. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. But if I did it, you can do it too. But every time you listen to her, you go, oh, I would never want to do that. I would never want to be a first lady. Why not? Why not? And that's why I say this woman here, Michelle Obama, mentally, she's a child. She does not have the mindset of a winner. She does not have the mindset of someone who is resilient. She doesn't have the mindset of someone who understands the honor that was bestowed upon her, given the history of this country, and how also she should pay it forward in a sense of that it is my job to encourage as many Black women, especially African-American women, as possible, right, to become first ladies. Right? We need to see more of that, right? Like it should be a normal thing. Democrats, Republicans, I don't care. But we should be it should be normalized for Black people to run for office. We have seen how many Indians ran for office. With the Democrats, Kamala Harris, right? With the Republicans, you had Vivek And then you had Nimrata, what's her name? Nikki Haley, right? Nikki Haley's an Indian, right? But it's like a lot of Indians are very comfortable now running for office. We have the second first lady, right? What's her name? Usha Vance, right? She's Indian also, right? But these Indians, they are going for the White House. They're gunning for the White House. They want to be in the White House. And here you are, you're a Black woman, you left the White House, and every time you talk about the White House, you would think you were tortured in there, abused in there, God knows what in there. Girl, are you okay? Your job is you have to normalize a Black woman being the first lady. You have, Kash Patel, right? Kash Patel, his name is Kash Patel. You have to normalize a Black woman being a first lady. People need to have that in their head. Like, yeah, it's not out of the norm, right? Right? You have to normalize that. You got to normalize that. But the way she talks about it, if you didn't know any better, you would think, oh my gosh, this is horrific. This is horrible. This is diabolical. Oh my gosh, you lose yourself in there. So that's why I really wonder, because I know these Democrats put her up to this podcast. So I'm saying, what is the goal of this podcast? From emasculating your husband to dissuading other Black women from aspiring to be first lady. What exactly is your point? Do you want to be the only one that was the first lady? Right? Do you want to be the only Black woman to have been first lady? I don't get it. Right? See, Marlene, for example, I never thought I could be a math major. Never in my life. I didn't think my brain was fast enough. Okay. But once my brain started catching up with the coursework, I was like, well, I guess I could do it. Right? But one thing I've always done, one thing I've always done as a math major is encourage other people to become math majors. And I never said, oh, it's so easy. It's so easy. No, it's hard, but it's good hard, right? Everything is hard in this life. You know, being broke is hard too. Being dumb is hard. Being smart also is hard, but it's a different kind of hard, right? I never thought I could. But once I realized I could do it, because it really comes down to practice. The more you practice math, the easier it gets. You know what I'm trying to say? It gets to be really, really easy, right? So when you're the first to do something, of course it's hard. Of course it had challenges. Of course, like there's a moment where you have to settle into the groove, whatever. But ultimately, it's not impossible, right? And it could be that maybe I had to go through this so that the next Black woman to be first lady will find it so much easier. And I look forward to the day. Exactly. Practice makes perfect, right? I look forward to the day where I can welcome in, or where I can see another Black woman be the next first lady of America. That's how you talk. That's how a leader talks, right? Leaders don't always say, yeah, it's going to be hard, child. You're going to die, da, da, da. No, that's not what a leader does. A leader makes you comfortable with the level of pain you're about to experience. Doesn't, oh no, it's hard, you're gonna die. No, that's an op, okay? A real leader makes you comfortable with the level of pain you're about to experience, right? And I'll say to you, because it's good for you. Look at me. Do I look like what I've been through? Of course not. So look at me. And when you look at me, see yourself. It wasn't easy, but I made it through. Right? It really wasn't easy, but I did it though. So if I did it, you can do it too, because truly there's nothing special about me. But when the opportunity presented itself, I made myself available for that. Does that make sense? Right? You got to get comfortable, becoming uncomfortable. What does that mean? You got to get comfortable. I'm going to say this to a lot of Black people, huh? You got to get comfortable, not just being uncomfortable. You have to even get comfortable with insults. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you think insult that you're going through, trust and believe. There are Black people that came before us. They heard worse. They heard worse. Like today, if you're Black, the most you might hear is the N-word. Okay. Why? If you're a woman, it's like the N-word, welfare queen, baby mom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, whatever. These are not significant insults. Angry Black women, bitter Black women. Womp womp womp. These are small insults. Like they're so inconsequential, right? Who cares? There are Black people that came before us. They had to endure way more degrading, the insults and experiences than we could ever imagine. Okay? This is a small price to pay. It really is. You understand? When you live in a racist country, people who are racist will do everything to stop you from reaching your goals. Because in a racist world, certain things are not meant for Black people, right? So when you try to go outside of what is meant for Black people, and then you try to go for what is meant for white people, especially the top 1% of white people, yes, they're going to act out. And you have to see that coming as well. But it's not comparable to actually like living through an actual KKK lynching where they come up and pick people up and they tie them up and they set them on fire, right? Today, the most they can do is insult you. Womp womp. The most they can do is take a very unpleasant picture of you. Okay, whatever. Okay, who cares? Everybody has their bad angles, you know, right? And you have to know what you want. And when you know what you want, these insults, they're actually going to drive you, right? They're going to motivate you. They're not going to make you cry and feel like, no. Because you would not be insulting me if I was not going for something that belonged to me, right? You would not be so triggered to insult me, degrade me, if I was not going for something that you didn't want me to have and you believe that I can't have it. There you go. People attack people with a bright future, okay? Evil people attack people with a bright destiny. People attack people that can actually become something, right? So to me, it's like when you are a real leader, when you are a true leader, you prepare people for the pain that they are about to experience. I'm not going to say, oh, it's going to be easy. Nothing worth having is easy. Grow up, right? But there's a certain level of satisfaction knowing that there was a thing I wanted, I sacrificed for it, I worked for it, I stayed focused on it, and now it belongs to me, right? And when you have the things that you have worked hard to have, not only can people not take that away from you, and maybe one day they will, I don't know, but now you know what you're made of. And it's not punk material. It is not quitter material. It is not victimhood material. You are made of winner material, right? Real leaders prepare people for pain, right? Real leaders prepare people for different altitudes. And guess what? The higher we go, it becomes harder to breathe. But you don't have to panic because I'm here and I've been through this and I'm going to guide you through how you should breathe when we get to a higher altitude, right? And like in life, when it comes to being called for a greater purpose, you will never know it all. You will never have it all figured out. And this is how you, no. And even a leader can't even tell you that you will have it all figured out. But what I will say is, I will give you my wisdom to make sure that you can endure the pain, because the pain doesn't last always, right? Everybody who tries something new, everybody who goes for something that nobody has done before will be uncomfortable, right? But being uncomfortable does not mean that you are in the wrong place. I repeat, right? Just because you are uncomfortable does not mean that you are in the wrong place, okay? Right? The current you might be uncomfortable with the new altitude that is being asked of you, right? Yes, because you've never done this before, right? Once you get there, who you become, the new version of you, is going to be so comfortable, right? The problem is a lot of people truly do not realize that they have greatness inside of them. And they don't understand that for your greatness to come out of you, you have to be triggered. Okay? You have to be sometimes even insulted. Yes. Sometimes they even have to lie on you. It happens. And that's why I told you about this. I said like, oh, this Carmelo Anthony situation, right? I told you it reminds me of Allen Iverson, right? Right? I told you this thing right here reminds me of Allen Iverson. There's nothing new under the sun. There truly isn't, right? Allen Iverson was about the same age, same foolishness, same kind of bullying, same kind of foolishness, right? But unfortunately for Allen Iverson, we didn't have the whole social media. Like, it wasn't the way it is today. right? Back then, the media was ran by white people, and there was no outlet for Black people to say what they thought, and also for Black people to bring their own evidence, right? So Allen Iverson, I think, like, you know, they kind of railroaded his life for a little bit, but ultimately, he became one of the greatest basketball player ever, right? He became one of the greatest basketball player ever, all right? Because nobody can stop your destiny, right? So I said this whole Carmelo situation, not only is he going to walk, but this is what it takes for him to get to the next level of manhood. To a lot of people, it seems really violent. Like, why can God do it this way? Why can God do it this other way? I don't know. I'm not God. I can't answer that, okay? But the thing is, for you to go to where you are called to go, because everybody has greatness inside of them. Everybody does. But for you to get from point A to point B to point C, God usually has to use violence. God usually has to use people who don't like you. God usually has to use people who talk bad about you. Not some people, because they don't have the right perspective. They'll say, well, nobody likes me. People are saying mean things about me. So I'll just stop because I can't take it anymore. I can't take how they criticize me. I can't take how they oppose to me. Womp, 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 womp. So you have some people, because they'll listen to the naysayers, they'll give up because they can't take being criticized like that. It's too much for them because they don't have the right perspective, okay? Then you have other people, right? They have other people, right? You'll talk about them. You'll cuss them out. You'll make fun of them. They don't care. They keep showing up. They keep showing up. They show up so much, you're going to get tired of cussing them out. Okay? They show up so much, you're going to get it. You're going to get assaulted of making fun of them. You're going to get tired of making fun of them. You know, but we tried everything. Wumpty wump wump. Yeah, because confusion is for your enemies. It's not for you. Right? Understand? It's like you really have those kinds of people. You have the kind of people who have greatness in them, but because they're always being criticized, they give up. Oh, I can't take it. They say bad things about me. They don't like me. Womp. So they give up. And they never let the greatness come outside because they're scared. People don't like me. Yeah, they don't like me now. Because a lot of people don't want you to make it, because if you make it, it triggers them because they haven't made it. Right? Then you have another type of people, right? When they make their mind up, you can talk bad about them, you can criticize them, you can insult them, you can mock them. They're going to keep showing up. They don't care. And you know who comes to mind? Tasha K, right? People clown Tasha so much, but she still comes outside. Sometimes she even laughs at herself, right? Tasha is not going anywhere, right? But you have some people, if they go through hard shit, they're gone. They need 6 months off, 9 months off, a year off, right? Because they just can't take being talked about like this, right? You got to build, like you really have to build that muscle where you don't allow naysayers, their critiques of you, them making fun of you, talking bad about you. You don't let that get to you, right? Because they're going to get to a point where they get tired. And when they get tired, they'll become your fans, okay? You gotta believe. You truly have to believe, right? So I just felt like Michelle Obama, to me, the way she is, the way she thinks, the way she moves, and the kind of goofy advice she gives to these women is incredibly weak. It's incredibly weak. First of all, not only weak, but she lacks the ability to be a leader. She's not a leader. She doesn't have the mind of a leader. And that's why it's even best for her to remain the wife of this man. Because by herself, she's not going to make it. She's not going to make it. She does not have the mindset of a winner. And that's why most women also, you know, I had another friend that I was talking to, because at one point she wanted to leave her husband, per usual. They always want to leave, as if they have this grand plan. They have no plan, just their feelings. I want to go. I want to leave. I want a divorce. What are you going to do? Where are you going to live? What kind of life you going to give to yourself? They don't know. Their feelings, right? So fast forward, they're still together. She changed her mind. She grew up and she had to let go of some goofy ass friends, right? And so she was like, yeah. I asked her if she worked, and she was like, yeah, but she quit the job because she didn't like it. She didn't like the job and she didn't like the people. So I said to her, isn't that a privilege, right? Isn't that a privilege that you get to quit your job because you don't like the people, right? Imagine that. Oh, I quit my job because I don't like the people, right? And knowing that, my husband, he's still going to pay the mortgage, right? Yeah. He's still going to pay the power bill. He's going to pay it all, right? It's a luxury. I don't like my coworkers, so I quit. My job bores me, so I quit. right? That's it. I quit. You don't have to think about, oh, if I quit, the whole family is not going to eat. You don't have that kind of stress, right? And that's why women are built the way that they are and men are built the way that they are. And that's why, I repeat, women, for the most part, especially wives, have to be grateful for their husbands because it's a luxury. It's a luxury to say, I quit my job because I don't like my coworkers. I quit my job because I don't like it anymore, right? It's a luxury. It truly, truly is a luxury, right? That means that you have a husband who's a rock. You have a husband who doesn't get to be emotional and, well, I don't like my coworkers and I quit. Because if he quits, we're all going to starve, right? Who works a job and they like their coworkers? But for some reason, a lot of women think that quitting their job to become influencers, whether it's fashion influencers, makeup influencers, clothing influencers, quitting their jobs because they don't like their job, they don't like their coworkers. I don't know. I'm saying it's an incredible luxury. How many husbands can say, I quit my job to be an influencer? Okay, I quit my job to follow my passion, right? Look at Matthew Knowles, right? Look at Matthew Knowles, right? Matthew Knowles quit his job, right? Matthew Knowles quit his job. He quit his job working at Xerox because he said he wants to follow his passion. He wants to manage Beyonce. I guess the group was called Girl Time or whatever, right? He wanted to quit his job, or he was going to quit the job, and he was going to go full in managing Beyonce and Kelly and Latavia and Latoya because he truly believed that they had what it takes to make it. And he believed that, I make so much money for these people. As a marketing person, as a salesperson, I can do that for my daughter and her friends. So what did Miss Tina do? She left him, right? We all know how it goes, right? Miss Tina picked up her bags and she left him, right? Because he didn't have the right to quit his job. Meanwhile, she worked as a hairstylist. She did what she loved because I'm not going to hate for him. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like, okay, how many people, especially back then, could say, yeah, we're going to live in the suburbs and our kids going to have this life on a hairstylist salary? Let's be so for real. Okay, let's be so for real. The vast majority of hair salons, people just go in there to just yap. Okay, do you have life insurance? Do you have health insurance? Do you have dental insurance? No. You see, Miss Tina did what she wanted to do. She was a hairstylist, right? And she didn't have to worry about the rent, the mortgage, the this, the that. No, she used her time pursuing her hobby. But her husband, Mr. Knowles, he was required, right, to have a career that comes with like health insurance, benefits, life insurance, dental, right? He didn't have the right to have a hobby. He didn't have the right to quit his job and pursue his hobby. So when he quits his job, Miss Tina packs her bags and she leaves, right? But this is the part that the vast majority of women don't want to talk about, right? We get to live our lives how we see fit. Whether we want to work a career, stay with the kids, or be hybrid, right? We get to do that. But most husbands do not, right? Most husbands have to commit to a steady career and to always having a paycheck, right? They don't have the luxury of saying like, do I want to work today? Do I want to be an influencer today? Do I want to be a manager? Do I want to be an artist? Do I want to become a fitness person? No. Most men who are married are required to keep a steady job and to not so much fulfill their hobbies and their passion. They have a duty to work, even if it's not the job that they enjoy, right? Even Michelle Obama, as she's sitting here on her podcast, right, emasculating her husband, centering everything around herself. Where is her husband? He is still acting as a president, right? Does he get to sit on a podcast and talk about how he feels and how he doesn't feel? And then, of course not. She's living a hobby. This lady has a law license. Michelle Obama she's a lawyer. Instead of using her law degree to make the world a better place, no, she wants to sit here with her goofy ass boho braids and talk about how oppressed she is, how she's not being seen, and blah, 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 blah. It's a damn hobby. It's a hobby, right? It is a hobby. And it's a hobby where she decides to sit here and paint herself as a victim and her husband completely neglecting her, even though once you are a president, you are a president forever, and you will always be involved in politics in some form or fashion, right? But what does she actually do that's meaningful? Nothing. This is a hobby. right? Conversations with Tracy Ellis Ross, conversation with Taraji P. Henson. What exactly would any of these conversations do for Black society, for the Black community? Are they going to help people get married? Are they going to help people want to build families, right? Are they going to increase the birth rate of Black children? Is it going to improve the testing scores of Black children? Is this going to inspire anybody to be active when it comes to education in America, especially in STEM, to make sure that Black children have access to the best education possible, that they can compete in the world of tomorrow full of AI and robotics and God knows what? Of course not. These women have vain pursuits. These are vapid people. These are vacuous people. They have vacuous intentions, right? That's it. That is still a hobby. And her husband, no matter what she says about him, right? He will still have to walk as a president. And even that too, she doesn't realize that, wow, when you are a president, you don't get to talk about how you feel. So the fact that I can talk about how I feel, right? That's also a privilege. But of course, she doesn't see it that way, right? She doesn't see it that way. Because can you imagine Barack Obama sitting on a podcast crying about his feelings? Lord have the mercy. That might actually be a threat to national security. It will never happen. And most presidents will never do it. Most leaders will never do it. Even Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan, he will never do it. A lot of people right now, a lot of men right now are stressed because of Trump and his tariffs. They will never talk about the stress. How often do you see, even Warren Buffett, you think Warren Buffett is going to come out here and talk about his feelings? Of course not. You think Tim Cook is going to come here and tell us how he's stressed out about these damn iPhones and the tariffs? No. How often do you see men, especially men of high value and high importance, right, sit outside, like, oh, my feelings and my this and that, my stress. Like, this is unbelievable. And I'm getting sick and tired of this. I am truly getting sick and tired of this foolishness. So whether it's a white woman, a Black woman, I am getting sick and tired of most women in America not saying, you know what, I have a good husband, and truly, he has given me a life of privilege. And I will never know what it feels like to walk in his shoes. Because I truly, especially for me as a Black woman, right, I truly do not appreciate how so many Black women always want to center themselves in everything. Even with the Shannon Sharp situation. Hold up, wait a minute. Let me put his picture up. Okay? Even with the Shannon Sharp situation, right? They're like, oh, this is what you get for not being with the Black woman. I'm like, what does the Black woman have to do with any of this? Once again, I need to center myself. And a lot of Black girls move like Karens. This has nothing to do with you. But they're going to find a way to make this about themselves. People are such narcissists. This has nothing to do with you. When you read the text messages, when you understand that Uncle Shay Shay was 54, the girl was 19, Uncle Shay Shay is sick. He's a deviant. He is a sexual deviant. Even if he was with a Black woman, this would still happen. The man has a problem. Black women are not a fix-all, cure-all antidote for everything. The man is sick. He is sexually deviant. And my thing is also, if you truly cared about Black women, you would even wish that for a Black woman. Okay? This man wants a person to put their face and their tongue in his butt cheeks. You want that for a Black woman? You would truly want a Black woman to go with a man who wants all of this? No, thank you. Okay? Black women are not some like trash bin or some receptacle for everybody just come and dump, unload. You're like, this is crazy. Just because a man happens to be Black does not mean that he is deserving of a healthy, sound-minded Black woman. You got to also stop. Because I'm like, do they even hear themselves? Of course not. Because they repeat things that are not even their original thoughts. Just repeating all kinds of foolishness. Everything is not meant for a Black woman to have. Okay? And sometimes, yes, rejection is God's protection. Me, Marlene, and I have so much love for Uncle Shay Shay, but I will never wish for any Black woman to be involved with Uncle Shay Shay. He is toxic. He has problems. He's a sexual deviant. The man sitting here ruining his career. Imagine being his wife or being his whatever, and you're Black. He gonna drag you down with him. No, thank you. You are crazy. He can do bad all by himself. Thank you. He needs serious help. He needs serious help. And most Black women also are not psychologists or whatever. No, they are regular people. You gotta be trained to deal with people like this. He is sick. He's like what? Autoerotic narcissist, whatever they call these people, right? You think the average Black woman has the capacity to deal with an autoerotic narcissist? Does she even know what that is? You don't wish everything on Black women for the sake of, like, you know what I'm saying? But even the lady that she was recommending to him, no, she doesn't deserve that. Just because she's big and she knows how to cook does not mean that she deserves to be with a pervert. He is a pervert. He's a pervert. He is truly a pervert. Uncle Shay Shay's a pervert. The girl is 19. He was 54. And she talks about it as salad. What is going on here? Why would you ever wish that on a Black woman? Right? If you're going to wish a husband on a Black woman, wish for her a man that is healthy, a man that is healed, a man that recognizes that, you know what, growing up this way, it damaged me this way. So because of that, I went and I got help. Right? Why wish on a Black woman that this sick project? The man is sick. He is truly sick. And no woman should even get close to this man because he needs serious help. Like seriously, like he needs to really sit down with a clinical psychologist so they can truly help him because it's not normal. He's an auto trasher. These are people who want to trash themselves. They have all kinds of addictions. Like when you heard the white man describing what it is to be a narcissistic, autoerotic, erotic trasher, you're like, what the hell? It is so disgusting. It's like, would you also, even the lady who was with Kanye, Alexis, right? You know, yeah, maybe she wishes she would have stayed with Kanye because of the luxury, whatever. But what's the point of living in a fancy house with a man who has all this perversion? So Alexis, she dodged a bullet. She dodged a bullet. Because if you think for a second that Kim Kardashian is a happy person, you're crazy. He said it's a narcissistic, autoerotic, narcissistic, autoerotic trasher. It's like people who use sex to degrade themselves. You know, they like recording themselves. They like having sex in front of people. They have sex with multiple people. They will destroy their life behind sex. Like they use sex to destroy themselves, to punish themselves, to expose themselves. Like when the man describes it, you will never wish that on a person. Because it's like being with a vampire. If you experience that, you yourself will be damaged. You'll be damaged. So I'm like, Alexis, yeah, she'd be like, oh, maybe I wish I would have stayed with Kanye. But the only reason why you would wish to have stayed with Kanye is for materialism. Because everything else you're not going to have. It's Kanye, maybe he hits people. He's constantly watching pornography, always masturbating. No. I don't care how much, like even Kim Kardashian walked away and we know she greedy. We know Kim Kardashian is hella greedy. Her mother's greedy. The whole bloodline is full of vampires. Okay. But even that, she was like, oh, hell no. Okay. I need to walk away from this. Right. I need to walk away from this. So my thing is, if Kim Kardashian herself walked away from Kanye and all of his money, right? Alexis, this dude would have destroyed you because at least Kim, she has her mom, she has her sisters. So it's like the Kardashian Jenner, like it's a clan. It's not just one person. But you, like, what's her name? Her, Alexis, he would have destroyed her. Maybe she would have become a crackhead, some kind of drug addict, some fentanyl fiend, some meth head. You just never know. But you get to a point in life, like you get older, you get to a point in life where you really, really recognize that, you know what? God truly loves you. When certain things do not work out for you, it's a blessing. It's protection. When certain men are not attracted to you, it's a blessing. It is protection, right? Money is not everything. Self-respect is everything. And even being able to have healthy sex. Do you really want to be with a man who wants this? It's like, what the freak is this? God never meant for sex to be this complicated. But these sick people, they take sex and they turn it into something so dark. Something so dark. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I could really see how you can have sex with the man. It could be consensual, but it's just so dark where a woman can really feel like maybe she was sexually assaulted because it's just so dark. It is so dark. It's like, what the freak just happened to my body? You understand? Because we don't know these people, and we don't know what kind of mental disorder these people have, right? But people got to stop wishing everything for a Black woman. He is not healthy. And after everything you saw, everything you've read, would you yourself want to date Shannon Sharpe? No. Because the only thing Uncle Shay Shay has is money. That's it. Take his money. What else does he have? Okay? So that's it. All he brings is the money. Dignity? No. Character? No. Integrity? No. Morals? No. Self-love? He don't even have it. Does he even like himself? Can you imagine being with a man who doesn't even like his own reflection in the mirror? Especially if you're confident. He's always going to pick on you because you love yourself. And he doesn't love himself. So he's always going to pick on you. And every time you feel good about yourself, he's going to say some sly stuff just to make you second guess yourself. Hell no. You're crazy. You don't love yourself. Right? And that's what the Bible even says, like, don't cast out the pearls to the swine, right? If you're a woman and you have high self-esteem and you have self-worth, you have to stay away from men with low self-esteem. If you're a beautiful woman, you got to stay away from a man who thinks he's ugly, because he will do everything in his power to hurt you. He will do everything in his power to give you low self-esteem. He will do everything in his power to demean you, because the way he doesn't like himself, he's going to do what it takes to make you not like yourself. The way he picks himself apart physically, he's going to do everything for you to start picking yourself apart physically. It is really hard to get to a place where you love yourself. It is really hard to get to a place where you accept everything about yourself. So you know what? I love myself. I love the way God made me. It's hard. It takes years to get to that place. And all it takes is the wrong relationship for somebody to take you all the way back to zero. In the words of Brian McKnight, you're going to start back at one. And it's a no-no. You work so hard to get to a place where you love yourself, you accept yourself, you are kind to yourself, you're nice to yourself. You have no business messing with people who are so broken, okay? Uncle Shay Shay, the only thing he got going on for himself is how much money he has. You take his money away, there's nothing there, okay? You take his money away, what is he without the money? He is nothing without his money. And there's even one video where he's bragging. He's like, oh, yeah, hold on, let me see. There's one video where he is bragging and he says, oh, I don't want to date my age. I want to date my wage. You see? Broken people. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. And it's always broken people. I'm telling you, it is always broken people who relate everything back to money. Right? Because they ain't got nothing else.
Well, I want to date my wage. I'm finna shut all this ish down tonight. I want to date my wage.
Stay right there. Stay right.
Where y'all at? Hey, chat, where they at?
Hold on. Because you know I keep it on me now.
Yeah.
I keep it on me. You want to date your what?
I want to date my wage, not my age. I want to date my wage. So where are they? Because y'all always talking about date your age. I want to date my wage. So come on with it.
Well, you talking?
As a matter of fact, I'm taking applicants as we speak.
Well, you talking spicy tonight, boy.
Everybody always talk about date your age. Well, I want to date my wage. I'm finna shut all this ish down tonight. I want to date my wage.
Stay right there.
Where y'all at? Hey, chat, where they at?
Hold on. Because you know I keep it on me now.
Yeah.
I keep it on me. You want to date your what?
I want to date my wage, not my age. I want to date my wage. So where are they? Because y'all always talking about date your age. I want to date my wage. So come on with it.
Well, you talking?
As a matter of fact, I'm taking applicants as we speak.
Well, you talking spicy tonight, boy.
Everybody always talk about date your age. Well, I want to date my wage. I'm finna shut all this ish down tonight. I want to date my wage.
Stay right there.
Where y'all at? Hey, chat, where they at?
Hold on. Because you know I keep it on me now.
Yeah.
I keep it on me.
You see this, right? You see this? Do you really want this for someone? People gotta be very careful what they wish for people. Be very careful. Do you really want this for you? Really want a black woman to marry someone like that? And mind you, this is somebody who grew up extremely poor. He knows better than this. If his grandmother was alive and she saw him using money to flex on people, what would she say? What would she do? What would she say? He grew up way too poor to act like money makes a person, right? But this is what happens when you don't deal with your trauma, right? So I'm like, you take the money away from Uncle Shannon. What else does he have? Right? Money don't make a man. And just because a man is black and he happens to have money, doesn't mean that black women need to be with him. Okay? He is sick as hell. He needs to go find a therapist, a clinical psychologist, actually, and they need to give him some medication and some proper treatment. Because this is disgusting. It is utterly disgusting. So I'm like, no, Marlene, I don't wish Uncle Shay for no woman, especially not a black woman. He is sick. Black women are not some like, I don't know, like some trash bin that just accept anything and everything just because people happen to be black and have a black penis. No, thank you. No, thank you. People are tired of dealing with spirits. People are tired of dealing with people and their unhealed foolishness and their sickness, right? People are tired. People are seriously tired. Everybody deserves to be in love with somebody who truly wants to be in love with them, okay? Everybody deserves to be in a relationship with somebody who is ready for a relationship, right? With somebody who knows, okay, I have money, but I'm not going to use my money to bully people, right? Uncle Shannon is the type of man, you date this man, he will always use his money to control you. The money's going to be a leash. He can be by himself. He's a broken person who has yet to heal from the fact that he grew up so poor, okay? It will definitely make it extremely dangerous. Like, he's insane. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not a healthy person. Why would you wish this man for any black woman? No, he needs to stay by himself. He's sick as hell. He's a sick person. Hold on. Let me get back to my video. Let me get back to my video over here. Yo, I'm all over the place, but whatever. This video had me so triggered. My thing is all over the place.
But that's not in me either.
I find it so interesting that, you know, especially on Michelle Obama's podcast, people go on there and they seem to be a little bit more, I don't know if it's honest, but, you know, it doesn't feel, it is a podcast at the end of the day, right? It's not like an interview. So when you see celebrities go on there, they're a bit more honest.
Said that you never heard mom complain. That's the, you know, and that's the part of what you said, that you never heard mom complain about it. I think that that's part of the issue.
Part of the trauma.
You know, when we grow up, our grandmothers, you know, Grandma LaVon, Grandma Rebecca, you know, these were all women, all black women had to work. Yep. Our mother was fortunate. She didn't work until I went to high school, but that was a choice that she and my father made. Because so we
listened to her carefully, right? Listen to her carefully. She said every woman she knew had to work, but her mother did not have to work. Her mom started working when Michelle, because Michelle's the youngest one. Michelle Obama's the youngest one. So once Michelle went to high school, or she finished high school, I don't know, but that's when her mother started to work, right? Because it was a choice that her mother and her daddy made. But ultimately, who paid for that? Who paid for her mother to be able to stay at home and be the mother that she wanted to be? Her father. And she's going to sit there and talk about all these black women, the grandmother, Martha, whatever, right? And her mom, but she will never talk about her dad. And I'm like, are you actually okay? Like, it's like this is insanity. This woman triggers me.
Lived off of one salary, and we made huge sacrifices for that, because I think my mother understood that if she was going to be the kind of mother she wanted to be, that we would forego living a good life, that we live in a little bitty apartment and just make ends meet. But that was a rare thing. But you've never heard these women complain, because it wasn't it was just the way life was.
Everything, once again, centering the woman. Like, oh, you never heard the woman complain. No, the father became disabled later on. He was not disabled. He was working. He became disabled later on because he had asbestos. He was very, very sick, right? But for her to want to tell the story, because I guess this is what this whole podcast is about, because I guess like now, like in America, it's to really promote feminism to Black women, misandry to Black women. Oh, you work so hard, and Black women are the backbone of the bunch of bullshit. Like just bunch of bullshit. Black women are the backbone of the community. What fucking community? What fucking community? Like what the fuck? You open your eyes, whether it's the train tracks, whether it's all these goofy ass highways, like from Highway 66, 495. I mean, you name it, right? All these goofy ass projects that FDR had with the New Deal, right? Black women built that stuff. It's the Black women who build the railways of America. It's not the chain gang. It's not a bunch of Black men getting arrested for all kinds of foolishness and having to serve life in prison. Like these people they just say all kinds of foolishness, right? Even with like Joe Biden and his crime bill, who mostly went to prison? Black man. Right? You look at Bill Clinton and his whole NAFTA deal where he took all these jobs and he took them to China. Whose jobs did he take to China? There's a reason why he did it. And there's a reason why he felt comfortable doing it. Because it was not predominantly white people's jobs he was taking to China. We're not stupid. Or is it that people just make it their business to not be educated because it is so much easier to believe in a narrative? Make it make sense, right? The vast majority of people who work in Detroit in the auto industry, it was Black women. People just love to, I don't know, it's a sick thing in this country. Like it's a sickness in America. Like the way people lie to themselves in order to center themselves and make themselves like the main character. You are insane. People are truly insane. I was watching a clip of this one lady. She was asking this Black man, and she was like, what have you guys done? What have Black men done since the 60s? Like this stupid ass, goofy ass question. I'm like, as if everybody Black to some extent is not a prisoner. Like, what kind of stupid question is that? Right? If everybody around you, every white person or every white power that be consistently works to undermine the Black man in America, at what point do you also say they also work, and every time they work, it gets destroyed? Every time they build, it gets destroyed, right? Of course not. Because there is something here to make the Black American man seem to be this do no good, always lazy. You know, like they really want you to feel as though every Black American man you meet is a pookie. He has no ambition. He doesn't work. He doesn't try. He's so damn lazy. And it's the Black woman. It's the Black woman. I'm like, where? I'm sorry, where? Where then? Just because you say things doesn't make them true, you know? Just because you believe with all of your heart and all your might, it doesn't make it true. There are numbers out here. People can look at jobs. People can look at incarceration numbers. Even with the incarceration numbers, you can see who worked where. You can see which inmates usually get used for this, and that. Even when they had the fires recently in California, right? They went and got man inmates to come outside and help the firefighters. Why they didn't go to the female prison? No, they can play a role in their own oppression, but there is a bigger oppression that's happening, right? As an individual, you can make poor choices. That's okay. Everybody makes poor choices. The same way you can identify bad choices for the Black man, you can also say the Black woman also makes bad choices. Everybody makes bad choices. To err is human. However, we cannot say, okay, but why haven't you done this, and that, when we are living in a system that always undermines a people? That can also be said, right? Because how is it that we find ourselves where you have brand new Indian immigrants who've only been here for 30 years and they're like light years ahead, right? Because it's a different system for them, right? It's a different access for them, right? How is it possible that you have white immigrants who came here in the 50s and they're already so far advanced? Because they have a complexion, right? They have a certain complexion, and that complexion allows them to go with the dominant society. That's what it means to live in an apartheid state. America's a racist. It's not even just a racist. It's an apartheid state, right? Where you see intentionally Black Americans being told to live in like neighborhood or areas that are completely unlivable. Like if you ever come to DC, for example, there is a place in DC called Georgetown. Georgetown used to be the swamp, right? So they relegated a huge block of African Americans to live in Georgetown because they never thought they were going to make it because it's the swamp. It really is the swamp, right? That's what they do. They even like in Louisiana, they have that one place. It's forgot where it is. It's like St. Charles somewhere, but it's called like Cancer Alley, right? People really out there living in cancer. It's toxic. Everything is toxic, right? They take people and they tell people to go live places where nobody can actually make it. Yeah, but that's the thing too. But why is Africa not developed? Right? Even like, was it this week? They tried to kill the president of Burkina Faso. They tried to murder him, right? Because they're going through the Ivory Coast. But even the Ivory Coast too, the French people bombed the people, right? So it's like, you can say, why aren't Black people around the world where they're supposed to be, right? And to some extent, every individual has to look at himself. But you also have to recognize that the powers that be have decided that Black people have to be poor, right? And that's why even if you have an election, just like we did in the Ivory Coast, for example, right? We had an election in the Ivory Coast. French said they didn't like the result of the election, right? This is how it goes, right? Like even the vast majority, I know as far as like West African countries, right? They're not fully independent because when they signed these independence accord, they're not fully free. You got to put your money in France. I don't know if Nigeria has to put their money in Great Britain, but for as far as like, we have 12 countries that make up ECOWAS, right? All like the French-speaking countries, French-speaking West African countries, right? They put all their money in Senegal. The money's in Dakar, but that money is being managed by France. And that's why most French-speaking West African countries, they cannot even give loans to businesses because their interest rates set by these banks is set by France. Like it's a real thing, right? It's a real thing. It's not a joke. Like when you see that in Nigeria, the president of Nigeria is a former drug dealer in America. Like you think it's a coincidence? So you can say, yeah, how come Nigerians are not where they're supposed to be? Have you never heard of USAID? You're like, okay, that's what America does. They go around the world destabilizing nations. They go around the world installing puppets. They kill people who want to do good things. They like Gaddafi. They slaughtered Gaddafi. Before Gaddafi, you never heard of slavery in Libya. You never heard of prostitution in Libya. Like, what the freak is this? But ever since Gaddafi has been killed, it's just whatever in Libya. Anything goes on in Libya. That's just how it goes. So it's the same thing here. You can say, oh yeah, how come the African American man is not where he's supposed to be and why he ain't next to the white man? Because he's not supposed to. He's not supposed to. And the only time you can somewhat get there is like if they make it so. No, but Dubai is different, Lonnie. Dubai was not colonized. Like you cannot be that delusional, right? We don't have the same history as Dubai. We don't have the same history as Dubai, right? And also they're Muslim. We're not Muslim. They are Muslim, right? They move differently. They have a whole different history. And there are certain things that were possible for them that were not possible for African people. Even the mere fact that take Haiti, for example, right? Haiti is the first all-Black country, I guess, in the world, especially here in the Western Hemisphere, to know its independence. But somehow to this day, Haiti is so poor. So we could say, oh, how come the Haitian man is not doing da-da-da-da-da? Yeah, sure, whatever. But you cannot ignore the pressure that America put on Haiti, especially Papa Duvalier, to sign all these goofy-ass loan agreements with the World Bank and the IMF. If you read some of these contracts that they were forced to sign, the interest rates on these contracts, it is completely out of order. But if you don't do it, they will destroy your people. They will kill your people. So it's very rich to say to people who's oppressed and everything they do is controlled and supervised and monitored. Oh yeah, how come you ain't here yet? How come you ain't there yet? Even when you study Indians, how Indians were colonized by Great Britain, and how Indians were used by Great Britain as opposed to African people, it's very different. Because a lot of Indians were used as these vassals for the British Empire. Because what they couldn't do to Black people directly, they used the Indians because their skin was darker. And as you look even in the continent of Africa, whether it's Kenya, whether it's South Africa, a lot, even Nigeria a bit, also Rwanda, Uganda, but most African places that were colonized by the British, they have a strong Indian population. Because the British brought them there to supervise, right? Like the stuff is actually real. So you can say, hey, as an individual, yeah, you should make better choices. I agree with that part, especially when you have the money. But collectively, we cannot sit here and act as if white Black people by themselves can truly undo this crazy ass system of oppression. Even China, If China was not as far away from these Europeans as it is, they would have a problem. If China had, like, if Russia was more in this Western European vibe, China would have a problem. They really would. The fact is that Russia is not like the rest of Europe. They're not trying to like change you and do all this weird stuff to you. Matter of fact, they don't even believe in the same kind of Bible we do. They're Orthodox Christians, so they move a lot differently, right? But Russia and China, they have a good relationship. But imagine if Russia was just like America with an American mindset. It would have been really hard for the Chinese people. You can have, I don't think you understand, Milani. You can have the resources and not be allowed to be rich off of your resources. It's a real thing, right? Just like even here too, it's not that there's a lack of intelligence, whatever, that plagues Black America. No, but anybody that has ever been intelligent, dignified, hardworking, and a visionary, what happened? They got killed. They got murdered. They got slaughtered. So you can't, it's like saying, oh, well, Malcolm X should have avoided getting killed. How can you? Oh, like this Dr. King should have avoided getting killed. Or Huey, he should have avoided getting killed. They found ways. We sat here and we studied the Black Panther movement. They intentionally use other Black people to go in there and sabotage. The way they kept taking Fred Hammond to prison, make it make sense. They do not want intelligent people. They don't want intelligent, organized, disciplined people. Oh, hell no. It can't work like that. Look at even like they went to China. They brought their jobs to China. They told China to join the WTO. But now because the Chinese are doing too well, they are intentionally trying to destroy their economy. But at least they got $1 billion. And the thing about Africa too, that is a huge problem for us is that even if Nigeria has 200 million people, it is not the same people. Nigeria is not made up of 200 million Yoruba people. Yeah, but because we're not the same, Lonnie. We're not the same. Just because I think that's a Black American thing. People think, oh, because you're Black, automatically you should walk with Black people. No, that's a necessity of slavery. That's a necessity of racism, right? You understand me, right? Just like Nigeria, for example, they have 204 million Black people. They're not all the same, Lonnie, right? You got like 40 million Yorubas. You got like, I don't know, maybe 30 million Igbos. You have Yorubos. You have Idos. These are different people. They're not the same. They're not the same. And we're like, just because, and people, I think people don't get that sometimes. Oh, they're all Africans. We're not the same. We don't even speak the same languages. They don't even have the same traditions. Don't even, like, even, they're not the same. A Yoruba's not an Igbo. An Igbo's not a Yoruba. Right? But, and if it was not for the bullying of white people, they would probably never even say, oh yeah, let's have the same nationality. Even the word Nigeria, if you look at it, it says nigger. Look at it carefully. So it's not even the people themselves who chose their name. Who's going to call themselves nigger? It's the N-word, right? You have Niger and you have Nigeria. Then the largest body of water in West Africa especially is the river of Niger, right? That's who was named the N-word. Who in their right mind is going to call themselves that? You understand? Right? But it's like people are intentionally oppressed. Now you could say, hey, it could be to a point where you should see it. But then again, you also have to look at our literacy rate in Africa. We have a very, very weak rate of literacy. The vast majority of Africans do not know how to read. So how can you even have a collective identity when the vast majority of people can't even read? They can't even read. The vast majority of our people live in villages. Like, this is a real thing. Like, it's not a joke. It really is not a joke. And every time, it doesn't matter whether it's in Ghana with the Kwame Nkrumahs of the world, it's in Congo with the Patrice Lumumba of the world, or it's in Burkina Faso with the Thomas Sankara of the world. Like, they kill you. Patrice Lumumba, it was America, it's the CIA who went there. They captured him and they gave him over to his then friend, whatever, Mobutu, and he cut him up into pieces. You know, but it happens. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not even natural to say, oh, because I'm Black, I walk with other Black people. No, the natural thing to say is because we share a common interest, therefore I walk with you, right? But the necessity of slavery, or the reality of slavery and racism is, well, they started calling everybody Black and they force you to live together to, you know, but even just imagine, like, even on the slave ships, just imagine the confusion on those slave ships, because some people probably come from from opposing ethnic groups. They probably have beef. I mean, name it, right? Like, what the heck? Why are you here? Why are you here? You know what I'm saying? Some people eat meat. Some people don't eat the meat. Some people do this, they don't do that. Like, what the heck is this, right? But like slavery, oppression, colonialism, it brought on certain realities that slowly but surely people had to develop this Black identity, right? But those people living on that continent, they never saw themselves as Black. They saw themselves through their ethnicity. Yeah, exactly. But even them too, before they came together, they tortured each other, right? Like you can read about the Bolsheviks in Russia torturing other people, right? You can read about the Romans and the people of the Sparta. They butchered the dog crap out of each other, I guess, until they got tired and decided to export their number one skill, which is killing people. I hope you get me, right? But it's like they have an entire system to sabotage you. You know what I'm saying? They have an entire system to sabotage you. Like they have an entire system to confuse you, Lonnie. Like, and it's not even a joke. These people are so organized. And I'm like, if China did not have that nuclear bomb, I promise you, Lonnie, they'd be like, oh, they hate America. They have weapons of mass destruction. We would have gone to war with China. But they can't really do that because the Chinese also have nuclear bombs. Right? The advantage that Chinese people have is that it's one people. The vast majority of Chinese people, they all look the same and they speak the same language because they were unified before. Like when you had like the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty, like the Chinese had their own trauma that made it so they were unified before. Like Africa, you don't really have emperors like that. Like you don't have this one crazy emperor that tortured everybody and he forced people to have this one identity, right? Like China, they've had that. They had different dynasty, like the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty, I mean, whatever, all of these people, right? So the Chinese, they had like time, unlike African people, they've had time to come together and have a Chinese identity and to have a Chinese language, which is Mandarin, even though you do have some people who speak Cantonese, but Cantonese, it's not really that prevalent in China. The vast majority of Chinese people speak Mandarin. You take a place like Nigeria, you might find like 90 to 100 different ethnic groups. So like one country, you'll have like, I don't know, hold on, y'all. Sorry, give me a second. One country, you'll have all these people who speak all these different languages. So what the heck is this? Right? In Congo, they did a better job in Congo. Like in the DRC, Mobutu, when he became president, he forced everybody to speak Lingala. Although it's not everybody's language, but like, whatever, we don't care. Okay? We're going to force all you people. So, hold on, wait a minute. Give me 1 second. We're going to force all you people to speak the same language. You don't have a choice. You know, but they were bullied into that too, though. They were bullied into that, right? So if you ever meet like people from the DRC, from Congo, everybody speaks Lingala because it was required by law that you do so. Take a place like South Africa. The average South African, or the average Black South African, they have to learn Zulu. They have to learn Xhosa. They have to learn English, and they have to learn Afrikaans. Like Fumi, like I think Fumi, like she speaks like 4 or 5 languages. Like, I mean, it's so crazy, right? Like because people, same thing too. Because like these Black people, they don't see themselves as Black. I don't know if people understand that. Like they don't see themselves as Black. They see themselves as the people. Oh, I'm Yoruba. Okay. Oh, I'm Igbo, or I'm Ashanti, or I'm this, I'm that. They see themselves through their ethnicity. They don't see themselves as Black. Even to this day, this whole nationality stuff, it still don't work. Because as soon as you elect somebody from one ethnic group, he wants his entire village to like take over. Because they don't really understand what it means to have national identity, right? And in Angola also, like Angola, they fought a civil war that lasted like 40 years, right? Like just to show you how like, it truly is hard. But there are certain necessities that came about because of slavery, racism, that people said, okay, I guess we're Black. But my thing is, do they even know they were Black? Or is it because the white man said you're Black? So what do you mean I'm Black? Okay, like what do you mean I'm Black? Like, yeah, you're Black, I'm white, you're Black, right? It's like, what the heck is this? Right? But I'm like, there are people, right? Like they what's it called? I'm like, these people. I was watching this one video like from this other white man this morning, right? And even for him to be white American, right? Maybe 2 or 3. Like it's a real thing. Maybe one day when you'll go, you'll get it. It's like, what the heck? It's like all these different people. It's like it really is a lot. It really is a lot. And they took advantage. They took advantage. Just like when they went to India and they saw this caste system, they took advantage. They took advantage. Robbed these people like $46 trillion, right? That's what they do. But I'm like, to sit here and to hear this white man say, yeah, this is what we do. We go to these countries, we destabilize their countries, we kill who we don't like, we install who we like, we force them to sign these trade agreements, we force them, because he was even talking about Argentina, like how America made Argentina go broke. You're like, what the freak? These people are pirates. You know what I mean? These people are pirates. Like, it's like, wow. Like, I'm like, when they're really coming after you, what can you really do? Like, seriously, I'm like, what can you really do? He was like, yeah, they froze all of our Argentina stuff. They took this, they took that. I guess so. You know, people are still fertile. But I think also the reason why so many kids are being born in Africa, Tulani, because most women are illiterate. They haven't been exposed to feminism and this and that, my body, my choice, and things like that. Because there was a point also where most women here were still fertile until they got exposed to all this feminist, whatever. And it's like, oh, well, abortion, feminism, your body, your choice, the patriarchy, a man hates you, the baby's evil, right? So right now, the vast majority of African women are truly illiterate, right? We have a very, very weak literacy rate. People can't read. It's a real thing. They really cannot read. You have a small portion of population that can read. And even that girl, even that, it's like, okay, you know, even okay. You have a lot of people cannot read. So the more a woman can't read, the more likely she is to have children. I think on average, the African woman will have about like 6 children in her lifetime, right? Like 6 babies. Even though she's poor, because poor people, you know, they don't know how to read. And when you're illiterate, you're more likely to have kids. And a lot of them also die at childbirth. Like it's really sad. You know, my dad worked at the Ministry of Health in Ivory Coast. Like you should see like the cases, and it's just so sad. These women died. They just died on the ground. They just died on the floor, you know? And that's why like it really makes you like put everything in perspective. Yeah, I think on average it's 6, huh? It's like 6 babies. You know, and she can't even feed them, right? Because people don't read. People are illiterate. They don't have access to school. They don't have access to schools. Like it's a real thing. It really is a real thing. But you realize that you have all these wealthy African nations, right? But the vast majority of these presidents are idiots, Lonnie. The vast majority of these presidents are people they chose and they put there. Useful idiots. You know, like even Liberia. Look at Liberia. Liberia had Charles Taylor. But Charles Taylor, he was a prisoner here in America, a drug dealer, all kinds of criminals. They let him out that jail, you know, and they knew he was in Liberia. They could have gotten and saved him. No, they left him there. America left him there. When he became president, America did nothing to remove him because most likely they were responsible for that, right? And the chaos, the war that he brought to Liberia, it was so disgusting. Okay, it was so disgusting. But Charles Taylor, it was America. The vast majority of these idiots who are presidents of these African nations were installed by the American. I wouldn't even be surprised if Kagame in Rwanda was also installed by America. And as long as you do what they tell you to do, you can remain presidents as long as they see fit. They only want democracy in African countries when they don't like the leader. You understand? So I'm like, from what I know, from what I have done, from what I have researched, right? You cannot say that even here in America, too, like with Black America, you cannot say that they were not Black men who worked hard, who were dignified, who fought and this and that. No, they were. They killed them all. They don't like intelligent, assertive Black men. They have to die. They love the idiots. They love the bookies. They love the knuckleheads. They love the troublemakers because these idiot people are easy to control. It's the same thing with African countries too. If you put a bunch of idiots in power, these countries will never move forward, right? And so, yeah. You see, I think Queen's Liberian, right? It's so disgusting. When I was 6 or 7, I saw a video of Charles Taylor eating someone, like because he had killed the president. There was a president's name was Doe. He grabbed him. He grabbed his son, Lonnie. They chopped them up. He's a cannibal. He chopped them up, Lonnie. They cooked them up. And then they ate him with achike. I would never forget that scene because we're in Paris. And my dad, I don't know why he played up. I was like 6 years old. That's so crazy. and they were eating beer, and they ate the man's flesh. Like there was part of the video where you see the former president though they had him like, oh, he was bound and stuff. He was just begging for his life. And then you see Charles Taylor, they bring out the machetes and they started chopping up that man. So my thing is, if I was 6 years old and I saw that tape, there is no way that the State Department, the president, the State Department president, CIA, FBI, there's no way they didn't see it. There's no way they didn't see it, right? They saw it and they left him there because he was helpful to them, right? That's what they do. Even Hamas, they love to see that, yeah, they love to sit here and be like, oh, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. But they never want to tell the people who created Hamas, right? The Taliban, they never want to admit to the world who created the Taliban, who created ISIS. It's all them. It's like they do not want people to be at peace. Like when they have decided that you are supposed to be poor, because the thing about it is that capitalism requires a poor class, right? Everybody can't be rich if you want to have capitalism. You need inequalities, right? Somebody got to be poor and somebody has to be rich. And I'm like, when it comes down to these Anglo-Saxons, they have made up their minds that Black people, and I mean all Black people around the world, we have to be the poor people. And we got to be the poorest, right? Because they believe the Chinese should be poor, and they believe that the Indians should be poor, right? But they truly believe that. They believe that white people should be at the top. Everything good, everything prosperous belongs to white people. And then the crumbs, Blacks, Indians, Chinese, Latinos, West Indians, Muslims, we all have to fight for the crumbs. But like it's usually that Black people are like at the bottom. Right? What the Indians have done. Indians, they've done a better job of like playing dumb. They've like, oh, let me be useful. They're like useful, good workers for these white people. They know how to play submissive, right? So usually like they'll get further along because white people don't see them as threatening because they know how to play dumb, but they're not really dumb. Like you see how Vivek moves, Vivek knows they're racist, but Vivek knows how to entertain them. And he knows how to make them comfortable in their racism, right? And this is something that, yeah. And I even felt like the way they're fighting, that the one immigrant from El Salvador, the way they're fighting for him, it really lets you know that Latinos are next in line, because I'm like, this dude is a gang member. He's MS-13. Like he probably killed people. He's like, you even have Latinos on TikTok saying this man is dangerous. Like even like he has a tattoo on his head. And one girl was saying like this tattoo right there, it means that fellow members of the MS-13 gang watched him kill somebody. Because the only way you can have that tattoo on your head is if you literally kill somebody in front of him. So she's explaining how dangerous he is. But you see, these white senators, these Democrats are going to El Salvador. They want to see him. They want to talk to him. They want to fight for him. They're fighting injunctions all the way to the Supreme Court. And I'm like, but damn, it must be nice to be Latino. I have never seen them do that. I'm like, this is my first time seeing them do this. Right? So I think to me it's very, very apparent, because the way these Democrats are bending over backwards for Latinos not to be deported, for Latinos to have their due process, for Latinos to have this, and that. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy, right? But I'm like, for me, it's like we also have to understand that we live in a pre-designed system. It's a real thing. Now, some people might be able to escape that system, right? And not have their lives ruined by that system, right? Yeah, that's why but I'm like, we truly live in a world that is truly designed to keep us last. It's a real thing. We are truly living in the world that is designed to keep us last. You know what I mean? Like even from like the poaching, the cultural appropriation, like taking your stuff, rebranding it, and they can make more money. They can get more followers. It's just, it happens right in front of you. It happens right in front of you, right? Like Mark is here. Like if you study the Haitian Revolution, like you had these two generals, Dessalines and hold on though. Right? You see? You had these two, like these are the main figures of the Haitian Revolution. You have Toussaint Louverture, and then you have Dessalines. But yeah, they found a way. Louverture, somehow the French got to him. Oh my gosh. They tricked him and asked him to go to France. I don't know why he decided to go. When he got there, locked his ass up in there. Dessalines, I forgot what happened to Dessalines. But I'm like, they made sure that Haiti also would never be great. And I even feel like the stuff that's happening to Haiti, people be like, oh, because of voodoo, whatever. The stuff that's happening to Haiti too is the fact that these white people never forgave Haitian people, because how dare a bunch of enslaved Africans, render such a devastating blow to Napoleon. Like they had to be, like Haitian people had to be made an example of. And that is the truth. It's just insane. It really, really is insane. But they had to be made an example of, because you couldn't allow, and you even see that because once you have the Haitian Revolution and Haitian people gained their independence, right? January 1st, whatever that year is, right? But when the Haitians gained their independence, the attitudes of plantation owners, of slave masters, truly start to change. They become even harsher, not just in the West Indies, the Caribbeans, but also within the continental U.S., right? Within the continental U.S., right? Because the fear, like the kind of fear is sent out that, wow, like these African people were able to defeat the largest navy at that time, which was the French Navy. Because once the Haitians defeat the French Navy, Napoleon retreats from the Western Hemisphere. That's when you have the Louisiana Purchase, because he was done with this place. And I guess like America gained like a third of its size with the Louisiana Purchase, right? Because it's a big, big purchase of land. They never fought for that. They never fought, right? But what happened in Haiti was so devastating to Napoleon that he completely retreats from the Americas. I mean, you can say they stayed a bit in Canada, but not so much, because the Canadians, like the French also in Canada, they got oppressed by the British, so they left. They're called Cajuns, right? Acadiens, but they're called Cajuns in English, right? So these are the people who moved down to like Louisiana, like the Cajuns people, they're from Canada. Because once Napoleon retreats from the West, anybody that is French is left to their own devices, right? Like, you're on your own, buddy. But Thomas Jefferson bought the Louisiana Purchase for he bought all the states for $1 million then. It's not even a lot of money, right? But all that because the Haitian people did the hard work. But ever since then, Haiti has been made an example out of, right? Just like any other country or any other Black movement or resistance against these Anglo-Saxons and their imperialistic form of ruling the world. Like, you will be made an example out of. So it's a sad thing. And sometimes you even wonder why. Maybe that's why some dudes out here, like some Black guys out here, they always play the class clown. Like, they act like they're an idiot. They act idiotic. They're very clownish. They're very unserious, because I don't want to seem like I'm threatening, because if you come off too intelligent, too stoic, too masterful, you might end up dead. But if you play the clown, if you play the idiot, you know what I'm saying? If you play the buffoon, right? You can go under the radar. They're not going to be threatened by you. And then you can make a living for yourself, right? I could see that part too. I could see why some people dumb themselves down for survival. Because nothing usually good happens to, you know what I mean? Nothing usually good happens to a Black person that doesn't accept weakness. Nothing usually good. But I'm like, there's a reason why even here, as we live here in America too, like anytime they give a lot of money to a Black person, it's always an idiot. Like even Uncle Shannon, like, what has he done? Like, what has he done to deserve $100 million contract? Like, what does he really do? Right? They will throw all kinds of money at anybody who's big, Black, and dumb. Right? But if you're Black and you're brilliant, you might never be heard of. Like, people might never even hear your name. Like, look at what's his name? The other man, Dr. Claude Anderson, right? He's not rich. And he probably will never be rich, right? Because he's too woke, like he's too intelligent, right? But someone like Zion Williamson, he can make $200 million, right? Because you have to encourage people. Hold on. You have to encourage people to be idiots. Right? If you're an idiot, you will make a lot of money. But if you're too smart, you're too intelligent, and if you want to inspire other Black people to be intelligent, if they don't kill you, they will do everything to make your voice like, they'll just stifle your voice. It's like John the Baptist in the desert. Like, you're just in the desert, just screaming by yourself. Like, nobody will never ever hear your voice. They might hear about you once you're dead, right? But as you're living, you will never be heard of. And I'm like, that's a real thing. They have done it to everybody. Everybody. If you're Black, and you're, especially if you're Black and you're a male and you are intelligent and you are assertive and you are stoic and you refuse to be an idiot, they will truly hurt you. They will really, really hurt you. Even the Black churches, right? They've made sure that every church has an idiot. A pastor who doesn't have any issue with sin. Matter of fact, the pastor himself lives in sin. Because you cannot have a strong Black people. You cannot have like, you can, it's like, it's as if, it truly is as if Black people are not allowed to have peace. Because, you know, like if you're intelligent, if you're smart and you're wise, you are more likely to have a peaceful life, right? Because smart people, intelligent people, wise people make better decisions. Like, hey, so they have peaceful lives because they avoid trouble. They can see trouble coming away. They know what it looks like and they stay away from it. Exactly. You see what I'm trying to say? DG dumbed himself down. Exactly. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's why sometimes I look at some people and I'm like, is this really you? Or is this a character you have to play because you know if you come off they're going to kill you? We said that one time. I said, okay, DDG, the fact that he was a valedictorian, right? If DDG really came out here and he was on his valedictorian energy, right? Would he have made it this far? I don't think so. But when you come outside and then you play the YN character, right? You make it because this is what they want. It's really sad. Like, and I'm like, this is how you know America is racist. Like, you can be Black, educated, graduate top of your class, you know, and be cool and make it. No, you have to sell this YN image. Because God forbid they allow a young Black boy who graduated valedictorian to be a cool guy. Then what's going to happen? All these Black boys are also going to start wanting to have good grades. Oh, you can't let that happen. Because then what happens to our kids if these Black kids start competing with our children? Right? So it's like there's an intent to dumbify Black people, that Black children will never even strive for certain jobs, certain titles, certain positions, because that's the way you can keep the job for the white people. Right? So they need you to dumb yourself down, and they need you to look up to dumb people. They really do. So I'm like, we are really living like we're living in captivity. Like, we're not really free, Lonnie. We are truly not free. Even uncles like Steven, he's like, oh, before I could sit here and make a video about Shannon, I had to go ask permission from ESPN because that's my day job. I'm like, what? Right? So you have all these rich people, but even before they can speak on anything that pertains to Black people, they got to go ask for permission. You see? And it's not just them. J. Cole went to school. 2 Chainz went to school, right? Lil Jon also, I think his mom is like a lawyer. His daddy's a neurosurgeon, right? But look at the image he chose to sell to people. There are a lot of people who are highly educated, but they know I'm just not going to make it. I got to be a character. I got to be a caricature. And when you act like a caricature, when you act like a caricature, then you'll make it. That's one of the laws of power. Never outshine your master or something. Yeah, you see, you don't have the right to do that. So then what does that do then? It creates a culture where the vast majority of young men identify with idiocy. They want to be idiots. They want to be useful idiots. Because yes, when you look around you, it does feel like the vast majority of wealthy Black dudes are idiots. They're broken. They're idiots. They're loud. They say all kinds of foolishness. They're reckless. They're quick to throw their careers away. They throw their reputation away. I'm like, yeah, that's how it goes. Because then they know you will never hold on to anything. Because whatever they give you, you're going to find a way to lose it all. And I think that's why also they don't mind giving them these crazy contracts, because no matter how much they pay you, 200 million, 300, 400 million, they're going to get the money back. You're an idiot. They'll get their money back, right? It's a big number. It makes the news, whatever. But ultimately, they're going to get their money back. They're going to get their money back. Yeah, because they got to go ask for permission, Nani. They're not free. They're not free. So you see, just like in Africa, we have these goofy ass leaders that can't even read. Goofy ass leaders that used to be in prison. I'm like, when I saw Tinubu was like a former drug dealer, I'm like, how does a drug dealer get to be president of Nigeria? Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. And even right now, because the man asked for his paperwork, the CIA don't want to release it. The FBI does not want to release it. I think even the NSA does not want to release the paperwork, because it just shows he works for them. If he didn't work for them, if he was not one of their guys, they would just put it all out there. But they don't want to, because he's a useful idiot. They put him there. He's a puppet, right? It's the same thing here. In Africa, it's the bad leaders. Over here, it's the celebrities. The celebrities. And their job is to keep you asleep, mislead you, confuse you, right? But then when there are real issues happening, right? Yeah. When there are real issues happening, nobody talks, because they have to wait for permission to talk. Even the whole Carmelo thing, right? We're not even saying you got to come outside and say, oh, yeah, I'm defending Carmelo and I believe in Carmelo, whatever. We're not even saying any of that, right? Right? We're not even saying any of that. For Carmelo, we're not even saying, oh, you got to pick a side, or you got to say, yeah, I think he's innocent. We're not even asking you to do any of this. We're just saying, as a Black person, as a Black man, especially as a Black football player, all you should say is, this young man should have a fair trial. This young man deserves to have a fair trial. This young man should have his day in court, because you just never know. That's all we're saying. But that's all we're asking you to say, right? I believe he's innocent, because I said I would have done the same thing. You're about to walk up on me, 65 pounds bigger than me, and you know jiu-jitsu. You're crazy, right? But what I'm saying is, you can at least say, this young man deserved to have his day in court. This young man deserves to have a fair trial. This young man deserves to have a fair trial in his day in court, so we can really understand what happened, because that's crazy. Boom. That's all we're asking you to say. Of course not. None of them said anything, even though they're all football players, right? Uncle Shay, Fred, Ryan, all of them, Brian Marshall. These are all football players. Everybody is quiet, right? Even giving him money. Nope. You can give money. It doesn't mean that you believe he's innocent. But hey, since I'm Black, I know that many times Black people don't have the best odds in the court system, because they don't have access to the best lawyers. So I just want this young man to have the best lawyer. And then whatever it is what it is. No, they're scared. Because what if their money manager sees that they made a donation? That's why I say, are these people even in charge of their bank accounts? I don't know. Do they receive an allowance or something? Because they have to ask for permission. So you see all these Black celebrities, they're not really free. They're not free. You know? But then we find out that Uncle Shay was out here paying $25,000 per butt cheeks. So I'm like, so you gave this, so every time you sleep with this young lady, you give her $19,000? Sorry, you give her $50,000? Right? She looks like a child. It is so bizarre. This is her right here, right? This is her, right? She looks like a child. But I'm like, he was paying to sleep with her. And it seems like he was paying $50,000 every time he slept with her. Because she said $25,000 per butt cheeks. So I'm sure she has 2 cheeks. So that's 50 grand, right? But I'm like, did he even give that kind of money to Carmelo's like GoFundMe? No. Would he even ever give that kind of money? No. Then some people are saying that he offered her $10 million behind the scene for her to be quiet. But I'm like, even $10 million. If somebody said, oh, Uncle Shay, can you cover Carmelo's costs for the entire trial? Like, can you cover all his legal costs for the duration of the trial? He'd be like, hell no, I'm not doing that. He wouldn't do it. Right? So you realize, yes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is more acceptable. I'm like, this, Lonnie Martin, this is like, this place is like it's like a sick experiment. When you realize that it is more acceptable for a famous Black football player to say, yeah, I mess with girls on OnlyFans, versus saying, I believe that Carmelo deserves to have a fair trial. How exactly are we not being controlled? Right? Because, like, you know, if I come outside and I say, oh, I sleep with OnlyFans models, or I have sex with these OnlyFans girls, or I give money to these OnlyFans, I pay OnlyFans girl to have sex with, even that, you don't even fear the backlash. Like, you can take on the backlash of people knowing that you pay for sex from girls who are OnlyFans models, right? That's not a big deal. But the backlash of being a Black man and standing up for that young Black boy and saying he deserves to have a fair trial. It's like, oh, no, that I can't do. Right? He was okay with releasing the text messages as if it did anything for him. I'm like, these text messages make you look even crazier. He released the text messages. Like, he's okay exposing himself in that fashion. But if you were to say, Uncle Shay Shay, can you at least say that you want Carmelo to have a fair trial? Like, he's not going to say that. He's not going to say it. He'd rather be seen as a sexual deviant than somebody who is seen as like too pro-Black and signing up maybe with a Black boy who did it to a white boy, whatever. And that's how you realize, Lonnie, we are not free. We are controlled. We are truly controlled. This is not normal, right? Even Michelle Obama, I am being serious too, right? I think all of this right now, when it's coming out to me, right? I think also this is a huge distraction. It's a real distraction. Whether you're talking about surviving whatever you survived in the White House, lady, that was like 16 years ago. Who cares? Whether she talks about going to the inauguration, lady, it was 100 days ago. We have moved on. Right now, we're focused on the tariffs and how we're going to survive. Okay? We don't really care. Whether it's what else? It's the how did I survive the White House, the inauguration. Okay, Jimmy Carter's funeral that she chose not to go because she didn't want to see Trump. Who cares? If President Carter was nice to you and you chose not to go and honor him because of your issue with Trump, that's on you. Okay? That's on you. We don't care. But I also feel like for Michelle Obama to come outside and talk about these honestly frivolous matters in a time where people are really fighting for Carmelo shows you that she's also part of the machine of distraction. Because honestly, these are non-issues, right? Whether you went, yes. So you see, even herself, she's not free. Right? Because I'm like, as a first lady, the way her and her husband move, you would think they were employees of the Democratic Party and not people who were actually first lady and president. Okay? Because why can't you people retire, enjoy your life, and just go into the sunset and do whatever, right? Would Hillary Clinton have a podcast? No. Right? Would any other first lady have a podcast? But the way the Democratic Party treats this couple is as if these people are servants. They're property, okay? Because this is not normal. Get somebody else to do it. And matter of fact, because Kamala lost because she didn't go on the Joe Rogan podcast, Kamala Harris should have her podcast, right? Okay, Michelle Lynch, that sounds familiar, right? So my thing is, Kamala Harris can do her own podcast. But there's something about the Obamas where the Democratic Party does not allow these people to rest. They're not allowed to rest. They're not allowed to move on, right? They're not allowed to do their own thing. To what avail? Like, what is the point of this? But I also feel like this right here is another kind of distraction. It's to distract people from what people should really talk about. You understand? For me, if I was Michelle Obama, and also if I was a lawyer, I would use my time, yes, to fight against the representation of Black boys or black children in the media, right? Because you see the way mainstream media, white media, talks about Black children, Black boys, as if they're the worst piece of whatever. But when it comes to white boys who commit the most heinous crimes, the words are so different. The language is so different. The tone is so sweet and compassionate, right? We have bigger issues. America has bigger issues. Black America has bigger issues than why Michelle Obama is getting braids, why Michelle Obama did not attend Jimmy Carter's funeral, why Michelle Obama did not attend the inauguration. All these things have gone. Now, if you feel guilty now about not going, just say that, right? You made up your mind not to go. Let's move on. But these are not relevant issues. These are truly, truly not relevant issues. They are truly not relevant issues. People knowing, any Black person knowing why or why not she didn't go to the Jimmy Carter funeral, to the inauguration, it does nothing for them. Because if a recession hit, the recession gonna hit regardless. Exactly. They call a Florida shooter a child, but Carmelo Payne is a thug. Exactly. Right? When she was the first lady, once again, she could, being that she's a lawyer, she could have even fought for better healthcare representation for Black women, especially in the whole OBGYN pregnancy unit, right? No, she chose to focus on fruits and vegetables, right? So once again, she picks these topics that are truly inconsequential. She picks these topics that truly do not do anything relevant for the Black society at large, the finances of Black people, Black businesses, Black education, Black families, right? She's not trying to come about and talk about real problems and real solutions. Of course not. Her job is to distract people by bringing the attention to her and her frivolous issues, right? Tomorrow we're going to wake up. The price of eggs is still going to be the price of eggs. Tomorrow we're going to wake up. The price of gas is still going to be the price of gas, right? In a few days, it's going to be the first of the month. People still going to have to go find that money to make their rent. You understand? The recession might come. Sometime in June, America still has to make that $9 trillion interest payment, right? People are still waiting if, what's his name, Jerome Powell is going to lower the Fed rate, or if he's not going to reduce the rate, right? Like, people have real problems. They have real problems. And I'm like, this lady is just here to distract people. Okay? People have real issues. And this podcast is also not trying to talk about the real issues that plague the everyday Black American person, especially people who live in the South, who are extremely forsaken. Of course not. This is a whole podcast by a very rich, very privileged, Ivy League educated, elitist, bougie Black women who brings forth other Black women who are actresses, who are CEOs, but they're all multimillionaires, right? Bunch of rich ass people who want to sit here and tell everyday Black people who really have to deal with the realities of grocery prices, inflation, recession, living alone, paying their bills. These rich ass people want to sit here and tell you how hard it was for them, how hard it is for me. Oh my gosh, I am suffering as I live in Martha's Vineyard, and I will have Secret Service for the rest of my life, right? She will be the Michelle Obama for the rest of her life. She will have Secret Service for the rest of her life. She's worth over $100 million, right? This lady probably buys like Lululemon just so that she can just do the garden. I don't know. She got so much money. It's ridiculous, right? But it's like they never sit here and talk about pertinent issues that truly need to, there are certain things out here people have to talk about the problems and the solution, because 25 years from now, will most people even be able to afford homes? Right? The way stuff is going right now, will most people be able to afford their homes? Right? Talk about money, talk about savings, talk about even the low saving rates among Black people in America, right? And how people need to save more and make better choices, okay? Because the world 20 years from now, 25 years from now, is Black America ready for whatever America is going to look like 25 years from now? Especially with all this immigration stuff. I mean, it's just so crazy. No, let's not talk about anything relevant. And this is how they waste people's time. They truly, truly, truly waste people's time. And I'm like, for me, Marlene, I cannot allow people that I know to feel sorry for this woman. She's an agent of chaos. She's here for distraction. She's incredibly wealthy. She is incredibly fortunate. The mere fact that she can pick up her phone and call all these rich people to come sit there is a lot, right? Hey, Shayla, the vast majority of even Black women, if they start a business, who's going to give them a shout out? Okay? The vast majority of Black women, if they open a business today, you know what I mean? They got to go use their own savings. They got to go use this, right? They have to pay for exposure. They have to pay for marketing. Will Michelle Obama even give them a shout out? And you know what's so messed up? You know, I'm going to do part 2 of this for tomorrow. This is just me venting. I'm going to stop this live. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to do part 2 of this. But I just want y'all to understand, right? These people are not good people, y'all. These people, me, Marlene, these people are not good people, you guys. Because even this podcast, right? Look right here, right? Look right here. Even this podcast, let me see if I can see a table. Okay. Do you see like the table, for example? She could even have products of Black women on the table, right? She could even use these podcasts to give a shout out to Black women that have small businesses. Oh, this coffee is from this person. You can even have maybe like wine. You have some Black women that have like wineries. You can promote their wine. Like, you know, you can find a way to incorporate products from small Black women. No. They don't even try to use this podcast to give exposure to other Black women who need help. Everything is me, 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 me. They're not good people, you guys. I'm being serious. They're not good. Oh, look, my jewelry is coming from this person. My dress is coming from this Black designer. Wumpty wump. No, they do the bare minimum for Black people. But they always expect everyday Black people, poor Black people, middle-class Black people, in-between Black people to always come to their rescue, to fight for them, to advocate. Why am I going to advocate for a rich person? Please advocate for me. Yeah, they don't even do that. You know, every podcast, she could definitely give a shout out to one Black-owned non-for-profit, whether it's one that fights domestic violence, whether it's one that helps with like financial literacy, whether it's one that helps with giving free book bags to kids, or one that does like free after school program. I don't even know. There's so many Black owned non-for-profits, right? Just give them a quick shout out. Hell no. Hell no. Right? They'll talk about everything. Oh, I'm rich. Oh, well, I'm a unicorn. Da-da-da. Me. And when they get up from here, they have done nothing else. They haven't done anything for anybody else. I'm like, these people are so gross to me. They're just so gross. Like, they are just so gross. It doesn't even hurt these people when you do the actual live, right? Yeah, when you do the actual live, like when you do the whole podcast, you can take a little, like you can have like 4 or 5 different commercial breaks and then show some, like a Black author, books for Black children. I don't know, something. But the fact that they don't do it lets you know that these people don't even believe in like empowering the Black community, right? They understand, hey, I was the first Black woman. So a lot of people treat me like a golden calf, right? A lot of people have idolatry. So I can be used to put these people to sleep. They didn't come to wake the people up. They didn't come to encourage people to fight. They didn't come to encourage people to ask more. No, they come here to distract people. The entire Democratic Party is consumed with this one immigrant from El Salvador. Hold on. The guy who got deported, what's his name? Who is he again? Y'all seen him, right? He's all over the news, right? What's his name? Hold on, if I can see a picture, right? They're flying in and out of El Salvador to try to free this one guy that's MS-13. He's born in El Salvador. Now, I think his deportation papers said that he should not be returned back to El Salvador in fear of like retribution, because I guess he killed someone, so he doesn't want to get killed. But I'm like, why not? Okay. But I'm like, they're fighting for all that. The vast majority of issues that the Democratic Party is currently fighting for have nothing to do with issues that concern Black America. Even though Black America primarily votes Democrat, right? So you understand, this lady is not, Michelle Obama is not doing this podcast because she believes that good things should happen, or, Black Americans like deserve more, should fight for this. No. Michelle Obama is here to keep people asleep. And most importantly, she is here to keep Black people focused on Donald Trump. Okay? Trump the bad guy. Trump the demon. Trump. Who cares? Donald Trump, he's not going to live long. Okay? But there are real issues that have to be talked about. But if you notice, the Democratic Party is a party that does not like to address real issues. They like to focus on the person. Oh, we're fighting against Trump. We're standing against Trump. No, Trump will come, Trump will go, right? But where is Black America going? That has to be a real concern. Families, Black families have to be a real concern. Black children have to be a real concern. The Black purchasing power has to be a real concern. Black education has to be a real concern. Black home ownership, it has to be a real concern. Black educate, even the whole college stuff, right? Or even young people going to trade school, either or, that has to be talked about, right? Increasing the median salary for Black families, because even at 55 or 60,000, it's not high enough. Right? How do we encourage more Black children to deal with their aversion for math and science and things like that, that they can believe that they can actually do it? We got to get these kids to see themselves in that, right? Also, and maybe also for Black children who are misbehaving, the need of maybe like free tuition to go to a military academy. I think more Black boys need to be sent to military academies. I will never stop saying that. Okay. They need to be shipped off to these military academies in Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, Idaho, you name it, okay? That has to be their punishment. You don't want to act right? You're going to military school, and you will stay there freshman year all the way to your senior year. We're going to save your life, okay? You don't have a choice. We're going to save your life. You're not going to ruin your life, right? We also have to lower the number of Black inmates. What would it take to seduce more and more Black children to not want to go to prison? Yeah. No, we have to, Lonnie. I saw this one video with these kids in Chicago. I'm like, no, grab all their asses just as they are. Ship them to military school. No phones, no nothing. Okay, uniforms all day, every day. Even on the weekends, you'll have a special weekend uniform, like your sweats and stuff like that. That's it. A lot of these young boys, they need discipline. They need men to help them. We have to normalize sending Black boys who don't have father, like they have lack of, male guidance or whatever. We have to normalize sending these babies to military school. They're going to cry. They're going to kick. They're going to scream. It's okay. It's fine. Right? Because when they graduate high school from a military school at 18, they're going to be men. And we would have saved them. And also, we would have saved potential victims, right? Because if you allow these boys to be knuckleheads like that, not only do they hurt themselves, they hurt other people, their friends, their girlfriends, other boys, other girls, other children, and even other adults. It's not good for us, y'all. These kids have to go to military school. We have to normalize this. Like, we have to pass a law for this. Like, hey, if you're 15 or like 13, 14, and your mom really can't do it, and your grades are bad, and you get arrested, instead of going to juvie, you are going to a military academy, and you will stay there until you finish high school. Okay? That's it. You don't have a choice. And then once you're 18, you will sign up for the army. Okay? We have to force these young people to make something of themselves. We have to save the young people from themselves. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. So to me, it's like, if you're going to have a podcast as famous as you are, right, and as adored as you are by the Black people, and not really talk about real issues that truly need an answer to me, you're an op. Okay? To me, you work for those people. You're like a golden calf, right? You came here to confuse the population, right? Because a person that really cares about being Black and is really pro-Black is going to talk about issues that are truly affecting everyday Black people. Not the rich Black people, not the rich bourgeoisie, not the rich Ivy League educated Black people. No, you guys are going to be okay. You're okay. Your kids are okay. You're good, right? It's time for y'all to serve. I am so sick and tired of so many Black celebrities in America always thinking that it's everyday Black people who owe them so much. Listen to my podcast, buy my products, come to my concert, fight for me, tweet for me, get me a Grammy, get me this award, get me this, get me that. It's too much. People are not your slaves. Black people are not your slaves, okay? You also got to say to yourself, Black people have given me so much. What am I giving back to Black people, right? They bought my books. They held me down. They support me. They do. I mean, they always come outside in numbers and support me. Awesome. So now I said, okay, how do you pay it forward, right? What are you going to do for Black people for the next 4 years since you think Trump is so evil, right? What are you going to do for Black people? And it cannot be a podcast. And it definitely can't be a podcast where everybody who comes to this podcast is rich, right? That is crazy. The average Black person is not rich. They can't relate to y'all's topics, okay? And sitting here and talking about Black men all the time also is getting old. People need money in their pockets. People need to know how to plan for retirement. People need to know what to buy. Because I'm sure you have all this insider trading information. Give us some, okay? Give us tips. How do you get involved in the stock market? How do you start to invest in the stock market? How do you start buying this? How do you start buying that, right? How do people start looking into property? Or even yet, for those Black people who are working and who have corporate jobs, right? What do they do to start having promotions? Like, how do they fix their resumes? How do they network? How do they build their LinkedIn, right? Like, it's time to to me, it's like, it's really time to say, I need to pay it forward. It can't just be me. How much more do you people actually need? Also, I would love for Michelle Obama to talk about Carmelo Anthony. I really would, because I'm sure she's heard about it, right? But once again, she hasn't received permission to talk about it. But there's no way she hasn't heard about it, because if she hasn't, then she's definitely out of touch, because that's crazy. That's really, really crazy, right? But no, distraction, and more distraction. No. I'm going to play a little bit more of this video, and I think tomorrow, I'm gonna redo this whole video tomorrow.
And I think that that's part of our trauma too, because we grew up with women who weren't voicing the pain, and the burden. They made it look easy. And when you make stuff look easy, people assume that you must like this.
Yeah.
It's okay with you, right?
Right.
You know, we don't articulate as Black women our pain, because it's almost like nobody ever gave us permission to do that.
And does anyone care?
Yeah, there's
Will
that.
they care?
If we knew, I think we would care. If we knew. If we knew.
Or, you know, yeah. And
saying all kinds of foolishness. Sorry. If you are really for Black people and the good being of Black people, this is how I'm starting to recognize people now too, huh? I'm going to say this before I leave. The way Marlene, I am starting to recognize who is really for Black people and who's really against Black people are people who always want to put one gender over the other gender, or like have genders compete for it. Who sees me more? Who does more? To me, anybody who thinks like that, you are against Black people. What does that mean? You are truly, you truly are against Black people. I think anybody who's pro-Black, you have to encourage everybody to see both sides. I can't tell you not to see your side, but I say you have to also make an effort to see the other side. Because for you to say, oh, as Black women, we make it look easy. Well, maybe your father also made it look easy. Let me see if they have a video about her father and how he died. Hold on. Let me see. Because I know he had asbestos. Hold on. Michelle Obama and her father. Let's see. Well, her mother passed away. Because I knew it was asbestos. Let me see. know he died of asbestos. Let me see. And it's kind of sad that they barely have any pictures of him. So she barely talks about her dad. Okay, let's see what she says here. Let's see.
But my dad worked so hard and he loved us so much. And I think from him, I learned this absolute, complete, unconditional love. The notion that kids really don't need anything but to know that their parents adore them. And I think that's the greatest gift they gave us, just their constant support and, stability. And that's really what we try to instill in our girls. I mean, you talk about raising kids, it's just really, we had rules, we had boundaries, but there wasn't anything my dad wouldn't do for us.
You see this? So now I'm asking you, when she comes out here and she does this whole black women this, black women that, is it a grift? Because this is Michelle Obama with the silk press, right? And you got Michelle Obama with the braids. I think to me, something I feel like it's a costume for her. But this whole black women this, black women that, black women, is it a grift? Because I'm like, because the way she talks, you would think her daddy was in the bed all day. Her daddy was a bum. Her daddy was out here just living his best life. And here's the mother just killing herself and internalizing everything and making it look so easy. Seriously. Michelle Obama had to be born like the 60s or something. Imagine what America was then for both black men, like black men and black women. Please stop. And your mom, at least she had to be in the house. So how many racist white people did she see being in the house, right? Your father had to work outside the house. So imagine how much more traumatic that had to be. Especially when we see how these white girls just lie on people at a drop of a hat, right? But I'm like, stop it. Your mom made it look easy, and so did your dad. Because I know that man had to kill himself for his family. And this racist ass country, this place is so damn evil. Like, I'm like, I don't know who, it was Jenny. I said, Jenny, I don't even know how y'all survived this place. It's so damn racist. The way they hate black people here, it is insane. It is truly insane. This is not a real place. It's like a torture chamber, okay? You wake up in the morning and you say to yourself, what is it going to be today? Who's going to try to destroy my life today? Who's going to lie on me today? What is it going to be today? I don't know how you guys did. You guys are brave. Like, you are really brave. This place is not a real place. It is not a real place. The amount of hatred they have for Black Americans, it really is not. It's not a real, there's too much hatred. It's just too much hatred. Because if we see what we see in 2025, I can only imagine what it was like 1960. And at that time, you don't have a phone. There's no way for you to actually record what's going on. Anybody can lie on you and it sticks to you. So if we see what we see in 2025 and people are still so brazen to lie like this and try and destroy people's lives like this, I can only imagine what America was like in the 60s for Black American people. Wow. Every day you have to be so afraid. Let not somebody lie on me and say that I looked at her, I did this to her, wumpty wump wump. I'm going to show you another video of this white woman who lied about this Indian man that he tried to kidnap her baby. Y'all, the man never even touched the baby. This is in 2025. Imagine white women in the 1960s. Oh, I couldn't. I really couldn't. I truly could not. Hold on.
And don't make me cry.
No.
This isn't Oprah. It's supposed to be Letterman. What's up? Where are the laughs?
Did somebody tell you this was Oprah? Is that why you're here? Oh my! Someone misled.
She talks. It's sad. You ever have enough pictures of her talking about her dad? Oh, his wife is white. Okay.
We just don't have those discussions anymore about the importance of voting. A lot of civics classes have been taken out of the curriculum. So a lot of young people aren't being raised with a conversation about our democratic process and understanding how our democracy works and the three branches of government and state and federal separation of powers and what the Supreme Court stands for. So many people don't know because we haven't made it a priority like we did growing up. I mean, I'm like you. I've got you by a few years. I'm 56, and you know, I remember voting with my.
A whole lot more about Mr. Robinson. I feel like everybody knows Mrs. R, right?
Yeah.
But you talk a lot about your dad and what he was able to teach you and show you from his own disability.
My father, as most people know, had multiple sclerosis. And I talk more about what it was like to grow up with a parent with a disability and the level of uncertainty that comes when the primary breadwinner in your life could at any minute fall and not be.
So you see how evil she is? You guys, tomorrow I'm gonna get this lady in order. So her daddy had MS. So her father had multiple sclerosis. Like when your bones are like hurting and shaking, and he was working every day so that his wife could stay home with their kids. And she's talking about her mom this, her mom that. Oh, merci, c'est gentil. I did. I lost 10 pounds. I was 200 and I was almost 245 pounds, you guys. Oh my Lord. Today I am 230 pounds. Thank you very much. All right. Oh, this weight got to come. I didn't even know it was this big. I mean, I felt big, but I know it's this big, you guys. Oh my Lord. We're going down all the way to like 180. Thank you, Lonnie. I love you. So Lonnie, he was the breadwinner. Yeah, we know he was the breadwinner. We know that. But he had MS. And she makes it seem like, oh, her mom did this and mom did. People have to stop doing this. People really have to. We know we have some trifling ass black men out here. That's a fact. I ain't gonna lie. We do. Just like we have some trifling ass women too. But you know, since it's the man, I'm gonna say this to the man, we expect more from men. No problem. Right? But we also have some great black men. And it's okay. It's okay to praise good black men. It's okay to praise great black men. You don't have to feel like, oh, I got to say something bad about my daddy, or I only have to praise my mama because I need to fit in. It's giving like these well-to-do black kids who want to act hood and ratchet to fit in. Like, it's getting old, okay? If you have a great dad, if your father was a great man and is still a great man, it's okay to say it. Oh my Lord. It's giving like, oh, growing up, I had two paths that it was either selling dope or becoming a rapper. Like, shut up. Like, we don't believe that anymore. Okay. I'm like, yeah, sure. You also had to sell dope. I saw a video with Jonathan Major. He was like, oh, growing up, I had two choices to make. It was either selling dope or becoming an actor. I was like, what? I'm not believing this. Shut up. You went to Yale. Like, be quiet. Like, I'm not believing any of this crap. Okay. But they always feel like they got to tell you about, oh, I either have to sell drugs or become a basketball player for them to be relatable. Stop lying to people. We're not believing this. Okay. Not everybody who grew up here had to, oh, I'm not going to sell drugs today. Shut up. McDonald's is always hiring. So is UPS. Be quiet. While he was disabled, she said in her book, and he paid for 2 Ivy League education on credit cards. Oh, Jesus. Lonnie, I can't do this with this lady. I cannot. I really cannot. I cannot, Lonnie. I cannot. This is nasty work. This is diabolical. So her daddy had MS. He worked until his body completely gave out on him. He sent her to Ivy Leagues and he paid it on his credit card. And Michelle Obama is sitting on her goofy ass podcast as a multi-millionaire, making it seem as though the one who sacrificed the most in that marriage was her mother. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. This is insanity. This is the level of wickedness. This is crazy.
Be able to get up, who, you know, we had to make adjustments and be very adaptable as a family to make sure he could get to and from places. We learned that at an early age. So we were cautious. We were vulnerable in ways.
Wow. This lady's mentally ill. He also never owned a home because he wanted his kids to have a better life. He didn't want to be house poor. See, I knew I didn't like her, but after today, I definitely don't like her anymore. Like, I can't do this. This is, Michelle, are you actually okay?
That we probably didn't even realize. But we also saw him fall and get up and keep going. It was not just.
So he fell and he got up. He didn't complain about it. I read Becoming a while back. Mind you, she hated being a lawyer after a couple years and became a hospital administrator. You guys, you know, my ladies, let me tell you something, right? If you watch me and you love me, I truly want to encourage you to not be like this. Please do not be like this. Please. Like, I'm seriously begging you, like, have the fear of God in you. Do not be like this. Like, be a person who tells the truth, please. Give credit to everybody who deserves credit. I'm begging you. Don't let this whole feminist, misogynist, hate of the patriarchy corrupt you. If your mom was a great mom, give her credit. If your daddy also was a great daddy, give him credit. You don't have to uplift your mother and then, despise your daddy because he happens to be a black man. That is insanity. That is insanity. That is insanity. Because I'm like, if you didn't know any better and you heard her saying what she said, you would have thought the dad, either you would think her dad was very lazy, he was in the bed all day, or he just simply didn't even give a F about what his wife was feeling. But I knew it wasn't true because it's Michelle Obama. I knew it wasn't true. She's full of it. I knew it wasn't true. I just knew she was lying. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Because this whole feminist, black misandrist, it's in vogue now. It's a trend. Bashing men, always talking bad about men, making it seem like women do more than men. They sacrifice more than men. Oh, whatever. When she said that, I'm like, yeah, another Karen. Look at her tiny ass lips. I knew she was lying. Because I'm like, the stuff I remember when they were running for office, that man, Mr. Robinson, he sounded like a man who would give everything for his family. But if you don't remember her when her husband was running, you would think her daddy was a deadbeat dad, or he was so callous that he didn't care about his wife. He didn't care about her feelings. Now she said, oh, my dad had MS. He worked every day until he couldn't work no more. We would see my dad fall. We would see him get up. So who was there for him? Who would talk to him? Where can he go and talk about his feelings? Did he ever complain? No, he never complained. This is really, really mean. I fear Obama gave Michelle a very soft life and she's still whining. It's very, this is crazy. This is really crazy. And these are the kinds of women in their messaging that make a lot of good men say, you know what? What's the point of even being good? Because it's true. If you go above and beyond and give a woman a great life, she's still gonna complain. So you might as well torture her. I mean, seriously. And me, Marlene, too, if I was Marlene, what would be my incentive to be a good person? Because if you're a Pookie, she gonna complain. If you are a stand-up guy, she's still gonna complain. Either way, she gonna complain. So so just be a Pookie. But I'm like, you can be the president and you can give your wife a first lady status. She still complains. Her daddy had MS. You guys, MS, your bones, they hurt so badly. Her mom had no disease, but she wants to make it seem like being a stay-at-home mom to 2 kids while your husband has MS. And mind you, they're in Chicago. So he probably had flare-ups during the winter. Tomorrow, we're going to look at MS and what MS does to the body. This lady is wicked. This lady is seriously wicked. I need to get on her podcast. And I hope she sees my live. I need to get into I need to get under her skin. So I'm like, when it gets cold, most likely he had bad flare-ups. Y'all, Chicago is cold, y'all. They're near Canada. It's so cold up there. I could never live there. It's too cold, okay? It's too damn cold. So imagine the snow, the cold breeze and stuff. The man is still out there for his family. Meanwhile, her mama is inside the house with the heat or the space heater on, and she wants you to believe that her mama had it worse than the daddy. And as if the father came home and said, oh, I had a rough day. It's so hard being a black man. People are getting let go from work. We know damn well the daddy kept everything to himself. This is disgusting. This is diabolical. You know? And you see, your mom sacrificed, but let's be so for real. The daddy sacrificed more because it's very easy, you know, it's very, very easy to be inside the house and not having to go out there and God forbid you encounter a white woman on your way to work in the cold with MS. Oh, Lord Jesus. Run. She's crazy. Okay. We have to give credit to Black men who put their families first. Don't complain. Go to work. Face the crazy ass weather. And they send you to an Ivy League. He could have bought himself a nice car. Maybe he could have got himself better treatment. Does she not even realize that if she not go to that goofy ass Ivy League school, that maybe he could have used the money to treat himself and he would have lived a longer life? So damn selfish. And hey, Kelly, what's up, boo? I haven't seen you in a while. That's just so damn selfish. Imagine all the things he did not even buy for himself because he wanted to make her happy. This lady is insane. She's really insane. Like, she truly is insane. You know what I'm saying? Like, even me, even I, Marlon, you know, right now, my daddy gets on my nerves. I already told you, he's a Libra. You know what I mean? I'm a Aquarius, he's a Libra. You know what I'm saying? But y'all, my daddy did too much for me, man. He gets on my nerves, but I will always love him, okay? My dad's really brave. You know, that's why even growing up, my mom used to get on my nerves because I felt like she was never grateful. Like, what is wrong with you, lady? You have to learn to say thank you. It's not going to hurt you. But I cannot stand when a woman stays at home and she got to take care of her kids and you would think she was out here braving the world. Like, girl, shut up. You are raising children that you chose to carry. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like, can you imagine me coming on my live? Oh my gosh, you guys, today was so hard. I had to change Maverick's diaper. Oh, and then I had to go do homework with Trey. And then I had to go. Oh, shut up. Okay. Did somebody force me to have unprotected sex? No, maybe I did enjoy my damn self. What do I know? If I do remember when I got pregnant, okay? But imagine thinking that people need to feel sorry for you because you have to raise the children that you brought into this world. Make it make sense. Guys, I barely sleep with Maverick, but it is what it is. Listen, he's so cute. Oh my gosh, do you know that I'm highly educated? Be quiet. You know? Oh, and then Jimmy, he's on his computer. It's life. You know, I even told you. I said, like, when Maverick was born, he didn't even take paternity leave. He didn't take any days off. I wasn't upset. I'm like, I get it. No, you gotta work. I'm good. But I had like my sisters, my mom and stuff, and I had this family stuff, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, but I want you to take 12 weeks of paternity leave. Yeah, and then get fired, and we're gonna be homeless. You crazy. Yeah, we're gonna be all right. And we're gonna be all right. Okay? Like, this is too much. Everybody sacrifices in their own way. Everybody gives in their own way. You see, nighttime, he's completely passed out. Maverick could scream. I'm telling you, Maverick could lose his mind. James is not gonna move. The man is passed out, but I get it. He's tired. But during the day, he's a lot better. And then sometimes I sleep during the day. It's life. But you don't take offense to it. Oh, how come you didn't change the diaper? Girl, shut up. Go make the money then. People do too damn much. I cannot stand ungrateful people. Yes. But like, Lonnie, like, did you even see me have like postpartum depression? No. You know what I mean? And even you guys, like, you understand how they get it. Sometimes Maverick is in the tub and he cries, oh, you know, it's like, whatever. I'm not like, oh, Jane needs to come get him. Oh. You know what I mean? Sometimes Maverick is here, sometimes not here. But it's like, usually, like, nighttime is me. Like, I can stay up, like, even when I'm done with the live, I can stay up until like 6 or like 9 in the morning. Because I'm with him. Like, I just watch him and stuff, right? And then, like, in the morning, Jimmy takes over. But I don't sit here with like a notebook, like, oh, how many diapers did you change? Who cares, Joe? Who cares? He's my child. He's my child. I will never count who did this, who didn't do this. Like, Maverick is my child. Like, they're all my kids. You know? But even today, I had to make dinner before I came. That's why I came here late. I was tired of it and I had to go make dinner, you know? It's life. I get my YouTube, my distance, and whatever. Because you guys, I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm gonna tell you something. And I told my other friend that. About these kids, they grow up so fast. You'll go like this, look, and then boom, they're 18, they're going. Like, what the heck? Where did my babies go? I even told Trey, I might not let him go to college because I need to have access to him. I don't know. Maybe I'll tell him to go to Georgetown or something. I don't know, right? But I'm like, Trey, I'm gonna miss you. I don't know if mommy gonna let you go to college. Right? Yeah. Yeah, Maverick lives his life. Sometimes he's in the tub right there because he likes being in the tub. Okay. So it's like, but I'm like, why do people, Lonnie, I don't get this. I don't get why. And I'm 40 years old, right? Michelle Obama, like, she's my auntie. She's like my mom's age. I should be childish like that. Like the way she thinks, I should think like her. She should think like me. Oh, niece, it's not that bad. You know, these kids grow up so fast. Womp womp womp. You only have one time to be a mom and then they're gone. Look, oh my God, right. But I'm like, even I'm more mature than this woman. She's like 66. And she thinks like a child. This is crazy, right? She's so negative about everything. What is wrong with this lady? Yes. This lady, she's the first black. Nah. Me more. Imagine Jimmy making me first lady. Yo, I ain't complaining about shit. Like, what? What? Can you imagine being on board of Air Force One? Oh my God. Like, flawless on board. Who? Is that me? Can you imagine? Like, just imagine being the first lady of America. You guys, the gowns, the dresses, the this, the that. Oh, a girl can only dream. It will never be my life. So, you know, but for you to have had this life, look at her and the dogs. This is how she was living. Posing in the front lawn with her puppy. And then even her puppy screams expensive. This woman is still mad. Her dog says she's rich AF. And she is still mad. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. You wear $50,000 gowns, $30,000 dresses. This woman is ungrateful. She is ungrateful. Like, oh, Lord have the mercy. This woman is so ungrateful. These women are so toxic. Toxic and bitter. You are so toxic. I mean, this is unbelievable. Why do you think complainers? They don't get that stay in that it attracts more problems, right? Melania, Melania's, you know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all, these gowns, these is couture. And they probably flew these dresses on these private jets. Huh? They probably, every designer in Paris probably had a mold of her body. I'm talking Dior, Balenciaga, who else? I don't know. Balmain, okay? Miu Miu, Issey Miyake, I don't know. But I'm sure all these designer houses had a mold of her body. She's still mad. Oh no. Misery. Misery. And then when they're going to tell her you're black, you're an angry black woman, but why did they say that? Why would they not say that? This man gave you this life and she's still unhappy. No, this is insanity. This is insanity. You're a Pookie, she's going to be mad. You're the first black president, she's still going to be mad. Might as well be a Pookie. Michelle. No, you're a certain breed. You're a different breed. This is a different make and model, y'all. This is insanity. I don't know. You know, I'm not like, let me tell you this, right? I'm not so much for like this whole cheating stuff, but I can truly understand why some men do. I really can. I don't agree with it, but I understand because I couldn't imagine giving a woman what the world even dreams of. And every time I look at her, I can feel as though she hates me. It's like the more I do for her, the more she hates my guts. That to me is crazy. That to me is really, really, I'm not saying it's okay, but I can understand. The same thing with Jada Pinkett. I feel like Jada Pinkett, the more Will gives her, the more success he has, the more money the family makes. It's like the more she hates his guts. Like these women are really unhappy. And I remember one time, like Kevin Samuels did an episode on Jada Pinkett and women like her. That time I didn't get it, but like now I see what he means. Because you cannot marry a woman who's not happy for you. You should not be married to a woman who's not happy for you. You cannot be married to a woman who hates the fact that you're the man, so you're gonna be in front and she's gonna be behind. No, she got to stand next to you, or better yet, she got to stand in front of you because she needs control. She needs to be seen. She needs this. And I'm like, no, I can see exactly why they call you angry, because this is not possible. This is not possible. Even with all of this, the lady is still not happy. You can't make this stuff up. No, and every time she got a funny look on her face. Always have a funny look on her face. This is crazy. This is really crazy. It's like, girl, if you're not happy, just leave. If you are that miserable, just leave. If you can find a man that can do something better for you, go find that person. No. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, this is insanity. Just go. Because I'm like, do you know how many women would dream to live like this? No. Like, you should, I'm like, I don't know. To me, I feel like any man that's career driven should not marry a feminist. Do not marry a feminist. Do not marry or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think most feminists, they should either marry their careers or they should be lesbians. If you're a man that's really career driven and you want to accomplish a lot in this life, right? You need to go for a traditional woman, because a feminist, she will resent you. She would definitely resent you. Because I'm like, this is insanity. This is real insanity. Wow.
The vulnerability, but it was also the way my father behaved through it. You know, he was not a man that felt sorry for himself. He could have quit his job and been on disability his whole life. Right. But instead he got up and went to work every day. And he just adapted. He adapted his tools in order to keep working. The cane became 2 crutches, which later became a walker. But he never stopped getting up. He just used those tools to adapt. And I think of my father. You know, I know that there's so much of how I live my life, how important excellence is, how important being on time is, how important getting up and moving forward and not letting stumbles set me back. The kind of I'll show you attitude, it came from watching him. Right. So yeah, I really sort of expound upon his life in this book in a way that I hadn't before.
Wow.
Hey, if you like that video, be sure to subscribe.
So her dad did all of this, and then she's on this podcast saying what she's saying. Let her say it. No, this lady, I was like, why is she dressed like a voodoo priestess from New Orleans, selling lies to the tourists in Jackson Square? I see why.
We grew up, our grandmothers, you know, Grandma Levon, Grandma Rebecca, you know, these were all women, all Black women had to work. Yep. Our mother was fortunate. She didn't work until I went to high school, but that was a choice that she and my father made, because so we lived off of one salary and we made huge sacrifices for that, because I think my mother understood that if she was going to be the kind of mother she wanted to be, that we would forego living a good life, that we live in a little bitty apartment and just make ends meet. But that was a rare thing. But you've never heard these women complain, because it wasn't what it was, just the way life was.
And that the man complained. Of course, she can't. You're not Miss Sandra's. This is the new wave, y'all. The 92%. This is what they do. They hate men. They bash men. They take the credit away. I mean, this is crazy. So your dad went from, first he had MS, then it got worse. So then he had a cane. Then he had 2 crutches. Then he had a walker, and he still went to work. It's like grandma this, grandma that. Fuck them grandmas. Did they pay any bills in the house? They put any food on the table? These people are insane. They are insane. When I tell you the vast majority of modern women are insane, y'all think it's a joke. They are crazy. And this is what they do. And they run to the divorce house, they divorce court, they file for divorce, and then they're like, oh, right? Because they overestimate themselves. They think they can do it. They cannot. They cannot. They're so foolish. They are. It's a truly foolish people. I saw this one video, and this girl, she had 3 kids, 3 boys, and she divorced the husband. And I'm like, so you're going to keep the boys, or you're going to send the boys to their daddy? Because she can't do it. She cannot do it. And if she's not careful, they're going to join a gang. Or, you know, they might become, hey, right? Because these people live in the moment. He didn't do this for me. He didn't do this. He doesn't see me. Do you see him? Do we see each other? Of course not. The vast majority of these women are narcissists. Now, I hope you realize Michelle Obama is a malignant narcissist. She's a narcissist. Me. You tell a story and you intentionally decide who should people feel sorry for and who they should completely ignore. Even though your mommy was not sick, your daddy had MS, then it was a cane, then it was 2 crutches, then it was a walker. And he never stopped going to work. He never complained. He paid all your school fees on his credit card. He never bought a house because he wanted you to be successful, Michelle. And then you become the first lady and your campaign is on fruits and vegetables, not even like people that have the MS stuff, like people that have like handicaps and stuff, and fight for those people in memory of your dad. Of course not. This girl is so damn selfish. She is so toxic. She is so toxic. Somebody needs to tell her to her face. She's an ungrateful child. She's an ungrateful child. My dad wasn't even sick, but I can't even imagine telling my story and not properly giving my father credit. And neither of the 2 kids stayed to take care of him and his wife. It's a lot of selfishness out here. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. This is nasty work.
And I think that's part of our trauma too.
Mm-hmm.
So what about his trauma?
Because we grew up with women who weren't voicing the pain,
Mm-hmm.
and the burden. They made it look easy.
Mm-hmm.
And when you make stuff look easy, people assume that you must like this.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Because you see, when she said that, like when she says it like this, if you didn't know no better, you would think her father was an abuser. Because she said, "Oh, they made it look easy." And when you make it look easy and you don't speak up for yourself, people think you like it, so they give you more of it. So you see what I'm trying to say? If you didn't know no better, you would think her daddy was an abuser, that he was abusing the mama. And because the mama didn't speak up for herself, the daddy kept taking advantage. I was like, no, this is not the story here. Because who's grateful? You say maybe they were. Who's grateful? She might be talking about her dad making everything look easy. I'm serious. Maybe they were grateful. Who's grateful? Her, Michelle, and her brother? No, they're not grateful. She's not grateful. She's a malignant narcissist. She's very selfish. She's very ungrateful. Because Marlene, if I didn't know her, and if I maybe they were grateful. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Like the mama didn't talk because she saw how much in pain her husband was suffering. There you go. There you go. I agree with that part. Do y'all get what Quee is saying? Quee's saying because the mama understood, right? Mrs. Robinson, she knew her husband was hurting in his body. And yet he was giving them this life. He was giving her the opportunity to stay at home with the kids. So she's like, what do I look like burdening my husband when he's already sick and he puts up with so much that I can do this? I'm like, that part I agree. Exactly. She saw her husband sacrifice and didn't want to put more on his plate. Exactly. So I feel like that's why I feel as though Miss Robinson, that was her mindset. And this is what she should be saying to people, right? It's not that my mom wouldn't have wished for more, but considering how much my father had to go through to give us a life, where unlike other Black children, we had to stay at home mom full time, even though he had MS. So at first it's the pain, then it's the cane. Then the cane turns into 2 crutches. Then after that, it's the walker. So imagine when he would come home at night, how much his body would just hurt. And she probably never even saw her dad crying, but her mom probably saw that. You didn't see your mom take the hot water and massage her husband so that he could cope with his pain, but she saw that. And it's true. If my husband, his entire body is falling apart, what do I look like saying, oh, Michelle didn't do her homework today and the brother didn't listen to me? These are frivolous matters. So Mrs. Robinson did not want to talk to her husband about the foolishness because she had her mom, she had her sisters, she had other women that she could talk the foolishness with. And that makes sense. Which means Mrs. Robinson was compassionate. She wasn't selfish. She wasn't a narcissist. She had a lot of empathy, and she was grateful. She was grateful. Because it's true, even me, like I would even if like, I don't know, Mr. Robinson, not even as my father, not even as my husband, but if I knew him and he was my uncle, whatever, even me, I would not go talk my foolishness with him. Like, yeah, my stuff sounds stupid. Okay. I sound hella stupid. Okay. Because sometimes the stuff you want to complain about, when you see somebody that's struggling to walk and they're going to work every day, what do I even look like complaining? This stuff is ridiculous. That's why I say you got to put stuff in perspective. Just when you want to get ready to complain, remember that there is somebody out there. Their stuff is way worse than your stuff. Because me, I never had any problems walking. I never had to use a cane. I never had to use a walker. Like I can only imagine. But I know that MS, it really, really hurts the bones. Like your bones hurt so much. You wouldn't wish that on someone. So for him to have that, live in Chicago, and maybe like in the winter months, it would flare up. Oh my God. And he would go to work every day. I can even commit to do a YouTube live every day. And I do it from the comfort of my home. It's like, I just got to walk and sit here. I'm tired. See, that's why I don't complain a lot. I mean, I can barely commit to doing a YouTube live every day. It is so painful. MS is, hold on. Let me see if I can play this for y'all. Hold on. It's a very painful disease. Oh, Jesus. This is really sad.
Multiple sclerosis, or MS, is a disease that affects the brain and spinal cord, which make up our central nervous system that controls everything we do, from physical movement to thought processes and decisions.
So mama is mean. So it affects your brain. Oh my God. This lady is mean.
Decision making. Myelin is the coating on our nerves that protects them and helps them send messages quickly between the brain and the rest of the body. In MS, our immune system attacks myelin by mistake, treating it like an infection. When myelin is damaged, the messages traveling along the nerve become distorted, or they don't get through at all. This interruption of communication signals causes unpredictable symptoms, such as numbness, tingling, mood changes, memory problems, pain, fatigue, vision disturbances, or coordination issues. While the exact cause is unknown, more than 3 million people worldwide have MS, with over 30...
Oh my gosh, this lady is very mean. This is very, very mean. This is truly mean. This is really evil. People are truly wicked. People, oh my gosh, this is a lot. This is truly a lot. So this is what her dad had to deal with her entire life. And she sits here and talks as if he was some deadbeat ass person. I'm like, if you didn't know any better, you would think her father was a deadbeat man, a callous man who did not care about what his wife was going through. And he just kept adding more to her plate and adding on more to her plate. Why would you do this?
53,000 cases in Australia alone. It impacts more women than men, and its symptoms are often invisible and varied, making it extremely difficult for people to understand what people with MS might be experiencing. Some of the more common symptoms may include issues with balance and mobility, sensory symptoms leaving you in excruciating pain, as if your body is on fire or your skin is crawling. Brain fog, where you feel like your head is full of cement and you can't seem to find the right words. And fatigue, resulting in debilitating tiredness, even after a full night's sleep, exacerbating other MS symptoms. There are two main forms of MS. The first is relapsing MS, where people usually have times of stability in between flare-ups or relapses. After a relapse, symptoms, which may last for days or even weeks, may ease or go away completely. Growing evidence suggests that early and ongoing treatment with disease-modifying therapies can help manage symptoms, slow the damage, and help reduce relapsing MS attacks.
This is crazy. This is really crazy. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? No.
The second is progressive MS, where people experience gradual and ongoing loss of function without distinct attacks. Options are still limited for slowing down or stopping progressive MS, which is why MS Australia's mission is so important. For over 50 years, MS Australia has led the...
My thing is, why doesn't she donate to that? Like, why doesn't she donate to help people? Why don't she do like any advocacy to help people that have MS? Me.
I'm Dr. Oliver Tobin, a neurologist specializing in multiple sclerosis at Mayo Clinic. In this video, we'll be covering the basics of multiple sclerosis. What is it? Who gets it? The symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment. Whether you're looking for answers about your own health or that of someone you love, we're here to provide you with the best information available. Multiple sclerosis is a disorder in which the body's immune system attacks the protective covering of the nerve cells in the brain, optic nerve, and spinal cord, called the myelin sheath. And this sheath is often compared to the insulation on an electrical wire. When that covering is damaged, it exposes the actual nerve fiber, which can slow or block the signals being transmitted within it. The nerve fibers themselves might also be damaged. The body can repair damage to the myelin sheath, but it's not perfect. The resulting damage leaves lesions or scars, and this is where the name comes from: multiple sclerosis, multiple scars.
Wow.
Now, everyone loses brain cells and spinal cord cells as they get older, but if part of the brain or spinal cord has been damaged by MS, the nerve cells in that area will die off faster than the areas around it that are normal.
Wow.
This happens very slowly, usually over decades, and typically shows up as gradual walking difficulty happening over several years. When you read about multiple sclerosis, you may hear about different types, the most frequent being relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. And this is characterized by attacks or relapses. We don't know what causes MS, but there are certain factors that may increase the risk or trigger its onset. So while MS can occur at any age, it mostly makes its first appearance in people between the ages of 20 and 40.
That's early.
Low levels of vitamin D and low exposure to sunlight, which enables our body to make vitamin D, are associated with an increased risk of developing MS. And people who have MS, who have low vitamin D, tend to have more severe disease.
Wow.
So people who are overweight are more likely to develop MS. And people who have MS and are overweight tend to have more severe disease and a faster onset of progression.
Wow.
People who have MS and who smoke tend to have more.
You see why also, like, you see, once again, you guys still here? I hope you're not asleep. You see why even like obesity, encouraging people to be overweight, don't do that, okay? It is truly dangerous. So if you're overweight and you have low vitamin D, you are more likely to have MS. And if you have MS, it's going to progress really, really fast. Oh my goodness.
Relapses, worse progressive disease, and worse cognitive symptoms. Women are up to 3 times as likely as men to have relapsing remitting MS. The risk for MS in the general population is about 0.5%.
Right.
If a parent or sibling has it, your risk is about twice that, or about 1%. Certain infections are also important. A variety of viruses have been linked to MS, including Epstein-Barr virus, which causes mono. Northern and southern latitudes have a higher prevalence, including Canada, the northern US, New Zealand, southeastern Australia, and Europe. White people, especially of Northern European descent, are at the highest risk. People of Asian, African, and Native American ancestry have the lowest risk. A slightly increased risk is seen.
So maybe they're mixed, maybe on the plantation, because Robinson is not the real name, you know. You can DM me. If you DM me, I'll be there. Message me. That's fine. Yeah, that Robinson last name they got on that plantation. Maybe that's the plantation. That's where they got that. He got that gene from. Because I'm like, vitamin D deficiency is usually white people, though. Even, yeah, white people, yeah.
If a patient already has autoimmune thyroid disease, pernicious anemia, psoriasis, type 1 diabetes, or inflammatory bowel disease. Symptoms of a relapse usually come on over 24 to 48 hours, last for a few days to a few weeks, and then improve in the region of 80 to 100%. Those symptoms include loss of vision in an eye, loss of power in an arm or leg, or a rising sense of numbness in the legs. Other common symptoms associated with MS include spasms, fatigue, depression, incontinence issues, sexual dysfunction, and walking difficulties. There's currently no single test to make a diagnosis of MS. However, there are 4 key features which help to secure the diagnosis. Firstly, are there typical symptoms of multiple sclerosis? Again, those are loss of vision in an eye, loss of power in an arm or leg, or sensory disturbance in an arm or leg lasting for more than 24 hours. Secondly, do you have any physical examination findings consistent with MS? Next is the MRI of your brain or spine consistent with MS. Now here it's important to note that 95% of people over the age of 40 have an abnormal brain MRI, just the same as many of us have wrinkles on our skin. Lastly, are the results of the spinal fluid analysis consistent with MS? Your doctor may recommend blood tests to check for other diseases that share the same symptoms. They may also recommend an OCT test, or optical coherence tomography. This is a short scan of the thickness of the layers at the back of your eye. So the best thing to do when...
But this makes you just be grateful to be healthy. Wow. This is overwhelming.
living with MS is to find a trusted interdisciplinary medical team that can help you monitor and manage your health. Having a multidisciplinary team is essential for addressing the individual symptoms that you are experiencing. If you have an MS attack or relapse, your doctor may prescribe you corticosteroids to reduce or improve your symptoms. And if your attack symptoms do not respond to steroids, another option is plasmapheresis or plasma exchange, which is a treatment similar to dialysis. About 50% of people who do not respond to steroids have a significant improvement with a short course of plasma exchange. There are over 20 medications currently approved for prevention of MS attacks and prevention of new MRI lesions. And learning to function with MS can be challenging. There are medical experts ready to work with you to help you manage it so you can still live a full life. Consulting with a physiatrist, physical or occupational therapist can help you deal with physical difficulties. Physical activity is strongly recommended for all people with MS. Mental health is also an important consideration, so keeping up personal connections with friends and family and trying to stay involved with your hobbies is important. But also be kind to yourself and realistic about what you're up for. This can change from day to day, so it's okay to give yourself permission if something seems like too much or if you need to cancel plans. You may also find support groups helpful to connect with people who understand what you're going through and discuss your feelings and concerns with a doctor or counselor. Meanwhile, scientists are hard at work expanding our understanding of this disease and developing new treatments and medications which are ever more effective. If you want to learn more...
Oh, this is sad. Her dad really suffered. This lady is crazy.
Okay with you, right?
Right.
You know, we don't articulate as Black women our pain because it's almost like nobody ever gave us permission to do that.
And does anyone care?
Yeah, there's
Will
that.
they care?
There's
If
that
we
part.
knew, I think we would care. If we knew.
Mm-hmm.
If we knew.
Or, you know, yeah, and we have to ask ourselves, the men in our lives is, you know, why wait to be asked?
Oh my God. You would think like, I'm like, from whether it's her dad or it's her being married to President Obama, I'm like, and he's not my favorite person, but I can only imagine how busy you are when you're a president. God forbid he didn't ask how your date went today. Girl, where is your mother? In that White House, was she there with her mom? I'm like, you would think this lady was married to a regular, like she's so toxic. You are married to the president of America. I can only imagine how many awards. I don't know. I'm like, his day has to be so damn busy. God forbid. Oh, Lord. He didn't ask how your day went. Where did you go shopping? Which dress just came from Paris today? Right? Oh, my Lord. This woman is insane. This is crazy. You know what? My husband should have been president. Maybe I have Jimmy run for office. Oh my gosh, I'm going to enjoy myself in that White House.
You know, it seems
The men in your lives, are you talking about your husband or are you talking about men in general? And by the way, I think it depends. I think some people care. Contrary to popular belief, I wouldn't talk about these things if I did not care about the people who want to be better in their lives. I wouldn't be addressing any of these topics passionately if I didn't care about the men who say, hey, you know what? That's not going to be for me.
Sir, nobody even cares what you care about. We are talking about who she's married to. He's a president. He's not some regular person. Like, and my thing is, I don't know. It's like, why even want to marry these high achieving, extremely competitive people if you require that much attention? Like, if you need a man that's here all day, talks to you all day, messages you all day, marry a regular person. Marry someone who's okay being average, because then he has lots of free time, right? But it's like, why would you go marry someone that you know is extremely ambitious if you know that you require so much hand-holding, caressing, cajoling, ask me how my day went? Marry a basic man. Marry a man who works like a regular job and then he comes home at regular hours. And y'all can just talk all the time, right? But I don't think you should go marry someone that you know is extremely ambitious if you need this much pampering, okay? That's crazy. That's really, really crazy to me. That is really crazy. Oh my God, what time is it? I gotta go.
it's like what we go through is pretty obvious. I mean, maybe we're not complaining, but we're actually living life out loud, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you see us carrying these babies, you see us working a job and coming home and managing.
Michelle Obama has officially become an enabler of toxic culture as far as I'm concerned. More and more I hear from her, I'm like, yeah, it's all starting to kind of make sense.
Getting food on the table and handling doctor's appointments. And this is, you know, if you've got a partner, right? I think some of us feel like, why should we have to ask?
Yeah.
You know, it seems.
You know what? You know what? I need to go to sleep. I cannot do this with this lady. I cannot do with this lady. If you're married to a high achiever and you're taking care of children in a multi-million-dollar house, girl, shut up. If you are married to a basic man that's like a pookie and then you got to make the lunch and stuff like that, you chose that man too. So either way, I don't want to hear it. Okay. But I'm like, please miss me with the bullshit. Like this, whatever you're trying to sell, like you're a regular woman who's out here struggling and making lunch. When was the last time you actually cooked? Like you had a chef who died recently in your backyard, didn't you? Like in Martha's Vineyard somewhere. Man, do you even know how to get orange juice out the fridge? Do you even know what year and make your fridge actually is? Probably not. Have you ever even, when was the last time you actually stepped inside of a kitchen? This is so disturbing. Like this is, Kelly, this is disturbing. This is truly I'm supposed to sit here and believe that Michelle Obama actually cooks dinner. Girl, what? Girl, what? I'm supposed to believe that Michelle Obama actually walks to the fridge and she gets the stuff out there by herself. She doesn't get served. The lady lives in a $12 million house in Martha's Vineyard. I mean, one of the houses. Sorry, right? But whether she's in DC, Martha's Vineyard, Hawaii, Chicago, wherever she happens to be in the world, right? She doesn't cook. She doesn't clean. She doesn't do laundry, okay? At most, she's like, what? She does her, I don't know, she gets like her boho braids and she rubs herself in like the most exquisite, lavish, expensive lotion and body oil. And then she has all this like expensive perfume. I mean, like, can you imagine what her house even looks like? Can you even imagine what her bathroom looks like? Oh, my Lord. Girl. Like you're not related. Like she's insane. Like I'm like, wow. When was the last time she actually made dinner? When was the last time she even had to go to the grocery store? Does she even know what the grocery store is? She probably thinks Harry's Teeter is some white boy who's trying to be funny on Instagram. Okay. Oh yeah, that was doing a little too much. Like they use her, the Democratic Party uses this lady to usher in foolishness. Because you see, what this is gonna do is that a lot of black women because a lot of black women, look up to people, Google Gaga, and they just copy and paste. Oh yeah, she's right. My husband hates me. Like, you're trying to bring fire into people's marriages. I rebuke you. I truly, truly, truly rebuke you. Like, this is insanity. You're trying to bring division and dissension into people's marriages, because now you're going to have a woman listen to you and then be like, oh yeah, that's true. My husband doesn't appreciate me. My husband doesn't do this. And next thing we know, she going to start wanting to go file for divorce, even though we know you're not going to leave him. Even if he's really dating Jennifer Aniston, you're not going to divorce this man, because who are you without this man? But what you're doing here is diabolical work. Because even if a woman feels like, oh, look at me, take care of the kids, okay, sis, that's fine. You take care of the kids. But then who pays all the bills? Your husband. There you go. So whatever you think you're sacrificing, he's sacrificing too. Hell, that's the whole point of marriage. Oh, I got to make dinner. Would you rather make dinner or have to go work corporate and deal with these crazy people? You decide, right? Oh, child, that would be so interesting. Yeah, she told the woman not to listen to her husband and to go vote without telling her husband. I'm like, what is she actually doing? This lady is insane. I'm like, but she's truly trying to get these women to go file for divorce, even though she will never leave her husband. Do not listen to this voodoo priestess, okay? I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. This is so diabolical. It's like you want these women to be resentful of their marriages. Wow.
It seems apparent. And as Black women, sometimes we, there is that underlying thing we're socialized to believe from very early on, that we don't deserve any better, or that.
This is the lady who was first lady. You were the first lady. You were out there in the front lawn of the front of the White House, taking picture with your expensive ass dog. I'm sure your dog cost $100,000. And you want to sit here and have these Black women believe that, oh, as Black women, we don't deserve better. Girl, you got the best the world had to offer. Ivy League education. You're married. You have 2 kids by the same man. Your husband was not just senator. He was also the first Black president. He got reelected twice. Your husband has a Nobel Peace Prize. All your gals, they come from Europe. They're made for your body. What is she even talking about? This lady is insane. She said she got the braids in like Beyonce drink lemonade, but we know Beyonce and Michelle are leaving their husbands. Exactly. But they want other Black women to start looking at their man like, you don't appreciate me. I'm not going to make dinner for you no more. Jeez, this is insanity. This is insanity. And look at this one. Taraji, a hot mess, crying. She's like, oh, do they even care? Girl, how many times have you cried for us to care? Y'all so damn crazy.
This is life for us. It's going to be hard. Like, I grew up just expecting it. I did.
This is hilarious.
She is so, Taraji, you're so disgusting. You are so disgusting. You grew up expecting life to be hard. She went to Howard University, you guys. If you read her book, she talks about how much her dad loved her. She loved her dad. When she was trying to leave to go to California, her dad told her to leave the child behind. But why do these women lie like this? This is unbelievable. You had a daddy who got you into Howard. He paid everything for you. You got pregnant. He's like, okay, that's fine. He forgave you. Leave the baby. You say you want to go to Hollywood. It's like, okay, I'll raise the baby for you. What? You made your life hard because you wanted your life to be hard. Be quiet. I hate people who lie like this. And that's the thing about these people. They want to lie so badly. They even forget what they put in their books. They forget what they wrote in their books. It's in her book. Taraji Henson has a book. It's in there. She talks about her dad. Oh, my Lord. This is just wrong. This is just wrong.
No, not her pain. I'm not laughing at her pain. Michelle Obama with the husband saying, why should we have to ask? I want you to realize what she's doing there. Putting herself in the shoes of things that she didn't experience to the extent that they experienced it, right? You've had a husband. Why are you sitting there and encouraging the mentality of entitlement from men who are not married to these women? You have to get yourself a man. Marry before you carry. Do everything you
And then, as you know, young boys, as he's growing up, the rose-colored glasses come off, and he's starting to see life for a young Black man. And that was difficult. And I'm not a Black man, so how do I help him maneuver through this? And, I was like, we need help. And it was time to look for therapy, which I never shunned therapy because my father was a Vietnam vet, and he always talked about his struggles. Oh,
You see that? You see that? You see why I tell you they lie? They lie and then they forget their lies. Then they can't keep up with the lies. If you buy Taraji P. Henson's book, I am telling you, the way she talks about her dad in that book, her dad was her rock. For you to sit here and say, oh, I expected my life to be hard. No, Taraji, you made your life hard. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Like her dad, she's like, oh, she told her dad that, oh, first of all, she said she wants to be an actress. Her dad supported her. Even though he was like, how you going to eat though? She said, no, that's what she wants to do. Her daddy said, okay. She's at Howard University. Instead of focusing on acting, she out here getting pregnant. Her dad was okay with it. I think even she would say, like, when she would go to class, he would watch the kid or something like that. I mean, duh, right? When she graduated, she said, okay, there's no job in DC for her to be an actress. She wants to go to Hollywood. Her daddy said, leave the baby with me. I'll raise the baby. No, I swear, the way these women lie in this country, like, it's really troubling. Like, it's really, really concerning. It's really, really concerning. Why does it pain these people to say, I had a great dad, I had a great husband, or whatever, and I just chose to make my life hard for me because I wanted to compete with a man, and now I look damn silly. Because imagine if you had left your son with your daddy, especially the fact that your daddy went to Vietnam. So maybe he's even a Marine, right? The few, the proud, the brave, okay? He can handle this boy better than you. She won't listen. And when you read the book, you'll see it's her and Regina King, okay? Single mom. Child, doodly-doo. They're out there trying to raise these boys by themselves. They're struggling to go to their audition. Okay, you watch my kid, watch the kids. I'll go. When I come back, you'll go. I'm like, what are you people even doing? What's all this chaos? What's all this chaos? Like, they really forgot they wrote autobiographies. And it's all in the books. But it's like now, because it's so trendy to talk bad about Black men, or to make every woman feel like every Black man is evil. Exactly. She's like, oh my God. Like, this is just so infuriating. Like, I just hate people who lie like this. You guys, I read the book because I used to love her. I mean, I still do, but I read the book. I loved her. When the book came out, I ran to go buy the book. It's on my thingy. It's on my thingy. It's on my, what's that thing called again? My Kindle. I bought the book full price, y'all. And I read the book. But like her dad is her rock in the entire book. And I said, oh, I expected my life to be hard. Why do people lie like this? And the only reason why she even struggled, because she chose to go to California with a baby, which her dad told her she did not have to do. Leave the baby in DC. And once you get yourself sorted out, you can come back and get him. She's like, no. She takes a baby with just $50 to her name. I'm like, you are so irresponsible. That is a child. He needs stability. Your life is hard because you make dumb choices. She's insane. These women are crazy.
Okay.
And so I was like, well, then we need help. And so I started looking for help for us. And when I couldn't find anyone who looked like us, because now I got to get my son to open up to someone, and he's not going to feel right if the person doesn't feel familiar. And I was like, something has to be done here. That's when I launched the Forrest Lawrence Henson Foundation in honor of my father. Because I know in our community, we just do not talk about mental health. We don't.
Exactly.
We do not. Because we are demonized, we are chastised, it's looked upon as weak, you know, and
we give it to God.
We give it to God.
And that's an important,
So these people here, to me, they remind me of these Black conservatives like Officer Tatum and whatever. So every time you open your mouth to talk about Black people, Black culture, it's always negative. Black people don't do mental health maybe the way white people will do mental health. Like you go see a stranger, you sit on the couch, you tell all your business to a stranger. Yeah, they don't do that. Because it's true. People can take stuff and weaponize that against you. So we got to understand that. But they do therapy in a different way. They go to church, they scream, they shout, they run all around the building and stuff like that. They also cook, they eat, they dance. They do therapy in their own way. Now, is it the best form of therapy? No. But even the therapy where you go also to the person and you tell all your business to, it doesn't always fix all the problems. Right? Sometimes you got to try different therapists. Sometimes you need therapy and medication. Sometimes you also need therapy, medication, and the homework. Right? But to make it seem like Black people do not try to handle mental health problems at all, it's incredibly insulting. It truly, truly is insulting. Because especially here in America, like considering the fact that African Americans come from slavery, if they did not know how to handle mental health, they wouldn't have made it. I'm not trying to be funny, but me, I can't do it. Like I'll watch a few documentaries in one day. I'm done for the day. I'm done for the week. It's so depressing. I'll see a few lynching videos. I'm done. I gotta go. But this place is not normal. This is not a real place. What is wrong with these people? Okay. It is really like it's such a different signature of evil. Like this is crazy. So I'm like, if African Americans also did not take care of mental health, they wouldn't have made it this far. But there's no perfect person. Just like even when you go to therapy, there's no perfect form of therapy, right? If it was so easy to go to therapy and have your life fixed, why are some people still in there? Why are some people going to therapy or they took therapy classes and they still messed up, right? Because it's not like there's not like one perfect answer. But I do believe like going to church, dancing, singing, praising God, crying, all of that, like it does relieve the people. Spending time with family, cooking, eating, dancing, like it helps people too. It helps them a lot. Now, is it the perfect thing? No. But even these white doctors too, is it perfect to put people on medication? Okay. But it's like, damn, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. People do the best with what they have. Thank you. But I understand the fear of telling random people your business because people can take your stuff and they can weaponize that against you. So yeah, people are prudent with who they share their stuff with because not everybody is a good, not everybody's a good custodian of people's secrets. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be out here telling everybody your business for the sake of mental health because God forbid, now they know your business, they know your weakness, and they weaponize that against you. Your mental health is going to even be worse. You're like, damn, I wish I would have kept my mouth shut. You know what I mean? Because you also got to find the right people to confide in. Not everybody is a good source. Because if you think your mental health is bad now, wait until they take all your stuff, everything you told them, and they weaponize that, and they go start telling everybody. Okay? You cannot confide in everyone. Even some of these therapists, some of them are really, really crazy too. Some of these therapists have injured their patients. Let me tell you that. And many are going to start getting sued because as you have a lot of therapists out here who are completely unethical. They are so unethical because the job of a therapist is to help you find your own solutions, not for them to tell you how to live your life and say, well, do this, do that. Like, no, that's not your place. It's not your life to live. It is their life to live. And your job is to help them get the answers that suit their problems, right? So I'm like, no, it's a lot of evil ass therapists who are completely unethical. Okay. But it's insanity. But 400 years of slavery, how can people survive that if they don't have a way to somehow deal with their mental health? This stuff is not normal. Like this type of evil here is just not normal. It really is not normal. It's not normal. But I'm sure like the fact that you don't see so many Black children going to school and shooting their classmates, setting cars on fire and things like that. Black people in America could be way more deranged, They could be way more deranged. But I do believe that the Black church here, I mean, not like right now with Jamal Bryant, because that's a little bit ratchet, but you see what I'm trying to say, right? Overall, right? The history of the Black church has been really positive in helping Black Americans like keep a healthy mental mindset and a mental attitude, right? Because otherwise it could be worse, y'all. Because I'm telling you, you take one day just studying slavery. Seriously, I can't. I need a break. This is just too damn dark. It is too sadistic. It is just too damn evil. How can you do this to a people? Like, how can you treat human beings this way? How can you treat people this way? So no, they've done a really good job with their mental health. Thank you. As bunch of white kids out here shooting people, going to the schools, shooting people. You would think they were enslaved and they had something to be mad about. Please stop. This is crazy. They care about mental health now. They can make money. But during slavery, it was quite unsafe. Like, seriously, a good cry session actually makes you feel better afterwards with a glass of water, a journal to some gospel music. I know that's where Lenny. Oh my God, I don't like that. Like, it just annoys me. Therapy. Therapy comes in many different forms. It's not just therapy doesn't have to be the way white people say therapy should look like. I disagree with that.
God is very important. Is an important,
but God gifted humans to be therapists to help other humans. So it go hand in hand. You need both.
But that's if you say God gifting people the gift of healing for therapy versus going to school and getting a degree, it's not the same thing. You can go to school, get a degree. It doesn't mean that you have a calling for that. Let's be so for real. You can go to school, get a degree in pretty much anything, but it doesn't mean that you have a calling for that. Now, if somebody has a calling by God to be an empath, right? Whether they do it with like a therapy degree or they do it in the church as like a deacon, as a deaconess, as an elder or whatever, yeah, people are going to be okay. Yeah, because the kind of crimes white people commit out here, you would think they were the ones that were actually enslaved. Like, why are you so damn mad? Why are you so mad like this? Okay, we definitely don't. So I'm like, to me, that's not fair. Because I do believe God has given people the gift of healing. But that has nothing to do with going to school and getting a degree. You can have a degree, you can read the notes, you can take the test, and not have the ministry in you to actually help people to heal, right? Just like you can go to school and be a doctor, and you're not going to be a great doctor. Yeah, you know the stuff, but you don't have you know what I'm saying? You don't have the gift of healing. You studied it, right? But you also have to listen to your patients. You got to care for your patients. You got to love your patients and not just see your patients as a dollar sign. You know what I mean? So, but I'm like, there's a lot of people, even at the church now, a lot of churches do premarital counseling. A lot of churches also do marital counseling, right? Some do it well, some don't do it well, but it's not so much the church that's the issue. It's also like the maturity of whoever is doing your premarital counseling, right? But there are churches who do premarital counseling that are way better. Like the service is way better. The product is way better than what you would get from the private sector when it comes to like premarital counseling, right? There are people who get amazing premarital counseling, even with the Catholic Church. There are some Catholic churches that are truly, truly, truly good at doing premarital counseling. What you get doing that with them is superior than what you could get with like someone who's college educated, right? And you paying with your insurance. Because it's all about caring about the people in front of you. There are people who just want money. There are people also who just want people in the church so they can get their tithes and offerings. It's true. But your job also is to have discernment and to really know who is for you and who is against you. But I do believe, like, whether you're dealing with somebody that really means you well, you will recognize them by their fruit, because when you listen to what they say and you apply their advice, you see good things coming into your life. Not more friction, more confusion, more anxiety. Like, no, you gave me advice, I applied it, and now I really, really like how my life is. Cool. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I really don't like that, because I'm like, with this stuff that happened here, 400 years of slavery like this, if these people did not know how to take care of their mental health, oh no, this would be worse than Afghanistan. Okay? No. Stop lying on people. Stop lying on folks.
So I was like, this is a real problem. And we started looking at the numbers, and only like 7% of the therapists, clinicians, and psychiatrists were of color. I was like, this is because our children don't know to go into this career, to even study this in college. And so I was like,
no, that's a lie. People have to stop thinking that they can make these conclusions from numbers. The reason why you probably don't have many Black people who go into therapy, because the traditional, not now, but the traditional Black family, people always have people to talk to. Like young people, they either talk to their older siblings, their younger siblings, or their cousins, right? Because you were never by yourself. So it's like whatever I need, there's somebody I can talk to in my family. If you were a woman and you were married, most of the time your sisters, your cousins, they were also married. So that would be your support system. It's like the people in your family that are married, and your mom and your aunties and your grandmother. So there's so many people to pull from that you don't need to go to therapy. Does that make sense? Like Black people do therapy for free. We just don't call it therapy. Right? White people have to formally go to school and become therapists, and they have to seek out professional therapists because they don't have these strong family ties. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're raised by themselves. They don't really see their cousins. They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're very lonely. So yeah, when you're not a warm person, you have to pay for services. Am I making sense, you guys? Why would a Black person, if you have a Black child that has like 12 cousins, 3 siblings, why would they pay for therapy? Like, for what reason? Pay for what? That makes no sense. And then even like you have friends too. You can call your friends. They'll listen to you. So Black people have too many people in the family to need to call somebody and pay money. There's all kinds of, like, you have lots of free people to listen to you. Like, does that make sense? White people don't live like that. Usually, like white families, they only have 1 child or 2 children. And then even those 2 kids, they're brought up to hate each other. So they're not really, they're not tight. The parents are not tight. And also many times, a lot of white people too, they divorce. So it's a very isolated people. So when you don't have a big family, you were never raised to talk to your cousins, and you know, you don't do the whole thing like that. Yes, they have to pay for that service. But just because you don't see a lot of Black people going and seeing a traditional therapist, it doesn't mean that Black people are not doing therapy. Do y'all get me? You get what I'm trying to say? Right? They don't have to. It's just, I don't know, give me another thing like you have to pay for. Like even with drugs, right? You're probably less likely to see Black people take drugs. Like they might sell drugs, but they might not consume as much drugs because Black people they have a natural high. You know what I mean? So they don't really need that stuff. They might sell it though for some quick shoes and some quick money, but they don't really need it, right? Because it's always something going on. White people, because they're very lonely and they're all by themselves, they need the drugs. They are by themselves. Like it's a very lonely people. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they have to pay for the service because they don't have big families. They don't have big support systems. They don't have a bunch of cousins and things like that. They don't grow up that way. It's usually it's like mom, dad, and the kids. That's it. And then when the parents get divorced, it's like that one parent and whatever siblings you have, and that's it, right? They don't talk to the dad and the side of the family. You know, like now you see more people measuring in psychology because the family now has changed. Like what makes a Black family now has changed. People are not as united or connected as they used to be, right? But it's like just because people don't go to traditional therapy does not mean they're not getting some kind of therapy. It might not be what the white people will call therapy, but it's therapy nonetheless because it's therapeutic. You're like, okay, so that's that. Even cooking too, right? Think about that. Like the fact that they don't like to cook also, even cooking as a family, they miss the opportunity to connect and to talk. The fact that Black people, especially like the Black mom, she would love cooking and stuff like that. It also created an opportunity for people to talk because, mommy's going to cook. We're going to sit at the table. We're going to talk, converse, whatever. So things get brought up. But when nobody is cooking also, that's a missed opportunity for something, a conversation to be therapeutic. But my point is, Black people have a lot of ways of getting therapy throughout the day. They truly do. Trust me. They truly, truly do. Like, they're going to be okay. I remember too, like when I was in New Orleans too, like that was a big thing. Like they used to play checkers in New Orleans, like outside. People used to play checkers a lot, right? Like they'd be there all day. But I'm like, to me, that's another way also getting therapy. Because they see their friends, they're outside, they play checkers, and they talk about everything. Now, to the white person, it might not look like therapy, but it's therapeutic, right? Cool, there you go. So it's like, stop doing this.
We have to do something about this. That's when I started the work in the mental health. That's when I started checking myself. Mm-hmm. Like, whoa, you have been operating dysfunctionally for a while.
Mm-hmm. I think also I will say this, which is what I said last time. Because she's like, we're looking for people. I said this last time about Regina King and her son. Because I'm like, Hollywood is predominantly white. And it's not even like you're talking about, even though they get on my nerves too, but it's not like you're talking about like conservative white Christian families, you know, that still have values and stuff like that. Hollywood is not a real place. It's full of white people. It's full of crazy people. It's full of drugged up people. It's full of people who think life should be a movie. So I can see how for Black children, especially Black boys, it could be hard to feel like you have an anchor, which is why I said he should have stayed in DC. Her son should have stayed in DC. It's a lot of Black people here. He would have felt at home. I even said the same thing about Regina King. I said, what would things have turned out differently if her son was raised like in the South, or if she had sent him to live with family, or even like over the summer, instead of spending like all your summers in LA, maybe like over the summer, go see family down South somewhere. Go see family in Virginia. Go see family in Carolina. Go see family in Louisiana. Go see family somewhere, right? So that way you're connected to your Black roots, because y'all, LA is not a real place. It is not a real place. And I can see how Black children can grow up out there and be so confused, because it's not a place to raise children. It really is not. It truly is not. But when you want to have it all, I want to have an actress. I want to be an actress. Want to be a mother to a Black boy, and I want to be in Hollywood. I don't know. I think that's the recipe for a disaster, because that place is not healthy. The place is not healthy, guys. That place is diabolical. Like, yeah, it's very pretty, but when you go there, people are so vapid. People are so vacuous. All they care about is money, materialism. What have you done? If you haven't done a movie in the past 3 months, you're irrelevant. If you're not bragging about something big, you don't matter. If you don't have everything expensive, you're not a human being. This is not a place to raise children. This is not a place to raise children. Yeah, it's not a real place. So if you want your kids to live there, I feel like over the summers you should send them somewhere Black. Even like, look, Jaden Smith, he was emancipated at 15. I'm like, this place is not a real place. How can a 15-year-old live by himself? 15? It's not a place to raise children. How would have things been different? Not just the mama, but how would things have been different if Jaden and Willow, they had spent their summers like in Philly, for example, like with their Black family doing Black people things, right? Probably a lot, huh? But you see the oldest one, Trey is very calm. Trey is very subdued. Trey looks very normal, okay? Trey acts normal. Let me see. Super cute. Right? But he stays out the limelight. Like, you barely hear from him. He stays out the way. Right? Because he was raised a certain way. You know, all of this foolishness. And I'm like, sometimes you do wonder, like, yeah, he's very normal. But I'm like, raising kids in LA, good luck. I would not wish that on anybody. It's not a real place. It's not a good place to raise children. You got to raise your kids somewhere in the South, or you raise your kids somewhere where they have a strong foundation. And then when they're adults, if they want to go live there, I guess they can, but they'll be a lot stronger. Their mental will be stronger. Their sense of self will be stronger. Their self-love will be stronger. But imagine living somewhere where everybody is predominantly white or Mexican. That's what LA is. LA is full of whites, especially like and it's full of Mexicans. And it's a few Blacks. So, and on top of that, when your mom is a rich Black woman also, it's not like you're going to see a bunch of Black kids like that. You know what I mean? So that's also really weird. That is really weird. If they had grown up in Atlanta or places like that, or even like Charleston or whatever, they wouldn't have these issues. And these girls don't think about this.
So a lot of the stuff I'm doing now is undoing.
Yeah.
It's a lot of undoing.
Yeah.
All right. I have an introduction to therapy in Brew Brothers, and I wish I was more active in there. I'm going to be dropped.
I don't even know he's on my show. But tomorrow, guys, I'll come back tomorrow morning. I'll come back in a few hours. Let me sleep a little bit. Let me go check on Maverick. But I will come back in a few hours, and we're gonna watch this whole thing. Because this lady, I was just so triggered. Yeah. Jada seems to also resent being a mom. I know she loves her kids, but she has severe depression after her career didn't go crazy. But I'm like, she's not a good actress. I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be funny, nothing, but I'm like, in life, there's what you want to do, but then there's what you are truly good at doing. And I think the thing with her is that she thinks because Will does it. I think that's another problem too with some of these women, huh? Their husbands are so good at what they do, they make it look so easy. So then she's thinking, well, I can do this. And I think that's the same problem that Kelly Rowland has. Like Beyonce does such a good job doing what she does that it looks easy. Like if you ever see Stephon Curry and the way he shoots those threes, if you didn't know no better, you'd be like, that looks easy. I can do it too, right? Like sometimes he'll just throw it and he'll just turn his back. Or he'll throw a three and he'll go like this. And then it just goes in there. So I'm like, if you're watching the sport, you're like, oh, I can do this too, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Until you find out that he practices 8 hours a day. You're like, what? Like the number of hours of practice intensity that people give to their craft, right? People think it's a joke. People really think it's a joke. And that's why I said it and I will say it again. Kelly Rowland is lazy. Okay? She's lazy. So when she looks at Beyonce, she's like, oh, I can do it. Yeah, of course. In your head, you can. But in practicality, can you actually do it? Most likely not. Right? Me, I as overweight as I am, I can be like, yeah, I can do whatever Serena does because Serena makes it look easy because she has practiced so many times. It looks easy. And that's what makes a difference between an amateur and a pro is that professional people, they have done this so much. It looks easy. And amateurs, they don't get paid a lot of money or sometimes get paid no money because you can tell they're just learning to do it. You understand? So that's why I say, Kelly, you need to understand that you're the problem. And you see, eventually she came out and she confessed that she was a procrastinator, AKA she's lazy. I'm like, yeah, I told y'all this. Okay. But Beyonce, she practiced so much. She makes it look easy. So when you look at her, oh, I can do this too. Of course you think that. You're an idiot. You are truly an idiot. And it's funny how a lot of people don't even sit back and be like, wow, Beyonce's been doing this for 30 years. Get into it, right? You have people, they'll start making YouTube videos in 2 weeks. Oh my gosh, I don't have 20,000 million followers. They quit the YouTube. Right? Because people who have big platforms get a lot of views. They make it look easy. But when you are really trying to do something because you're passionate, you understand that, yeah, it looks easy because they worked hard. They practice even harder. Right? So Marlene, for example, I'm never going to sit and be like, oh yeah, if I really wanted to, I could have been Beyonce. Nope. I can't even commit to the Stairmaster. Okay, there you go. There you go. Right? You're like, oh, I want to have 200,000 subs. I want to have 300,000 subs. You'll post for a little bit and then you'll disappear. There you go. Right? Even me, I can't even commit to doing a YouTube live every day. There you go. But in all honesty, it's not that hard, is it? I got to turn on the camera and just run my mouth. But I'm like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I don't know. Ooh, one. You see, so the life that I live, like I told you earlier, is the life that I deserve. There you go. It's okay. It really is okay. People do not want to be honest with themselves, especially women. They want to be delusional. No, if you could, you would have. You didn't because you couldn't. Jada Pinkett is not a great actress. And if anything, she should be very grateful for the acting job that she was able to have because she was married to Will. But I have seen her, whether it's in the movies, in the series. One time she had this like medical series on TV. It was so damn dry. Same thing with Megan Good. Megan Good is not a great actress. Exactly. You see, Lonnie, I don't lie to myself. You know this, right? I don't lie to myself. Have you ever heard me say, oh, I deserve more subscribers? Nope. You will never hear that from me. Okay? Because you deserve whatever you are willing to work hard for. Am I willing to work that hard? No. So therefore, I am very happy with what I have. There you go. When you see somebody and you go on their live, like for example, Lovely T, right? Lovely T, when she goes live, she'll have like 10,000 people in her live. She deserves it. She really does. Over 10 years plus, Content, videos after videos, live after live, showing up and showing up. So when Lovely T goes live and you see 10,000 people on her live, she deserves it. She really does. Me, I got like 40 people. That's what I get. There you go. Once upon a time, it was 12 people. Look at me. I've come up, right? You get what you get. If you say, oh, my TikTok should be better, how often do you post? What do you post, right? People want to see people that have millions of people, millions of subs on TikTok, and be like, oh, I should have this too. It seems so easy. Sometimes it's not just about how easy the content is. It's the consistency. It's like posting every day, nonstop, pop, pop, pop. Do you have that in you? No. So therefore, you have the follower count you deserve. There you go. Right? People can say, oh, I can lose weight, I can be skinny, but you're not. Why? Because you don't want to change how you eat. So therefore, you have the body you deserve. I was able to lose 10 pounds because I'm dedicated to losing the weight. There you go. Right? You will have whatever you are willing to work so hard for, to sacrifice for, even if it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere. Right? I know I'm not consistent. So what do I look like complaining? What do I look like saying, oh, I should have this, I should have that? No, I have exactly what I deserve. So my thing is, you got to get to a point and say, I've done all these movies. If it never led to anything more than that, maybe I'm not such a great actress. And it's okay, because at least you got to act. Maybe you're good at doing something else. It's okay. It's okay to pivot. But I just feel like because these women, these feminists are in a competition with their husbands. It's like, well, since he's so good at this, I need to be good at that too. I even feel like Michelle Obama too. Like, I'll talk about that tomorrow. But I do feel as though because her husband is such a great public speaker, she feels like she got to speak too. Because he's so great at convincing people. She's like, I got to be that too. Right? But maybe for him, it's natural. Right? Maybe he's a natural born eloquent speaker. Like when he talks, people want to listen, right? But like her, she's very boring, but she still thinks that she needs to talk. You know what I'm saying? You truly have to you have to be honest with yourself, right? Your husband might be great at public speaking. He might be a great basketball player. He might be a great cook. He might be a great actor, but it doesn't mean that you can do it too. Just because he makes it look easy. Easy doesn't mean it's not hard, right? Yeah, because he's tired. And they put him on stuff that's just so damn stupid. I think also like when you come outside too frequently, you lose your charm. You know, sometimes you gotta disappear for a little bit. But he's a great public speaker though. He's better than her at doing it. People like to hear him talk. But with her, it's like even her views, like her podcast is struggling. Because she's not great at this. And instead of her being like, you know what? Maybe this is not for me. Maybe I can do something else with my law degree. There you go. I can use my law degree to make the world a better place. I can use my law degree for advocacy, right? Maybe Michelle Obama should have a non-for-profit where she uses her law degree to make the world a better place, especially the Black world a better place, right? You know, but it's like just because your husband can do something, he can do it well, and he makes it look easy. Even your best friend, right? Because that's Kelly and Beyonce. Even if your best friend can do something and she makes it look easy, it doesn't mean that you can. Doesn't mean that. And you have to be okay with this because you should learn to root and be happy for the people that you love. You are not in competition with the people that you love, right? We complement each other. We don't compete with each other. Everybody brings something, right? But I'm like, Jada, like, she will never be that actress. Because if she was meant to be, it would have happened. It never did because she's not good. It's the same thing with Gabrielle Union. She's not that good of an actress. She's not that good. She's pretty. She had a few roles. Okay. Be grateful for that, right? But when you see the level, like when you look at Regina King, for example, when you look at Regina King and her career, she's a great actress, very mature actress, right? Very mature actress. You look at Gabby, it don't give. Because I'm like, to me, you can tell that she's not dedicated to the craft of acting. She likes the fame and the glamour and whatever, but the actual, like the studying of acting is not there. Same thing goes for Megan Good. It's just not there. Because you can tell when someone is really, really passionate about their craft, and like they eat this, they breathe this, they love this, they live for this. Regina King is amazing. She's incredibly amazing, right? Same thing with what's her name? Quinta Brinson. With Quinta also, you can tell that she loves to write. She loves to write. She loves to write great screenplays, right? And it shows. And because of that, she has won. You know, you like Issa, right? Issa's not a great writer. She's not a great writer. People hype her up, but she's not a great writer. But Quinta is a great writer. And therefore, she's out there collecting these Emmys like it's like, I don't know, like, it's like, I don't know, candy at the self-checkout line because she's a great writer. You know, and people can tell. You can really tell somebody who's doing it because they can, and somebody who's doing it because they are incredibly passionate about what they do. Same thing with Wendy Williams, right? You could tell that Wendy was really passionate about working at the radio. She lived radio. She breathed radio. She bled the radio. You know, she really wanted that for herself. So there's no one out there, as far as radio is concerned, that can really compete with Wendy Williams. She will always be iconic, right? So that's just life. Some people do it because they can, but some people, that's what they're called to do. And it shows. It really, really shows. So Michelle Obama, I hope that she gets a clue, and I really hope that she stops doing this goofy podcast because it's embarrassing, all right? But I'm going to stop it here tonight, you guys. I'll be back in a few hours. And then we'll do this whole video. Exactly. Right? Regina King, Viola Davis, Halle Berry. Halle Berry, I'm like a little bit torn. But Regina King, yes. Viola Davis, yes. Yes. And you know, me, I wouldn't say Halle Berry. I would say Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett, yes. Yes. Regina King, yes. Viola Davis, yes. And Angela Bassett, absolutely. Absolutely. There's not a single movie that you have seen that had Angela Bassett where you were like, damn, okay? And every movie, she gives you a different version of herself. And it's like, wow. Gabrielle Union, child, please, okay? Megan Good, you're right. They're pretty girls. But it's not you going to leave the theater like, wow, like my life has changed. Like, whoo, she brought something I never knew was, you know, never. It never gave that. Exactly. Daytime TV, Wendy. But all the practice came from the radio. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a real thing. Like you can truly tell when someone is passionate about something. That's why even like with the kids, of the poor babies who were murdered, they were actually murdered on that plane crash. You know, I cried because I'm like, these babies, they went out there to train for ice skating. You know, they were on the Olympic track, even as young as 12. Like, this is crazy. And here I am, like, I'm in my 30s. I was like, what, 39 or 40? I was 40, right? And I'm like, look at me. I can't even commit to like the freaking Stairmaster. Right. And I've even said that to I've had this conversation with myself where I was like, damn, like, I truly wonder what is that one thing that I'm truly, truly passionate about, right? Because what do I love? Like maybe hair, maybe, I don't know. But I'm like, what am I really, really passionate about? That I could say, if this was the only thing I did for the rest of my life, like this is what I want to do. But to see these babies like 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, being so serious about skating, like being so serious about ice skating. And here I am. Now, if I didn't have my children, I would definitely say, God, take me instead of them. If I could change my life, if I could trade my life for 3 of these babies, let them live because they knew what they wanted. You know what I mean? You see so many adults out here just wasting life, not even knowing what is it that I'm truly, truly passionate about. People do things because they see other people do it. People do stuff because they want free PR. People do stuff because they want quick money. But what are you truly passionate about? What truly what truly excites you, right? What truly makes you happy? You know, a lot of people don't even know. Just living life like mindlessly like this is like, no, you have to know what truly motivates you, right? What truly brings passion out of you. And when you find it, commit to it and don't look back. Do not look back. No matter what happens, do not look back. Yeah, it really broke my heart, Lonnie, because I was like, look at me, like, Math stuff, I did it. I loved it, but I don't think I was passionate about that. But it was a good challenge still, right? The beauty stuff, yeah, it was cool, but I don't think I was passionate about that too. Talking, it comes easy for me, but I don't know if I'm also like, is it a passion of mine? I don't know. Like hair care, I don't know. Like it does excite me, but I'm like, am I really like? Can I see myself doing this? You know, like I'm still figuring that out. Like, what is it that I'm truly, truly passionate about? I don't know. Maybe like being a mom. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I truly don't know. But I will say I'm glad and sometimes slightly envious, right, of people who know what it is that they are truly passionate about. And then it's a beautiful thing to just see them like commit to it. Right? Me, I don't know. I truly don't know. I have many interests, but I don't have one thing where I can be like, yeah, like this is my passion. This is something I want to live for. This is something I want to die for. I don't know. I really do not know. You know, but I just felt like it was so beautiful to see all these beautiful babies like being so young like this. And then it's like for them to know like ice skating was their everything. And they probably begged their parents. Parents spent so much money for them to go there and to be so close to the tarmac, to be so close to DC, but to be in the DC aerospace and to be murdered like this by this goofy ass white girl, right? It's insane. It really is insane. I'm like, this life, you really have to find what calls your name and stick to it and believe in yourself and don't give up no matter how hard it is. And remember, even people like Beyonce, this is 30 years in the making. So if you do something for 1 year, you do something for 2 years. Hey, my Lord, Goldie, you know, I love you when you love, I love you no matter what. You know, I love you no matter what. You ain't got no choice, but I love it more when you love me because then my edges be thriving. Yeah. Yeah, you have to, like, because it's like, I don't know, because I think about it a lot. I really, really do. But those kids, when they passed away, I was so sad. I'm like, I wish, like, even me, I don't know, when I was younger, I wish I had known, like, what I was passionate about, and I wish I would have stuck to it. Whether it was beauty or doing skincare videos or fitness videos, I don't know, y'all. It was just talking and just rambling. You know, if like it was like my daily motivation. What's it called? What's it called again? Daily motivation. I forgot the channel for motivation. I forgot what it's called, right? But I was just like, I just wish that I had like found, because I knew I found things. This is about me, huh? Y'all love me too much. Every time I tell you I need to go to sleep, y'all start something new. But no, I'm being serious. I'm being really, really serious. Because think about when I started this YouTube channel, right? It's like Trey really is 14. In September, he'll be 15. And I'm like, damn, like, how would it have gone differently if I had focused like 15 years on one thing, whether it be makeup, whether it had been like skincare videos, or Marlene just speaks her mind and we just cuss her ass out. It's okay. That's okay too. You know, like either way, it's okay, right? Whether it's like doing like daily motivational videos, I don't know. Whether it's hair care videos, I don't know. Because I'm like, sometimes we sit here and we play these games, but it's like time really flies. Like you close your eyes, you open your eyes 1 year, boop, 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 5 years, boop, 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 10 years, boop, boop, 15. Like, what the freak? How did we get here so fast? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it shows that like, you need to know, like you have to ask yourself, like, you got to ask your soul, like, what drives me? And that's why I got upset at Kelly, because I'm like, I'm an Aquarius too. We're both Aquariuses. And because we're air signs, we play too much and we procrastinate too much. Like Beyonce, being a Virgo, she will be more grounded. So when she knows what she wants, she just goes for it. But you look at her, you look at all her albums, everything was not a hit. She doesn't have numbers like Taylor Swift, but she ain't gonna stop. And that right there, you got to give her credit for that. You have to. Like you, Kelly, you do a song, it doesn't do well, you disappear for 5 years. You do another song, it does somewhat well. She's gone for another 10 years. How can you build a career like this? Like, I'm just like, what is wrong with this lady? And then to sit here and act like, oh, because I'm dark skinned. No, because you're inconsistent. You don't know what you want. You haven't made up your mind. If nobody knew you, if we didn't know you, I could never say, yeah, this woman right here, she is so passionate about music. Because people who love music, they're always doing music. That's all they do. They wake up, want to do music. They live for music. They go to sleep thinking about music. You, Kelly, you want to be a socialite. We see you more at the restaurant than we see you in the studio. So whose fault is that? Stop trying to blame other people. Right? Don't do that. I really do not like that. And I also don't like it like when their wives blame their husbands for not being where they want to be. Girl, be quiet. If you really wanted to, you would have found a way. See, I could say, oh, if Jimmy had held the camera for me, if Jimmy had helped me to record, no. That's just trying to put the blame on somebody else for not showing up for yourself. There are a bunch of people who are YouTubers who don't have husbands, who didn't even have husbands to hold their cameras, and they did it anyway. It's called a tripod. It's what it is, right? You know what I'm saying? It's real. That's why I'm like, you get to a point like, no, you can't blame other people. Because if you really wanted to, you would have made it happen. If you really wanted to, you would have found a way. I'm telling you. If you really wanted to, you would have stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning to do it. You didn't want to. And instead of saying that, you're like, oh, who can I blame? Oh my gosh, stop. Like, please stop. Please stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you really want, like, when something really, like, you know, is calling out to you, you're not going to sleep. You're going to get it done. But if you can go to sleep and you can sleep peacefully without having doing your work, then obviously you are not passionate enough about it. And it's okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, people want to do stuff because they think it's cool to do it, because it's glamorous to do it. But is this like really your passion? Like, are you really, really passionate about that? And that's why even today, the vast majority of influencers today, they don't hit the same, because everybody knows it's not about the passion. It's for free gifts, trips, money. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not really passionate. People watch their stuff. They don't learn anything, because the whole content is me, what I bought, what I ate, where I traveled. It's like, okay, but why don't you have content where you put your people onto game also, that they can try some of these nice things? Of course not, because it's so self-centered. They're like, oh, but how come nobody watches my videos? Because YouTube is not about you. It's about helping other people achieving something, doing something, becoming something. You have to help others. Everything can be so self-centered like this. It's kind of weird, huh? Right? They'll do all these hauls and these shopping videos. They will never even do a giveaway. So you want people to sit here and watch you shop, watch you buy stuff, and you can't even buy these girls anything? No, that's crazy. That to me is really, really crazy. Right? So like you gotta really take your time, right? Whether it's like, if it's like journaling or whatever, but you really gotta take your time and then like ask yourself, like, what is it that I'm really passionate about, that I could see myself like doing for 5 years? And then if I really like it, you add another 5 years, and then you add another 5 years. And you're like, damn, like I've done this for like 15 years now. Like, okay, this is me. But whether it's like Beyonce, it's Oprah, like whatever, anybody that's incredibly successful, it's like they did one thing for like 20 years. 30 years. And that's how they built their name and their reputation and things like that. So it's like, find something, like, by God's grace, you find it soon enough, but you find something that you really love, and you find something that you are really passionate about. And then you just give it all you have. Money, no money, just doing it. It's like, that's how you get paid. Like, I get paid doing what I love, because, and then if there's real money that comes out, that's cool too, right? But it's not the main thing, right? The main thing is doing what you love to do. Even if it's like becoming a florist, it could be flowers, it could be writing books. I really do not know. But I'm like, to me, I really do feel like it's a beautiful thing when people find their passion early on in life, and then they just stick to that and they don't look back. Like, this is it. This is what God has called me to do. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm not looking back. You know what I mean? So I'm still debating. Sometimes it's like talking. Sometimes it's fitness. Sometimes it's hair stuff. I'm still debating. Yeah. No, because me, I really feel like this world, this planet right here, I really feel like this place is like some kind of purgatory. I feel like we're here to like show God we deserve to go into heaven. Some people will make it. Some people will not make it. Right. But I also do believe that not enough people grew up hearing you can do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think enough people grew up like they didn't have somebody say you can do this. I'm not saying it's easy though, but you can do it, right? And I also believe like you have to tell people it's not going to be easy. Like if it's truly worth having, oh yes, it's about to be a problem. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to cry. You're going to look at the wall, like I would grab this one, just bah, bah. You know what I mean? Like, because, and that's how you know. If something you want does not come with frustration, self-doubt, and all that kind of stuff, it's not for you. It really is not for you. But when something is meant for you, it frustrates you just as much as you love it. But I don't believe that a lot of people were told you can do it, right? Even if it's baby steps, you can do it. Even if it's crawling, you will do it, okay? Even if it's like one class a semester, you can do it, right? So I'm like, yeah. But I just feel like if you want to go to law school, you can do it. You really can. Don't limit yourself. Even if you go part-time, okay. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes to me, I feel like sometimes the main thing is not how fast you go. It's just that you go at a speed that enables you to finish. Do the best you can. And even me, I had to learn that with this pregnancy too, because I'm like, there was a time I wanted to make a video every day. And I'm like, child, Marlene, yeah, right. Okay. You also have realities that you have to deal with. You know, you can't, but do the best you can with what you have, because you also have to be a lot of things to different people. So, you know what I mean? But I do feel like, Goldie, if you want to go to law school, you should do it. Where are you going anyways? It's only 3 years. And even if you have to do like in 4 or 5 years, well, who cares? You know, do it. And like people do it all the time. People do it all the time. People who work and go to law school. There are people who are mamas and they go to law school. People who do this thing, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But and I think the problem is, you know what I also think is also, I think a lot of people, when they were kids, they knew what they wanted to do. They knew who they wanted to be. And this is why sometimes I will say this. This is where sometimes like you can be slightly envious of like white children, or that's why also me, I have a lot of admiration for Beyonce's dad, because I'm like, it's something to see your child and see what they want and to quit your job to make sure your child like accomplishes his or her dream. I don't think it's okay for Mr. Knowles to have cheated. But then again, I'm not married to Tina Knowles, so maybe I would have cheated. What do I know? But one thing I do know is that this man quit his job because he saw something special in his daughter. Right now, some parents, they probably can't quit because they don't have that luxury of quitting. Mr. Knowles also was making a lot of money, so maybe he had lots of savings also, right? Some people cannot do that, but I just feel like it's admirable for a dad to say, I'm gonna quit my 6-figure job because I know my daughter can be a star. Right. You know, unfortunately, because of all the way the world is set up, the way America is set up, a lot of Black parents, they're truly in survival mode. So they don't have time to cater to a Black child's dreams, like your dreams, your visions, you know, your ass, like, you're like, oh boy, child, be quiet. Child, go read a book. Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. Right. You're always dreaming. You always want something. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like people talk like that. And eventually, like, yeah, maybe I am silly. You know, maybe I am crazy. Yeah. But my thing is, if you want to do a degree, you can do it also. Right? If you really feel like this is something that you like, you don't want to leave this earth without having without having a JD, you can. You know, it could be that you start with your YouTube channel and then you save money from that and you use that money to go to law school. It's up to you, right? You can also say, okay, like, you'll wait until the baby is 5, because when the baby goes to kindergarten, like, you know, then you'll go to law school, right? It doesn't have to be this year. It could be like 5 years from now, you'll sign up and you'll go. That when the child's in school, you can also go to school, right? But it's like, if it's something that just keeps coming back into your head like that, maybe that's your destiny. And you should just embrace it. Just plan to do it when the baby's like 5 and the baby's in like kindergarten or something, like 1st grade. So that way when they're in school, you can be in school. And when they're done with school, you're done with school. And you can be at home with your baby, right? Nothing is impossible. Everything is about making things work. And that's why Michelle Obama, what she's doing, I don't like it. Because, you know, if we're not careful, motherhood can cause resentment. And that's why I feel like she's playing with fire. You know, there are a lot of women right now, you don't know where they are in their marriages. You know, like even one time, like Fallon talked about being a stay-at-home mom. And then also she homeschools the kids, right? She homeschools the kids. So sometimes you can feel like, oh, what about me? You know, like, is my life wasted? Like, I'm at home with these kids. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I really encouraged her. Like, no, Val, don't look at it this way. You know, because people are at home by themselves. People are at home with these children. You know, people can feel like they're not being appreciated because everything is a matter of perspective, right? So I just feel like from one wife to another wife, from one mother to another mother, you should always encourage moms to see things in a healthy way. Not like, oh, look, he's taking advantage. Oh, nobody's asking how your day went. What does that do? Seriously, what does that do? Like, seriously, like, what is this? Right? But like, truly, what is this? You're trying to create problems for people. And when these couples start fighting, she's not going to be there to solve it because she's just here to cause foolishness. And I don't like that. You understand? Like, even pregnancy, it can change a woman's body. There are many things that can happen with pregnancy, the delivery of a baby, raising a baby, that can make a woman feel as though, am I missing out? Could I be doing something more with my time? Could I be doing something? Could I be doing something better with my time? Right? Blah, 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 blah. Bunch of foolishness. Okay. Raising a child, raising a baby, it is a wonderful ministry. Had her mom not done it, would she have been the first lady? Probably not. Okay. Sometimes that's the way it goes. But ultimately, when we are raising the children, we're also doing something for God. And anybody who does something for the Lord, such as taking care of the children, right? God will never forgive you. He will never forsake you. He will never abandon you. You're going to be okay. Your dreams will come true. And not just that, your children will be incredibly successful. And people will say, wow, that's so-and-so's son. That's so-and-so's daughter. Damn, look how beautiful they are. Look how smart they are. Look how well educated they are. Look at how well poised they are, right? There are many, many glories that come to a woman who makes sure that her children are well taken care of. Do not bring your demonic mind over here. Thank you, ma'am. It's not okay to do. You know, you also have people where and she's lucky that her husband's a multimillionaire. She's a multimillionaire. But the vast majority of people, their husbands have regular people jobs. They make regular money. And now you're going to make her feel like, oh, my husband's not doing this, another's not doing that. Even though right now, everybody is stressed out. Everybody's stressed out. The tariffs is stressing everybody out. The recession is stressing everybody out. Do we truly need all these Black couples to start fighting about who's doing this, who's not doing this, who's changing diapers, who's not changing diapers, who's making lunch, who's not making dinner? Girls, shut up, okay? Right now, everybody that is married, every single Black couple that is married, everybody needs to hold hands and let us pray for one another. Husband, I pray that your job is protected. I pray that you are blessed. I pray that you are covered. Let you not lose anything. Whatever this is, it will come, it will go. We're not going to be touched. And may the husband say, wife, I pray that you're covered. I pray that you and the kids are covered. May you guys be safe. When I'm not here, know that I love you. If I can't always answer you when you need me, or I can't always have I can't always be the text message, please know I am fighting for us. Don't hold it against me. You know how sometimes people say, charge it to my head, not to my heart, right? That's how I feel like you got to talk to people. I don't believe that the vast majority of husbands are, oh yeah, that's my wife. I don't care if she dies. But sometimes also you can be so stressed out that you forget to even be present. So you can say, oh, you know, when it comes to the husband, charge it to the head, but don't charge it to the heart. Everything is not intentional. You know, but this woman right here, she don't have God in her life, so she's crazy. Right. When I was in Columbus, my pastor mom, because she was like in her 80s, right? She used to say, you know, she's like, we have sins of omission and we have sins of commission. Somebody can hurt you. Your husband can hurt you. It happens before people, right? But does it mean that he woke up this morning to hurt you? Or could it also be that he also carries his own stress? He doesn't want to tell you. So in the process of carrying his own stress, he even forgets to say, oh my gosh, wife, are you okay? You know, we got to have mercy for each other. Like, we got to pray for each other. And most importantly, we have to extend grace to each other, right? Everything is a season. It doesn't last all the time. But let us pray for one another. And I pray that whatever this Trump thing is, it will come, it will go. And that Black families will not be damaged. Black families will not divorce. Black families will not let the devil win. If there are frustrations, if there are grievances, let's put those on the table. Peacefully. And if somebody says, wife or husband, truly and honestly, I didn't know, please forgive me, forgive, drop it, let it go. It happens. It really does happen. But this woman, I don't know, these people are just they're so demonic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like, You can do it all. We have seen mothers, we even have seen grandmothers get PhDs. Nothing is whatever. But I don't even think it's a thankless role, because I don't think it's a thankless role. I just feel like the thank you right now is not coming now. But I do believe, like, when you hold your baby and he's not crying, that means he loves you. He knows you're a good person, right? When you change his diaper, when you do this and he's like, he smiles at you and he looks at you, that's his way of saying thank you. Thank you comes in many forms. It really, really does. But the biggest thank you you'll get is when the child is grown. Be patient. These women are crazy. These modern women are crazy. They are really, really crazy, right? Even her, for her to go from Michelle Robinson that worked at this law office to her becoming the first lady, did she not have to wait? But I do believe her husband making her the first lady, that's his way of also saying thank you. You get to enjoy all of this. And wherever you go, you will always be on top because you are the first lady. People are in a rush. But just because the thank you has not come yet, it doesn't make it thankless. Let the child grow up. Let the child grow up. And then you will see what the child does. And you'll say to yourself, everything I did for this child, it was so worth it. And if I could do it again, I will do it in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? Let the baby grow up. Let the baby become an adult. And also wait until you get to your old age. And you'll see how your child will take care of you. You'll be like, wow, this is the thank you I knew was going to come all along. Do not let these people distract you. These are agents of chaos. They are truly, truly agents of chaos, right? They are truly, truly, truly agents of chaos. But we have seen people like, what's his name? Russell. You guys, y'all love Russell, huh? Right? Right? But we have seen people like Russell buying their mothers. I mean, I'm like, does this woman want for anything? I mean, like, what the freak, right? There are some mothers out here, they want for nothing. Everything. Their kids give it to them, child. So it's like everything you do for yourself, for your family, for your children, you will always have something to show for it. Don't let these people bamboozle you. These are not serious people. These people are very, very, very unserious people. And I rebuke these people because they don't come from God. I don't know. They don't come from God. But every mother who is dutiful at raising her children or her child, right? She will have the thank you she's looking for. Because no good deed goes unrewarded. Like, you will get something out of it. Understand? You never know. The baby you had might be a doctor, a neurosurgeon. You're like, what the heck? That's my baby. Like, it came out of me. It sure did. They were like, what? Is that your son? Is that your daughter? They're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Oh my gosh, that's so-and-so's mom. Like, ooh. You know what I'm saying? Do not listen to these crazy people. And I'm sure even her also, like, what's her name? Michelle Obama also, I'm sure when she told her mom, you about to live in the White House, okay? I'm sure her mom was like, what the heck? What do you mean the White House? Because her mom lived there with them, right? Her mom lived at the White House with them. So it's like everything she did, she got to live at the White House, y'all. So these people out here, I feel like there's a movement right now to cause women, especially Black women, to be in doubt and fearful and have anxiety when it comes to motherhood. They are insane. And anytime they want you to feel like anxiety or doubt or like, questioning yourself, I don't know, whatever, about you being a mom, that's when you know you are needed. God needs you. And I'm like, special babies, special children with incredible destinies will come out of your womb. You're going to be like, I cannot believe that's my child. But it's like, yes, as the Bible said, you have been called favored amongst the women. Okay? They want people out here to doubt how favored they are and how favored your womb is, because your child is not a regular child, right? Your baby's not a regular baby. And as you see, as this life goes on, you'll be like, wow, I remember that one night Marlene told me my child is not a regular child. Understand? Right? And then those who made whatever choices they made, they were like, wow, I wish I had taken the time to be a mother. Don't worry. Everything is always confirmation, Everything is always confirmation. So be happy. Enjoy this season. Enjoy your baby. Enjoy everything that comes with the babies because they grow so fast. Maverick is almost a year old. I don't even know what's going on. They grow so fast. And then one day you have to drop them off at kindergarten. You'll start crying. You're like, what the freak? When did this? How did it go so fast, right? They go so fast. You know what I mean? But I'm like, within like those 5 years of them like being at home with you, there's so much you can do and do the best you can with your schedule. But always, always be proud that you're making motherhood a priority for you, right? That's your priority. You know what I'm saying? That's like, that really is your priority. And then everything else, may God give you the strength and then I guess like good judgment and use your time wisely when it comes to everything else. But truly, truly enjoy that God chose you to carry this beautiful baby. Okay. What is it? Is it an Aquarius also? 2/5. Your baby has Kevin Gates' birthday. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's an Aquarius. You gave birth to an Aquarius. You love me so much. You went and gave birth to an Aquarius. Okay. But it's like, enjoy the baby. Love the baby. And be proud of yourself. You're not missing out on anything. Everything is right here. When you're ready, you'll come and be outside. Yeah. 11, 6, 3, and 2, and a 2-month-old. Oh, that's beautiful. And imagine when they get older and they all get married and then they all start having kids. You're going to be so loved. Oh my gosh, Mother's Day is going to be ridiculous. This will be, oh my gosh, you're going to have so many grandkids. It's going to be ridiculous. So God is faithful. It's a blessing to be a mom. It really is. It truly is a blessing. They're trying to demonize it and make people question it, but people even pay for babies. People spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for IVF. Yeah. People pay all kinds of money for IVF. People pay all kinds of money for adoption. So when you are able to naturally conceive and carry, like that's an amazing blessing. We have seen people cry about not being able to get pregnant. We have seen it. Like, it's really like, damn, like it's really, really sad. So when people are willing to pay money for something that comes naturally to you, that's crazy. But 43, you pushed a baby, you're strong. I was telling Jimmy, I was like, I don't know if I want to have another baby because I kind of worry about Maverick a bit. Because I'm like, is he going to be by himself? Because James is 14, Stefan is 10, Maverick is like 1, and I'm like, I feel like he needs like a sibling, so he's not all by himself. I'm still debating, but I need to lose weight first. I have to lose some type of weight first before I do something like that, because that's a little crazy. That's a bit crazy, but we shall see. We shall see. But yes, you guys. So I love y'all. I'll be outside tomorrow. Give me something to snore. You're gonna snore in my life. I can't have that. Okay, but I love y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, Goldie, kisses to the baby, my baby Aquarius. You go, but is this Marlene in my house? Like, yeah. You see, for all the edges you snatch off my hairline, God made sure that baby was my twin. You'll be like, is this Marlene in my house? Wait until that baby start talking. You're like, oh my gosh, this baby is Marlene's baby. Another girl, she was mean to me too. And guess what? Her baby came out as an Aquarius. I started laughing. I said, you see this? God don't play about me. God does not play about me. He will put an Aquarius child in your house and force you to raise and love that kid. Like, you know what? I'm going to have more love, compassion, and understanding for Marlene because this is crazy. Okay? This is insane. But I love y'all, and I will see you later. Michelle Obama, I got to read this lady. I'll be back outside tomorrow. Love you guys. Talk to you later. Bisous. She got to go.